Chapter 1 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan the FANU. Chapter 1. Relating how I drove through the village of Gillingden with Mark Wylder's letter in my valise. It was late in the autumn, and I was skimming along through a rich English country in a post-chaise among tall hedgerows gilded, like all the landscape, with the slanting beams of sunset. The road makes a long and easy descent into the little town of Gillingden, and down this we were going at an exhilarating pace, and the jingle of the vehicle sounded like sledge bells in my ears, and its swaying and jerking were pleasant and lifelike. I fancy I was in one of those moods which, under similar circumstances, I sometimes experience still, a semi-narcotic excitement, silent but delightful. An undulating landscape, with a homely farmstead here and there, and plenty of old English timber scattered grandly over it, extended mistily to my right. On the left, the road is overtopped by masses of noble forest. The old park of Branton lies there, more than 4 miles from end to end. These masses of solemn and discolored verdure, the faint but splendid lights, and long filmy shadows, the slopes and hollows. My eyes wandered over them all, with that strange sense of unreality, and that mingling of sweet and bitter fancy, with which we revisit a scene familiar in very remote and early childhood, and which has haunted a long interval of maturity and absence, like a romantic reverie. As I looked through the chaise windows, every moment presented some group or outline or homely object, for years forgotten, and now with a strange surprise how vividly remembered and how affectionately greeted. We drove by the small old house at the left, with its double gable and pretty grass garden, and trim yews and modern lilacs and laburnums, backed by the grand timber of the park. It was the parsonage, and old bachelor Dr. Crewe, the rector in my nonage, still stood in memory at the door, in his black shorts and gaiters, with his hands in his pockets, and a puckered smile on his hard, ruddy countenance, as I approached. He smiled little on others, I believe, but always kindly upon me. This general liking for children and instinct of smiling on them is one source of the delightful illusions which make the remembrance of early days so like a dream of paradise, and give us, at starting, such false notions of our value. There was a little fair-haired child playing on the ground before the steps as I whirled by. The old rector had long passed away, the shorts, gaiters, and smile, a phantom, and nature, who had gathered in the past, was providing for the future. The pretty mill road running up through Redmond's Dell, dank and dark, with tall romantic trees, was left behind in another moment, and we were now traversing the homely and antique street of the little town, with its queer shops and solid steep-roofed residences. Up Church Street, I contrived to peep at the old grey tower where the chimes hung, and as we turned the corner, a glance at the Brandon Arms. How very small and low that palatial hostelry of my earlier recollections had grown. There were new faces at the door. It was only 22 years ago, and I was then but 11 years old. A retrospect of a score of years or so, at 33, is a much vaster affair than a much longer one at 50. The whole thing seemed like yesterday, and as I write, I open my eyes, and start and cry. Can it be 25? Aye, by Jove, 35 years since then? How my days have flown! And I think, when another such yesterday shall have arrived, where shall I be? The first 10 years of my life were longer than all the rest put together, and I think would continue to be so were my future extended to an ante-Noachian span. It is the first 10 that emerge from nothing, and commencing in a point, it is during them that consciousness, memory, all the faculties grow, and the experience of sense is so novel, crowded, and astounding. It is this beginning at a point, and expanding to the immense disk of our present range of sensuous experience, that gives to them so prodigious and illusory perspective, and makes us, in childhood, measuring futurity by them, form so wild and exaggerated an estimate of the duration of human life. But I beg your pardon. My journey was from London. When I had reached my lodgings, after my little excursion up the Rhine, upon my table there lay, among the rest, one letter. There generally is an overdue bundle, which I viewed with suspicion. I could not in the least tell why. It was a broad-faced letter, of bluish complexion, and had made inquisition after me in the country, had asked for me at Queen's Folkestone, and advised by my cousin, had presented itself at the Friars in Shropshire, and thence proceeded by Sir Harry's direction, there was the autograph, to Knowton Hall. thence again to Ilchester, whence my fiery and decisive old aunt sent it straight back to my cousin with a whisk of her pen, which seemed to say, "How the plague can I tell where the puppy is? 'Tis your business, sir, not mine, to find him out." And so my cousin dispatched it to my headquarters in town, where from the table it looked up in my face with a broad red seal, and a countenance scarred and marred all over with various postmarks, erasures, and transverse directions, the scars and furrows of disappointment and adventure. It had not a good countenance, somehow. The original lines were not prepossessing. The handwriting I knew, as one sometimes knows a face without being able to remember who the plague it belongs to, but still with an unpleasant association about it. I examined it carefully and laid it down unopened. I went through half a dozen others, and recurred to it, and puzzled over its exterior again, and again postponed what I fancied would prove a disagreeable discovery. And this happened every now and again, until I had quite exhausted my budget, and then I did open it, and looked straight to the signature. "Mark Wylder!" I exclaimed, a good deal relieved. Mark Wylder! Yes, Master Mark could not hurt me. There was nothing about him to excite the least uneasiness. On the contrary, I believe he liked me as well as he was capable of liking anybody, and it was now 7 years since we had met. I have often since thought upon the odd sensation with which I hesitated over his unopened letter, and now, remembering how the breaking of that seal resembled in my life the breaking open of a portal through which I entered a labyrinth, or rather a catacomb, where for many days I groped and stumbled, looking for light, and was, in a manner, lost, hearing strange sounds, witnessing imperfectly strange sights, and at last arriving at a dreadful chamber, a sad sort of superstition steals over me. I had then been his working junior in the cause of Wylder versus Trustees of Brandon, minor Dorcas Brandon, his own cousin. There was a complicated cousinship among these Brandons, Wylders, and Lakes, inextricable intermarriages, which 5 years ago, before I renounced the bar, I had at my fingers' ends, but which had now relapsed into haze. There must have been some damnable taint in the blood of the common ancestor, a spice of the insane and the diabolical. They were an ill-conditioned race. That is to say, every now and then there emerged a miscreant with a pretty evident vein of madness. There was Sir Jonathan Brandon, for instance, who ran his own nephew through the lungs in a duel fought in a paroxysm of Sensian jealousy, and afterwards shot his coachman dead upon the box through his coach window, and finally died in Vienna, whither he had absconded, of a pike thrust received from a sentry in a brawl. The Wylders had not much to boast of, even in contrast with that wicked line. They had produced their madmen and villains, too, and there had been frequent intermarriages, not very often happy. There had been many lawsuits, frequent disinheritings, and even worse doings. The Wylders of Brandon appear very early in history, and the Wylder arms, with their legend Resurgam, stands in bold relief over the great door of Brandon Hall. So there were Wylders of Brandon, and Brandons of Brandon. In one generation, a Wylder, ill-using his wife and hating his children, would cut them all off and send the estate bounding back again to the Brandons. The next generation or two would amuse themselves with a lawsuit, until the old Brandon type reappeared in some bachelor brother or uncle with a Jezebel on his left hand and an attorney on his right, and presto, the estates were back again with the Wylders. A statement of title is usually a dry affair, but that of the dynasty of Brandon Hall was a truculent romance. Their very wills were spiced with the devilment of the testators, and abounded in insinuations and even language which were scandalous. Here is Mark Wylder's letter. Dear Charles, of course you have heard of my good luck, and how kind poor Dickie, from whom I never expected anything, proved at last. It was a great windfall for a poor devil like me, but, after all, it was only right, for it ought never to have been his at all. I went down and took possession on the 4th, the tenants very glad, and so they might well be, for, between ourselves, Dickie, poor fellow, was not always pleasant to deal with. He let the roof fall out of repair, and committed waste beside in timber he had no right to in life, as I am told, but that don't signify much. Only the house will cost me a pretty penny to get it into order and furnish. The rental is 5,000 a year and some hundreds, and the rents can be got up a bit, so Larkin tells me. Do you know anything of him? He says he did business for your uncle once. He seems a clever fellow, a bit too clever, perhaps, and was too much master here, I suspect, in poor Dickie's reign. Tell me all you can make out about him. It is a long time since I saw you, Charles. I'm grown brown and great whiskers. I met poor Dominic. What an ass that chap is! But he did not know me till I introduced myself, so I must be a good deal changed. Our ship was at Malta when I got the letter. I was sick of the service, and no wonder, a lieutenant. And there likely to stick all my days. 6 months last year on the African coast, watching slavers. Think of that. I had a long yarn from the Vicomte. Advice and that sort of thing. I do not think he is a year older than I, but takes airs because he's a trustee. But I only laugh at trifles that would have riled me once. So I wrote him a yarn in return, and drew it uncommon mild. And he has been useful to me, and I think matters are pretty well arranged to disappoint the kind intention of good Uncle Wylder, the brute. He hated my father, but that was no reason to persecute me, and I but an infant almost when he died, damn him. Well, you know he left Brandon with some charges to my cousin Dorcas. She is a superbly fine girl. Our ship was at Naples when she was there 2 years ago, and I saw a good deal of her. Of course it was not to be thought of then, but matters are quite different, you know now, and the Vicomte, who is a very sensible fellow in the main, saw it at once. You see, the old brute meant to leave her a life estate, but it does not amount to that, though it won't benefit me, for he settled that when I die, it shall go to his right heirs. That will be to my son, if I ever have one. So Miss Dorcas must pack and turn out whenever I die, that is, if I slip my cable first. Larkin told me this, and I took an opinion, and found it so. And the Vicomte, seeing it, agreed the best thing for her, as well as me, would be we should marry. She's a wide-awake young lady, and nothing the worse for that. I'm a bit that way myself, and so very little courtship has sufficed. She is a splendid beauty, and when you see her you'll say any fellow might be proud of such a bride, and so I am. And now, dear Charlie, you have it all. It will take place somewhere about the 24th of next month, and you must come down by the 1st if you can. Don't disappoint. I want you for best man, maybe. And besides, I would like to talk to you about some things they want me to do in the settlements, and you were always a long-headed fellow, so pray don't refuse. Dear Charlie, ever most sincerely, your old friend, Mark Wylder. P.S. I stay at the Brandon Arms in the town until after the marriage, and then you can have a room at the Hall, and capital shooting when we return, which will be in a fortnight after. I can't say that Wylder was an old friend, but he was certainly one of the oldest and most intimate acquaintances I had. We had been for nearly 3 years at school together, and when his ship came to England met frequently, and twice, when he was on leave, we had been for months together under the same roof, and had for some years kept up a regular correspondence, which first grew desultory, and finally, as manhood supervened, died out. The plain truth is, I did not very much like him. Then there was that beautiful, apathetic Dorcas Brandon. Where is the laggard so dull as to experience no pleasing flutter at his heart in anticipation of meeting a perfect beauty in a country house? I was romantic, like every other youngish fellow who is not a premature curmudgeon, and there was something indefinitely pleasant in the consciousness that, although a betrothed bride, the young lady still was fancy-free, not a bit in love. It was but a marriage of convenience, with mitigations, and so there hovered in my curiosity some little flicker of egotistic romance which helped to rouse my spirits and spur me on to action. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan the FANU. Chapter 2, in which I enter the drawing-room. I was now approaching Brandon Hall. Less than 10 minutes more would set me down at its doorsteps. The stiff figure of Mrs. Marston, the old housekeeper, pale and austere in rustling black silk. She was accounted a miser, and estimated to have saved I dare not say how much money in the Wylder family, kind to me, with the bread and jam and Naples biscuit kindness of her species, in old times, stood in fancy at the doorway. She, too, was a dream, and I dare say her money spent by this time. And that other dream to which she often led me, with large hazel eyes and clear delicate tints, so sweet, so riant, yet so sad, poor Lady Mary Brandon, dying there, so unhappily mated, a young mother, and her baby sleeping in long, broderie anglaise attire upon the pillow on the sofa, and whom she used to show me, with a peeping mystery, and her finger to her smiling lip, and a gaiety and fondness in her pretty face. That little helpless, groping, wailing creature was now the Dorcas Brandon, the mistress of the grand old mansion and all its surroundings, who was the heroine of the splendid matrimonial compromise which was about to reconcile a feud and avert a possible lawsuit, and, for one generation at least, to tranquillize the troubled annals of the Brandons and Wylders. And now the ancient grey chapel, with its stained window and store of old Brandon and Wylder monuments among its solemn clump of elm trees, flitted by on my right, and in a moment more we drew up at the great gate on the left. Not 100 yards removed from it, and with an eager recognition I gazed on the noble front of the old manorial house. Up the broad straight avenue, with its solemn files of gigantic timber towering at the right and the left hand, the chase rolled smoothly, and through the fantastic iron gate of the courtyard, and with a fine swinging sweep and a jerk we drew up handsomely before the doorsteps, with the Wylder arms in bold and florid projection carved above it. The sun had just gone down, the blue shadows of twilight overcast the landscape, and the mists of night were already stealing like thin smoke among the trunks and roots of the trees. Through the stone mullions of the projecting window at the right, a flush of firelight looked pleasant and hospitable, and on the threshold were standing Lord Chelford and my old friend Mark Wylder. A faint perfume of the mildest cheroot declared how they had been employed. So I jumped to the ground and was greeted very kindly by the smokers. "I'm here, you know, in loco parentis. My mother and I keep watch and ward. We allow Wylder, you see, to come every day to his devotions. But you are not to go to the Brandon Arms. You got my note, didn't you?" I had, and had come direct to the hall in consequence. I looked over the door. Yes, my memory had served me right. There was the Brandon Arms, and the Brandon quartered with the Wylder, but the Wylder coat in the centre, with the grinning griffins for supporters, and flaunting scrolls all round, and the ominous word Resurgam underneath, proclaimed itself sadly and vauntingly over the great entrance. I often wonder how the Wylder coat came in the centre. Who built the old house, a Brandon or a Wylder? And if a Wylder, why was it Brandon Hall? Dusty and seedy somewhat, as men are after a journey, I chatted with Mark and the noble peer for a few minutes at the door, while my valise and etceteras were lifted and hurried up the stairs to my room, whither I followed them. While I was at my toilet, in came Mark Wylder, laughing, as was his wont, and very unceremoniously he took possession of my easy-chair, and threw his leg over the arm of it. "I'm glad you're come, Charlie. You're always a good fellow, and I really want a hand here confoundedly. I think we'll all do very nicely, but, of course, there's a lot of things to be arranged. Settlements, you know. And I can't make head or tail of their lingo. And a fellow don't like to sign and seal hand over head. You would not advise that, you know. And Chelford is a very good fellow, of course, and all that, but he's taking care of Dorcas, you see, and I might be left in the lurch." "It is a better way, at all events, Mark, than Wylder versus Trustees of Brandon Minor," said I. "Well, things do turn out very oddly, don't they?" said Mark with a sly glance of complacency, and his hands in his pockets. "But I know you'll hold the tiller till I get through. Hang me if I know the soundings, or where I'm going. And you have the chart by heart, Charlie." "I'm afraid you'll find me by no means so well up as 6 years ago, in Wylder and Brandon. But surely you have your lawyer, Mr. Larkin, haven't you?" "To be sure, that's exactly it. He's Dorcas's agent. I don't know anything about him, and I do know you. Don't you see? A fellow doesn't want to put himself into the hands of a stranger altogether, especially a lawyer. Wouldn't pay." I did not half like the equivocal office which my friend Mark had prepared for me. If family squabbles were to arise, I had no fancy to mix in with them, and I did not want a collision with Mr. Larkin either, and on the whole, notwithstanding his modesty, I thought Wylder very well able to take care of himself. There was time enough, however, to settle the point. So, by this time, being splendid in French boots and white vest, and altogether perfect and refreshed, I emerged from my dressing-room, Wylder by my side. We had to get along a dim oak-panelled passage, and into a sort of œil de boeuf, with a lantern light above, from which diverged 2 other solemn corridors, and a short puzzling turn or two brought us to the head of the upper stairs, for I, being a bachelor, and treated accordingly, was airily perched on the 3rd story. To my mind, there is something indescribably satisfactory in the intense solidity of those old stairs and floors. No spring in the planks, not a creak. You walk as over strata of stone. What clumsy grandeur, what cyclopean carpenters, what a prodigality of oak. It was dark by this time, and the drawing-room, a vast and grand chamber, with no light but the fire and a pair of dim, soft lamps near the sofas and ottomans, lofty and glowing with rich tapestry curtains and pictures and mirrors and carved oak and marble, was already tenanted by the ladies. Old Lady Chelford, stiff and rich, a Vandyke dowager, with a general effect of deep lace, funereal velvet, and pearls, and pale, with dreary eyes and thin high nose, sat in a high-backed carved oak throne with red cushions. To her I was first presented, and cursorily scrutinized with a stately old-fashioned insolence, as if I were a candidate footman, and so dismissed. On a low seat, chatting to her as I came up, was a very handsome and rather singular-looking girl, fair, with a light golden-tinted hair, and a countenance, though then grave enough, instinct with a certain promise of animation and spirit, not to be mistaken. Could this be the heroine of the pending alliance? No, I was mistaken. A third lady, at what would have been an ordinary room's length away, half reclining on an ottoman, was now approached by Wylder, who presented me to Miss Brandon. "Dorcas, this is my old friend Charles de Cresseron. You have often heard me speak of him, and I want you to shake hands and make his acquaintance, and draw him out. Do you see, for he is a shy youth, and must be encouraged." He gave me a cheerful slap on the shoulder as he uttered this agreeable bit of banter, and altogether disconcerted me confoundedly. Wylder's dress coat always smelt of tobacco, and his talk of tar. I was quietly incensed and disgusted, for in those days I was a little shy. The lady rose in a soft floating way, tall, black-haired, but a blackness with a dull, rich shadow through it. I had only a general impression of large, dusky eyes, and very exquisite features, more delicate than the Grecian models, and with a wonderful transparency, like tinted marble, and a superb haughtiness. Quite unaffected, she held forth her hand, which I did little more than touch. There was a peculiarity in her greeting, which I felt a little overawing, without exactly discovering in what it consisted. And it was, I think, that she did not smile. She never took that trouble for form's sake, like other women. So, as Wylder had set a chair for me, I could not avoid sitting upon it, though I should much have preferred standing, after the manner of men, and retaining my liberty. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Our dinner party at Brandon. I was curious. I had heard a great deal of her beauty, and it had exceeded all I had heard, so I talked my sublimest and brightest chit-chat in my most musical tones, and was rather engaging and amusing, I ventured to hope. But the best man cannot manage a dialogue alone. Miss Brandon was plainly not a person to make any sort of exertion towards what is termed keeping up a conversation. At all events she did not, and after a while the present one got into a decidedly seeking condition. An acquiescence, a faint expression of surprise, a fainter smile. She contributed little more. After the first few questions of courtesy had been asked, in her low, silvery tones, and answered by me. To me the natural demise of a tete-a-tete discourse has always seemed a disgrace. But this apathetic beauty had either more moral courage or more stupidity than I, and was plainly terribly indifferent about the catastrophe. I've sometimes thought my struggles and sinkings amused her cruel serenity. Bella ma stupida? I experienced at last the sort of pique with which Sand's hero apostrophizes La Dernière Aldini. Yet I could not think her stupid. The universal instinct honours beauty. It is so difficult to believe it either dull or base. In virtue of some mysterious harmonies, it is the image of God, and must, we feel, enclose the godlike. So I suppose I felt, for though I wished to think her stupid, I could not. She was not exactly languid, but a grave and listless beauty, and a splendid beauty for all of that. I told her my early recollections of Brandon and Gillingden, and how I remembered her a baby, and said some graceful trifles on that theme, which I fancied were likely to please, but they were only received, and led to nothing. In a little while in comes Lord Shelford, always natural and pleasant, and quite unconscious of his peerage. He was above it, I think, and chatted away merrily with that handsome animated blonde. Who on earth could she be? And did not seem the least chilled in the stiff and frosted presence of his mother, but was genial and playful, even with that spirit of the frozen ocean, who received his affectionate trifling with a sort of smiling, though wintry pride and complacency, reflecting back from her icy aspects something of the rosy tints of that kindly sunshine. I thought I heard him call the young lady Miss Lake, and there rose before me an image of an old General Lake, and a dim recollection of some reverse of fortune. He was, I was sure of that, connected with the Brandon family, and was, with the usual fatality, a bit of a mauvais sujet. He had made away with his children's money, or squandered his own, or somehow or another impoverished his family not creditably. So I glanced at her, and Miss Brandon divined, it seemed, what was passing in my mind, for she said, "That is my cousin, Miss Lake, and I think her very beautiful, don't you?" "Yes, she certainly is very handsome." And I was going to say something about her animation and spirit, but remembered just in time that that line of eulogy would hardly have involved a compliment to Miss Brandon. "I know her brother a little, that is, Captain Lake, Stanley Lake. He's her brother, I fancy." "Oh, said the young lady, in that tone which was pointed with an unknown accent between a note of inquiry and of surprise. "Yes, he's her brother." And she paused, as if something more were expected. But at that moment the bland tones of Larcom, the solemn butler, announced the Reverend William Wylder and Mrs. Wylder, and I said, "William is an old college friend of mine," and I observed him as he entered with an affectionate and sad sort of interest. 8 years had passed since we met last, and that is something at any time. It had thinned my simple friend's hair a little, and his face, too, was more careworn than I liked. But his earnest, sweet smile was there still. Slight, gentle, with something of a pale and studious refinement in his face, the same gentle voice, with that slight occasional hesitation, which somehow I liked. There is always a little shock after an absence of some years before identities adjust themselves, and then we find the change is not, after all, so very great. I suspect it is, rather, that something of the old picture is obliterated in that little interval to return no more. And so William Wylder was vicar now, instead of that straight, wiry cleric of the mulberry face and black leggings. And who was this little Mrs. William Wylder, who came in so homely a feature, so radiant of good humour, so eager and simple, in a very plain dress, a Brandon housemaid would not have been seen in it, leaning so pleasantly on his lean, long clerical arm, made for reaching books down from high shelves, a lank, scholar-like limb, with a somewhat threadbare cuff, and who looked round with that anticipation of pleasure, and that simple confidence in a real welcome, which are so likely to ensure it. Was she an helpmeet for a black-letter man, who talked with the fathers in his daily walks, could extemporize Latin hexameters, and dream in Greek? Was she very wise, or at all learned? I think her knowledge lay chiefly in the matters of poultry and puddings, and latterly of the nursery, where one treasure lay, that golden-haired little boy, 4 years old, whom I had seen playing among the roses before the parsonage door, asleep by this time, 7:30, precise, as old Lady Chelford loved to write on her summons to dinner. When the vicar, I dare say, in a very odd, quaint way, made his proposal of marriage, moved thereto assuredly neither by fortune nor by beauty, to good, merry little Miss Dorothy Chubley, whom nobody was supposed to be looking after, and the town had somehow set down from the first as a natural-born old maid, there was a very general amazement, some disappointment here and there, with customary sneers and compassion, and a good deal of genuine amusement not ill-natured. Miss Chubley, all the shopkeepers in the town knew and liked her, and in a way respected her, as Miss Dolly. Old Reverend John Chubley, D.D., who had been in love with his wife from the period of his boyhood, and yet so grudgingly was fate, had to undergo an engagement of nigh 30 years before Hymen rewarded their constancy, being at length made vicar of Huddleston, and master of church revenues to the amount of £300 a year, had, at 45, married his early love, now 42. They had never grown old in one another's fond eyes. Their fidelity was of the days of chivalry, and their simplicity comical and beautiful. 20 years of happy and loving life were allotted them, and one pledge, poor Miss Dorothy, was left alone when little more than 19 years old. This good old couple, having loved early and waited long, and lived together with wonderful tenderness and gaiety of heart, their allotted span bid farewell for a little while, the gentle little lady going first, and in about 2 years more the good old rector following. I remembered him, but more dimly than his merry little wife. Though she went first, she made raisin wine, and those curious biscuits that tasted of Windsor soap. And this Mrs. William Wylder, just announced by soft-toned Larcom, is the daughter, there is no mistaking the jolly smile, and lumpy odd little features, and radiance of amiability, of the good doctor and Mrs. Chubley, so curiously blended in her loving face. And last comes in old Major Jackson, smiling largely, squaring himself, and doing his courtesies in a firm but florid military style, and plainly pleased to find himself in good company, and on the eve of a good dinner, and so our dinner list is full. The party were just 9, and it is wonderful what a row 9 well-behaved people will contrive to make at a dinner-table. The inferior animals, as we see them, caged and cared for, and fed at 1 o'clock precise, in those public institutions provided for their maintenance, confine their uproar to the period immediately antecedent to their meal, and perform the actual process of deglutition with silent attention, and only such suckings, lappings, and crunchings as illustrate their industry and content. It is a distinctive privilege of man to exert his voice during his repast, and to indulge also in those specially human cachinnations which no lower creature, except that disreputable Australian biped known as the laughing jackass, presumes to imitate, and to these vocal exercises of the feasters respond the endless ring and tinkle of knife and fork on china plate, and the ministering angels in white chokers behind the chairs, those murmured solicitations which hum round and round in the ears of the revellers. Of course, when great guns are present, and people talk pro bono publico, one at a time, with parliamentary regularity, things are different. But at an ordinary symposium, when the garrulous and diffident make merry together, and people break into twos or threes and talk across the table or into their neighbours' ears, and all together, the noise is not only exhilarating and peculiar, but sometimes perfectly unaccountable. The talk, of course, has its paroxysms and its subsidences. I have once or twice found myself on a sudden in total silence in the middle of a somewhat prolix though humorous story, commenced in an uproar for the sole recreation of my pretty neighbour, and ended, patched up, renounced, a faltering failure under the converging gaze of a sternly attentive audience. On the other hand, there were moments when the uproar whirls up in a crescendo to a pitch and volume perfectly amazing, and at such times I believed that anyone might say anything to the reveller at his elbow, without the smallest risk of being overheard by mortal. You may plan with young Caesar Borgia on your left the poisoning of your host, or ask pretty Mrs. Fusible on your right to elope with you from her grinning and gabbling lord, whose bald head flashes red with champagne, only at the other side of the table. There is no privacy like it. You may plot your wickedness, or make your confession, or pop the question, and not a soul but your confidant be a bit the wiser, provided only you command your countenance. I don't know how it happened, but Wylder sat beside Miss Lake. I fancy he ought to have been differently placed, but Miss Brandon did not seem conscious of his absence, and it seemed to me that the handsome blonde would have been as well pleased if he had been anywhere but where he was. There was no look of liking, though some faint glimmerings of both annoyance and embarrassment in her face. But in Wylder I saw a sort of conceited consciousness, and a certain eagerness, too, while he talked. Though a shrewd fellow in many ways, he had a secret conviction that no woman could resist him. "I suppose the world thinks me a very happy fellow, Miss Lake?" he said, with a rather pensive glance of inquiry into that young lady's eyes, as he set down his hot glass. "I'm afraid it's a selfish world, Mr. Wylder, and thinks very little of what does not concern it." "Now you, I dare say," continued Wylder, not caring to perceive the scoopon of sarcasm that modulated her answer so musically, "look upon me as a very fortunate fellow?" "You are a very fortunate person, Mr. Wylder, a gentleman of very moderate abilities, with no prospects, and without fortune, who finds himself, without any deservings of his own, on a sudden possessed of an estate, and about to be united to the most beautiful heiress in England, is, I think, a rather fortunate person." "You did not always think me so stupid, Miss Lake," said Mr. Wylder, showing something of the hectic of vexation. "Stupid? Did I say? Well, you know we learn by experience, Mr. Wylder. One's judgment matures, and we are harder to please. Don't you think so, as we grow older?" "Aye, so we are, I dare say, at any rate. Some things don't please us as we calculated. I remember when this bit of luck would have made me a devilish happy fellow, twice as happy. But, you see, if a fellow hasn't his liberty, where's the good of money? I don't know how I got into it, but I can't get away now, and the lawyers, fellows, and trustees, and all that sort of prudent people get about one, and persuade and exhort, and they bully you, by Jove, into what they call a marriage of convenience. I forget the French word, you know, and then, you see, your feelings may be very different and all that, and where's the good of money, I say, if you can't enjoy it?" And Mr. Wylder looked poetically unhappy, and trundled over a little bit of fricandeau on his plate with his fork, desolately, as though earthly things had lost their relish. "Yes, I think I know the feeling," said Miss Lake quietly. "That ballad, you know, expresses it very prettily. 'Oh, thou hast been the cause of this anguish, my mother.' It was not then as old a song as it is now." Wylder looked sharply at her, but she did not smile, and seemed to speak in good faith, and being somewhat thick in some matters, though a cunning fellow, he said, "Yes, that is a sort of thing, you know, of course, with a difference. A girl is supposed to speak there, but men suffer that way too, though of course very likely it is more their own fault." "It is very sad," said Miss Lake, who was busy with a pâté. "She has no life in her. She's a mere figurehead. She's awfully slow. I don't like black hair. I'm taken by conversation and all that. There are some men that can only really love once in their lives, and never forget their first love, I assure you." Wylder murmured all this, and looked as plaintive as he could without exciting the attention of the people over the way. Mark Wylder had, as you perceive, rather vague notions of decency, and not much experience of ladies, and thought he was making just the interesting impression he meditated. He was a good deal surprised then when Miss Lake said, and with quite a cheerful countenance, and very quickly, but so that her words stung his ear like the prick of a bodkin: "Your way of speaking of my cousin, sir, is in the highest degree discreditable to you, and offensive to me, and should you venture to repeat it, I will certainly mention it to Lady Chelford." And so she turned to old Major Jackson, at her right, who had been expounding a point of the Battle of Vittoria to Lord Chelford, and she led him again into action, and acquired during the next 10 minutes a great deal of curious lore about Spanish muleteers and French prisoners, together with some particulars about the nature of picket duty and that scoundrel Castanos. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 4, in which we go to the drawing-room, and the party breaks up. Wylder was surprised, puzzled, and a good deal incensed that saucy craft had fired her shot so unexpectedly across his bows. He looked a little flushed, and darted a stealthy glance across the table, but no one, he thought, had observed the manoeuvre. He would have talked to ugly Mrs. W. Wylder, his sister-in-law, at his left, but she was entertaining Lord Chelford now. He had nothing for it but to perform cavalier seul with his slice of mutton, a sensual sort of isolation, while all the world was chatting so agreeably and noisily around him. He would have liked, at that moment, a walk upon the quarter-deck, with a good head-wind blowing, and liberty to curse and swear a bit over the bulwark. Women are so full of caprice and hypocrisy, and humbugging impudence. Wylder was rather surly after the ladies had floated away from the scene, and he drank his liquor doggedly. It was his fancy, I suppose, to revive certain sentimental relations which had, it may be, once existed between him and Miss Lake, and he was a person of that combative temperament that magnifies an object in proportion as its pursuit is thwarted. In the drawing-room he watched Miss Lake over his cup of coffee, and after a few words to his fiancée, he lounged toward the table, at which she was turning over some prints. "Do come here, Dorothy," she exclaimed, not raising her eyes. "I have found the very thing." "What thing, my dear Miss Lake?" said that good little woman, skipping to her side. "The story of Fridolin, and Wretch's pretty outlines. Sit down beside me, and I'll tell you the story." "Oh," said the vicar's wife, taking her seat, and the inspection and exposition began, and Mark Wylder, who had intended renewing his talk with Miss Lake, saw that she had foiled him, and stood with a heightened colour, and his hands in his pockets, looking confoundedly cross, and very like an outcast, in the shadow behind. After a while, in a pet, he walked away. Lord Chelford had joined the two ladies, and had something to say about German art, and some pleasant lights to throw from foreign travel and devious reading, and was as usual intelligent and agreeable. And Mark was still more sore and angry, and strutted away to another table, a long way off, and tossed over the leaves of a folio of Wouvermann's works, and did not see one of the plates he stared at so savagely. I don't think Mark was very clear as to what he wanted, or, even if he had had a cool half-hour to define his wishes, that he would seriously have modified existing arrangements. But he had a passionate sort of obstinacy, and his whims took a violent character when they were crossed, and he was angry and jealous and unintelligible, reminding one of Carlyle's description of Philip Égalité, a chaos. Then he joined a conversation going on between Dorcas Brandon and the vicar, his brother. He assisted at it, but took no part, and in fact was listening to that other conversation which sounded, with its pleasant gabble and laughter, like a little musical tinkle of bells in the distance. His gall rose, and that distant talk rang in his ears like a cool but intangible insult. It was dull work. He looked at his watch. The brougham would be at the door to take Miss Lake home in a quarter of an hour. So he glided by old Lady Chelford, who was dozing stiffly through her spectacles on a French novel, and through a second drawing-room, and into the hall, where he saw Larcom's expansive white waistcoat, and disregarded his advance in respectful inclination, and strode into the outer hall or vestibule, where were hat-stands, walking-sticks, greatcoats, umbrellas, and the exuviae of gentlemen. Mark clapped on his hat, and rifled the pocket of his paletot, of his cigar-case and matches, and spluttered a curse or two, according to old Nollikin's receipt for easing the mind, and on the doorsteps lighted his cheroot, and became gradually more philosophical. In due time the brougham came round with its lamps lighted, and Mark, who was by this time placid, greeted Price on the box familiarly, after his wont, and asked him whom he was going to drive, as if he did not know, cunning fellow, and actually went so far as to give Price one of those cheap and nasty reeds, of which he kept a supply apart in his case for such occasions of good fellowship. So Mark waited to put the lady into the carriage, and he meditated, walking a little way by the window and making his peace. And there was perhaps some vague vision of jumping in afterwards. I know not. Mark's ideas of ladies and of propriety were low, and he was little better than a sailor ashore, and not a good specimen of that class of monster. He walked about the courtyard smoking, looking sometimes on the solemn front of the old palatial mansion, and sometimes breathing a white film up to the stars, impatient, like the enamoured Aladdin, watching an ambuscade for the emergence of the Princess Badroulbadour. But honest Mark forgot that young ladies do not always come out quite alone, and jump unassisted into their vehicles. And in fact, not only did Lord Chelford assist the fair lady, cloaked and hooded, into the carriage, but the vicar's good-humoured little wife was handed in also, the good vicar looking on. And as the gay good-night and leave-taking took place by the doorsteps, Mark drew back, like a guilty thing, in silence, and showed no sign but the red top of his cigar, glowing like the eye of a cyclops in the dark. And away rolled the brougham with the two ladies, and Chelford and the vicar went in, and Mark hurled the stump of his cheroot at Fortune, and delivered a fragmentary soliloquy through his teeth, and so, in a sulk, without making his adieus, he marched off to his crib at the Brandon Arms. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristin Blashford. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan FANU. Chapter 5. In which my slumber is disturbed. The ladies had accomplished their ascension to the upper regions. The good vicar had marched off with the major, who was by this time unbuckling in his lodgings, and Chelford and I, tete-a-tete, had a glass of sherry and water together in the drawing-room before parting. And over this temperate beverage I told him frankly the nature of the service which Mark Wylder wished me to render him, and he as frankly approved, and said he would ask Larkin, the family lawyer, to come up in the morning to assist. The more I saw of this modest, refined, and manly peer, the more I liked him. There was a certain courteous frankness and a fine old English sense of duty perceptible in all his serious talk. So I felt no longer like a conspirator, and was to offer such advice as might seem expedient, with the clear approbation of Miss Brandon's trustee. And this point clearly settled, I avowed myself a little tired, and lighting our candles at the foot of the stairs, we scaled that long ascent together, and he conducted me through the intricacies of the devious lobbies upstairs to my chamber door, where he bid me good night, shook hands, and descended to his own quarters. My room was large and old-fashioned, but snug, and I, beginning to grow very drowsy, was not long in getting to bed, where I fell asleep indescribably quickly. In all old houses one is, of course, liable to adventures. Where is the marvellous to find refuge, if not among the chambers, the intricacies which have seen the vicissitudes, the crimes, and the deaths of generations of such men as had occupied these? There was a picture in the outer hall, one of those full-length gentlemen of George II's time, with a dark peruke flowing on his shoulders, a cut velvet coat, and lace cravat and ruffles. This picture was pale and had a long chin, and somehow had impressed my boyhood with a singular sense of fear. The foot of my bed lay towards the window, distant at least 25 feet, and before the window stood my dressing-table, and on it a large looking-glass. I dreamed that I was arranging my toilet before this glass, just as I had done that evening, when on a sudden the face of the portrait I have mentioned was presented on its surface, confronting me like a real countenance, and advancing towards me with a look of fury, and at the instant I felt myself seized by the throat, and unable to stir or to breathe. After a struggle with this infernal garrotter, I succeeded in awaking myself, and as I did so, I felt a rather cold hand really resting on my throat, and quietly passed up over my chin and face. I jumped out of bed with a roar, and challenged the owner of the hand, but received no answer, and heard no sound. I poked up my fire and lighted my candle. Everything was as I had left it, except the door, which was the least bit open. In my shirt, candle in hand, I looked out into the passage. There was nothing there in human shape, but in the direction of the stairs the green eyes of a large cat were shining. I was so confoundedly nervous that even a harmless necessary cat appalled me, and I clapped my door as if against an evil spirit. In about half an hour's time, however, I had quite worked off the effect of this nightmare, and reasoned myself into the natural solution that the creature had got on my bed, and lay, as I have been told they will, upon my throat, and so all the rest had followed. Not being given to the fear of larvae and lemures, and also knowing that a mistake is easily committed in a great house like that, and that my visitor might have made one, I grew drowsy in a little while, and soon fell asleep again. But knowing all I now do, I hold a different conclusion, and so, I think, will you. In the morning, Mark Wylder was early upon the ground. He had quite slept off what he would have called the nonsense of last night, and was very keen upon settlements, consols, mortgages, jointures, and all that dry but momentous law. I find a note in my diary of that day. From 10:30 until 2, with Mark Wylder and Mr. Larkin, the lawyer, in the study, dull work over papers and title, Lord Chelford with us now and then to lend a helping hand. Lawyer Larkin, though he made our work lighter, for he was clear, quick, and orderly, and could lay his hand on any paper in those tin walls of legal manuscripts that built up 2 sides of his office, did not make our business, to me at least, any pleasanter. Wylder thought him a clever man, and so perhaps in a certain sense he was. Lord Chelford a most honourable one, yet there came to me by instinct an unpleasant feeling about him. It was not in any defined way. I did not fancy that he was machinating, for instance, any sort of mischief in the business before us, but I had a notion that he was not quite what he pretended. Perhaps his personnel prejudiced me, though I could not quite say why. He was a tall, lank man, rather long of limb, long of head, and gaunt of face. He wanted teeth at both sides, and there was rather a skull-like cavity when he smiled, which was pretty often. His eyes were small and reddish, as if accustomed to cry, and when everything went smoothly were dull and dove-like, but when things crossed or excited him, which occurred when his own pocket or plans were concerned, they grew singularly unpleasant, and greatly resembled those of some not amiable animal. Was it a rat or a serpent? It was a peculiar concentrated vigilance and rapine that I have seen there. But that was long afterwards. Now, indeed, they were meek and sad and pink. He had an ambition, too, to pass for a high-bred gentleman, and thought it might be done by a somewhat lofty and drawling way of talking, and distributing his length of limb in what he fancied were easy attitudes. If the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel, so are the elegances of a vulgar man, and his made me wince. I might be all in the wrong, and was, no doubt, unreasonable, for he bore a high character, and passed for a very gentlemanlike man among the villagers. He was also something of a religious light, and had for a time conformed to Methodism, but returned to the church. He had a liking for long sermons, and a sad abhorrence of amusements, and sat out the morning and the evening services regularly, and kept up his dissenting connection too, and gave them money, and appeared in print in all charitable lists, and mourned over other men's backslidings and calamities in a lofty and Christian way, shaking his tall bald head, and turning up his pink eyes mildly. Notwithstanding all which, he was somehow unlovely in my eyes, and in an indistinct way formidable. It was not a pleasant misgiving about a gentleman of Larkin's species, the family lawyer who become viscera magnorum domum. My duties were lighter, as adviser, than I at first apprehended. Wylder's crotchets were chiefly mares' nests. We had read the draft of the settlement, preparatory to its being sent to senior counsel to be approved. Wylder's attorney had done his devoir, and Mr. Larkin avowed a sort of parental interest in both parties to the indentures, and made, at closing, a little speech, very high in morality, and flavoured in a manly way with religion, and congratulated Mark on his honour and plain dealing, which he gave us to understand were the secrets of all success in life, as they had been in a humble way of his own. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristin Blashford. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan FANU. Chapter 6. In which Dorcas Brandon speaks. In answer to the roaring shiver of the gong, we all trooped away together to luncheon. Lady Chelford and Dorcas and Chelford had nearly ended that irregular repast when we entered. My chair was beside Miss Brandon. She had breakfasted with old Lady Chelford that morning, and this was my first meeting that day. It was not very encouraging. People complained that acquaintance made little way with her, that you were, perhaps, well satisfied with your first day's progress, but the next made no headway. You found yourself this morning exactly at the point from which you commenced yesterday, and tomorrow would recommence where you started the day before. This is very disappointing, but may sometimes be accounted for by there being nothing really to discover. It seemed to me, however, that the distance had positively increased since yesterday, and that the oftener she met me, the more strange she became. As we went out, Wylder inquired, with his usual good taste, "Well, what do you think of her?" Then he looked slyly at me, laughing, with his hands in his pockets. "A little bit slow, eh?" he whispered, and laughed again, and lounged into the hall. If Dorcas Brandon had been a plain woman, I think she would have been voted an impertinent bore, but she was so beautiful that she became an enigma. I looked at her as she stood gravely gazing from the window. Is it Lady Macbeth? No, she never would have had energy to plan her husband's career and manage that affair of Duncan. A sultana, rather, sublimely egotistical, without reverence, a voluptuous and haughty embodiment of indifference. I paused, looking at a picture, but thinking of her, and was surprised by her voice very near me. "Will you give me just a minute, Mr. de Cresseron, in the drawing-room, while I show you a miniature? I want your opinion." So she floated on, and I accompanied her. "I think," she said, "you mentioned yesterday that you remembered me when an infant. You remember my poor mamma, don't you, very well?" This was the first time she had yet shown any tendency, so far as I had seen, to be interested in anything, or to talk to me. I seized the occasion, and gave her, as well as I could, the sad and pretty picture that remained, and always will, in the vacant hair, when I think of her, on the mysterious retina of memory. How filmy they are! The moonlight shines through them, as through the phantom Dane in Wretch's outlines, colour without substance. How they come, wearing for ever the sweetest and pleasantest look of their earthly days. Their sweetest and merriest tones hover musically in the distance. How far away, how near to silence, yet how clear! And so it is with our remembrance of the immortal part. It is the loveliest traits that remain with us perennially. All that was noblest and most beautiful is there, in a changeless and celestial shadow. And this is the resurrection of the memory, the foretaste and image which the faithful Creator accords us of the resurrection and glory to come, the body redeemed, the spirit made perfect. On a cabinet near to where she stood was a casket of ormolu, which she unlocked and took out a miniature, opened, and looked at it for a long time. I knew very well whose it was, and watched her countenance, for, as I have said, she interested me strangely. I suppose she knew I was looking at her, but she showed always a queen-like indifference about what people might think or observe. There was no sentimental softening, but her gaze was such as I once saw the same proud and handsome face turn upon the dead, pale, exquisite, perhaps a little stern. What she read there, what procession of thoughts and images passed by, threw neither light nor shadow on her face. Its apathy interested me inscrutably. At last she placed the picture in my hand and asked, "Is this really very like her?" "It is, and it is not," I said, after a little pause. "The features are true. It is what I call an accurate portrait, but that is all. I dare say, exact as it is, it would give to one who had not seen her a false, as it must an inadequate idea of the original. There was something naive and spiritual and very tender in her face, which he has not caught. Perhaps it could hardly be fixed in colours." "Yes, I always heard her expression and intelligence were very beautiful. It was the beauty of mobility, true beauty." "There is a beauty of another stamp, equally exquisite, Miss Brandon, and perhaps more overpowering." I said this in nearly a whisper, and in a very marked way, almost tender, and the next moment was amazed at my own audacity. She looked on me for a second or two, with her dark, drowsy glance, and then it returned to the picture, which was again in her hand. There was a total want of interest in the careless sort of surprise she vouchsafed my little Sally, neither was there the slightest resentment. If a wafer had been stuck upon my forehead, and she had observed it, there might have been just that look, and no more. I was ridiculously annoyed with myself. I was betrayed, I don't know how, into this little venture, and it was a flat failure. The position of a shy man who has just made an unintelligible joke at a dinner table was not more pregnant with self-reproach and embarrassment. Upon my honour, I don't think there was anything of the roux in me. I own I did feel towards this lady, who either was or seemed to me so singular, a mysterious interest just beginning, of that peculiar kind which becomes at last terribly absorbing. I was more elated by her trifling notice of me than I can quite account for. It was a distinction. She was so indescribably handsome, so passively disdainful. I think if she had listened to me with even the faintest intimation of caring whether I spoke in this tone or not, with even a flash of momentary resentment, I might have rushed into a most reprehensible and ridiculous rigmarole. In this, the subtlest and most perilous of all intoxications, it needs immense presence of mind to conduct ourselves always with decorum. But she was looking, just as before, at the miniature, as it seemed to me, in fancy infusing some of the spirit I had described into the artist's record, and she said, only in soliloquy, as it were, "Yes, I see. I think I see." So there was a pause, and then she said, without, however, removing her eyes from the miniature, "You are, I believe, Mr. de Cresseron, a very old friend of Mr. Wylder's, is it not so?" So soon after my little escapade, I did not like the question, but it was answered. There was not the faintest trace of a satirical meaning, however, in her face, and after another very considerable interval, at the end of which she shut the miniature in its case, she said, "It was a peculiar face, and very beautiful. It is odd how many of our family married for love, wild love matches. My poor mother was the last. I could point you out many pictures and tell you stories. My cousin Rachel knows them all. You know Rachel Lake?" "I've not the honour of knowing Miss Lake. I had not an opportunity of making her acquaintance yesterday. But I know her brother. So does Wylder." "What's that?" said Mark, who had just come in, and was tumbling over a volume of Punch at the window. "I was telling Miss Brandon that we both know Stanley Lake." On hearing which, Wylder seemed to discover something uncommonly interesting or clever in the illustration before him, for he approached his face very near to it, in a scrutinizing way, and only said, "Oh?" "That marrying for love was a fatality in our family," she continued, in the same low tone, too faint, I think, to reach Mark. "They were all the most beautiful who sacrificed themselves so. They were all unhappy marriages. So the beauty of our family never availed it, any more than its talents and its courage, for there were clever and witty men, as well as very brave ones, in it. Meaner houses have grown up into dukedoms. Ours never prospers. I wonder what it is." "Many families have disappeared altogether, Miss Brandon. It is no small thing, through so many centuries, to have retained your ancestral estates, and your preeminent position, and even the splendid residence of so many generations of your lineage. I thought that Miss Brandon, having broken the ice, was henceforth to be a conversable young lady. But this sudden expansion was not to last. Ovid tells us, in his Fasti, how statues sometimes surprised people by speaking more frankly and to the purpose even than Miss Brandon, and straight were cold chiselled marble again. And so it was with that proud, cold chef d'oeuvre of tinted statuary. Yet I thought I could, even in that dim glimpse, discern how the silent subterranean current of her thoughts was flowing. Like other representatives of a dynasty, she had studied the history of her race to profit by its errors and misfortunes. There was to be no weakness or passion in her reign. The princess by this time was seated on the ottoman, and chose to read a letter, thus intimating, I suppose, that my audience was at an end. So I took up a book, put it down, and then went and looked over Wylder's shoulder, and made my criticisms, not very novel, I fear, upon the pages he turned over. And I am sorry to say I don't think he heard much of what I was saying, for he suddenly came out with, "And where is Stanley Lake now, do you know?" "I saw him in town, only for a moment though, about a fortnight ago. He was arranging, he said, about selling out." "Oh, retiring! And what does he propose doing then?" asked Wylder, without raising his eyes from his book. He spoke in a sort of undertone, like a man who does not want to be overheard, and the room was quite large enough to make that sort of secrecy easy without the appearance of seeking it. "I have not an idea. I don't think he's fit for many things. He knows something of horses, I believe, and something of play." "But he'll hardly make out a living that way," said Wylder, with a sort of sneer or laugh. I thought he seemed put out and a little flushed. "I fancy he has enough to live upon without adding to it, however," I said. Wylder leaned back in his low chair, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, and the air of a man trying to look unconcerned, but both annoyed and disconcerted nevertheless. "I tell you what, Charlie, between you and me, that fellow Stanley is a damned bad lot. I may be mistaken, of course. He's always been very civil to me, but we don't like one another, and I don't think I ever heard him say a good word of anyone. I dare say he abuses you and me, as he does everyone else." "Does he?" I said. "I was not aware he had that failing." "Oh yes, he does not stick at trifles, Master Stanley. He's about the greatest liar, I think, I ever met with," and he laughed angrily. I happened at that moment to raise my eyes, and I saw Dorcas's face reflected in the mirror. Her back was towards us, and she held the letter in her hand as if reading it, but her large eyes were looking over it, and on us, in the glass, with a gaze of strange curiosity. Our glances met in the mirror, but hers remained serenely undisturbed, and mine dropped and turned away hastily. I wonder whether she heard us. I do not know. Some people are miraculously sharp of hearing. "I dare say," said Wylder, with a sneer, "he was asking affectionately for me, eh?" "No, not that I recollect. In fact, there was not time. But I suppose he does not like you less for what has happened. You're worth cultivating now, you know." Wylder was leaning on his elbow, with just the tip of his thumb to his teeth, with a vicious character of biting it, which was peculiar to him when anything vexed him considerably, and glancing sharply this way and that. "You know," he said suddenly, "we are a sort of cousins. His mother was a Brandon, a second cousin of Dorcas's. No, of her father's. I don't know exactly how. He's a pushing fellow, one of the coolest hands I know, but I don't see that I can be of any use to him, or why the devil I should. I say, old fellow, come out and have a weed, will you?" I raised my eyes. Miss Brandon had left the room. I don't know that her presence would have prevented his invitation, for Wylder's wooing was certainly of the coolest. So forth we sallied, and under the autumnal foliage, in the cool amber light of the declining evening, we enjoyed our cheroots. And with them Wylder his thoughts, and I the landscape, and the whistling of the birds, for we waxed Turkish and taciturn over our tobacco. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan FANU. Chapter 7. Relating how a London gentleman appeared in Redman's Dell. I believe the best rule in telling a story is to follow events chronologically. So let me mention that just about the time when Wylder and I were filming the trunks of the old trees with wreaths of lingering perfume, Miss Rachel Lake had an unexpected visitor. There is near the Hall a very pretty glen called Redman's Dell, very steep, with a stream running at the bottom of it, but so thickly wooded that in summer time you can only now and then catch a glimpse of the water gliding beneath you. Deep in this picturesque ravine, buried among the thick shadows of tall old trees, runs the narrow mill road, which lower down debouches on the end of the village street. There, in the transparent green shadow, stand the two mills: the old one, with A.D. 1679 and the Wylder arms and the eternal resurgam projecting over its door; and higher up, on a sort of platform, the steep bank rising high behind it, with its towering old wood overhanging and surrounding, upon a site where one of King Arthur's knights, of an autumn evening, as he rode solitary in quest of adventures, might have seen the peeping grey gable of an anchorite's chapel dimly through the gilded stems, and heard the drowsy tinkle of his vesper bell, stands an old and small 2-storied brick and timber house; and though the sun does not very often glimmer on its windows, it yet possesses an air of sad, old-world comfort. A little flower garden lies in front with a paling round it; but not every kind of flowers will grow there under the lordly shadow of the elms and chestnuts. This sequestered tenement bears the name of Redman's Farm, and its occupant was that Miss Lake whom I had met last night at Brandon Hall, and whose pleasure it was to live here in independent isolation. There she is now, busy in her tiny garden, with the birds twittering about her, and the yellow leaves falling, and her thick gauntlets on her slender hands. How fresh and pretty she looks in that sad sylvan solitude, with the background of the dull crimson brick and the climbing roses. Bars of sunshine fall through the branches above, across the thick tapestry of blue, yellow, and crimson that glow so richly upon their deep green ground. There is not much to be done just now, I fancy, in the gardening way; but work is found or invented, for sometimes the hour is dull, and that bright, spirited, and at heart it may be bitter exile will make out life somehow. There is music and drawing. There are flowers, as we see, and 2 or 3 correspondents, and walks into the village, and her dark cousin Dorcas drives down sometimes in the pony carriage, and is not always silent; and indeed they are a good deal together. This young lady's little Eden, though overshadowed and encompassed with the solemn sylvan cloister of nature's building, and vocal with sounds of innocence, the songs of birds, and sometimes those of its young mistress, was no more proof than the Mesopotamian haunt of our first parents against the intrusion of darker spirits. So as she worked, she lifted up her eyes, and beheld a rather handsome young man standing at the little wicket of her garden, with his gloved hand on the latch; a man of fashion, a town man, his dress bespoke him; smooth cheeks, light brown curling moustache, and eyes very peculiar both in shape and colour, and something of elegance of finish in his other features, and of general grace in the coup d'oeil, struck one at a glance. He was smiling silently and slyly on Rachel, who, with a little cry of surprise, said, "Oh, Stanley, is it you?" And before he could answer she had thrown her arms about his neck and kissed him 2 or 3 times. Laughingly, half resisting, the young man waited till her enthusiastic salutation was over, and with one gloved hand caressingly on her shoulder, and with the other smoothing his ruffled moustache, he laughed a little more, a quiet, low laugh. He was not addicted to stormy greetings, and patted his sister's shoulder gently, his arm a little extended, like a man who tranquillises a frolicsome pony. "Yes, Raddie, you see I've found you out," and his eye wandered, still smiling oddly, over the front of her quaint habitation. "And how have you been, Raddie?" "Oh, very well. No life like a gardener's. Early hours, work, air, and plenty of quiet." And the young lady laughed. "You are a wonderful lass, Raddie." "Thank you, dear. And what do you call this place?" "The Happy Valley, I call it. Don't you remember Rasselas?" "No," he said, looking round him. "I don't think I was ever there." "You horrid dunce! It's a book, but a stupid one; so no matter," laughed Miss Rachel, giving him a little slap on the shoulder with her slender fingers. His reading, you see, lay more in circulating library lore, and he was not deep in Johnson, as few of us would be, I'm afraid, if it were not for Boswell. "It's a confounded deal more like the Valley of the Shadow of Death in Pilgrim's Progress, you remember, that old Tamar used to read to us in the nursery," replied Master Stanley, who had never enjoyed being quizzed by his sister, not being blessed with a remarkably sweet temper. "If you don't like my scenery, come in, Stanley, and admire my decorations. You must tell me all the news, and I'll show you my house, and amaze you with my housekeeping. Dear me, how long it is since I've seen you!" So she led him in by the arm to her tiny drawing room, and he laid his hat and stick and grey paletot on her little marquetry table, and sat down and looked languidly about him, with a sly smile, like a man amused. "It is an odd fancy, living alone here." "An odd necessity, Stanley." "Aren't you afraid of being robbed and murdered, Raddie?" he said, leaning forward to smell at the pretty bouquet in the little glass, and turning it listlessly round. "There are lots of those burglar fellows going about, you know." "Thank you, dear, for reminding me. But somehow I'm not the least afraid. There hasn't been a robbery in this neighbourhood, I believe, for 800 years. The people never think of shutting their doors here in summer time till they are going to bed, and then only for form's sake; and beside, there's nothing to rob, and I really don't much mind being murdered." He looked round, and smiled on, as before, like a man contemptuously amused, but sleepily withal. "You are very oddly housed, Raddie." "I like it," she said quietly, also with a glance round her homely drawing room. "What do you call this, your boudoir or parlour?" "I call it my drawing room, but it's anything you please." "What very odd people our ancestors were," he mused on. "They lived, I suppose, out of doors, like the cows, and only came into their sheds at night, when they could not see the absurd ugliness of the places they inhabited. I could not stand upright in this room with my hat on. Lots of rats, I fancy, Raddie, behind that wainscoting. What's that horrid work of art against the wall?" "A shell work cabinet, dear. It is not beautiful, I allow. If I were strong enough, or poor old Tamar, I should have it put away; and now that you're here, Stanley, I think I'll make you carry it out to the lobby for me." "I should not like to touch it, dear Raddie. And pray, how do you amuse yourself here? How on earth do you get over the day, and worse still, the evenings?" "Very well well enough. I make a very good sort of a nun, and a capital housemaid. I work in the garden, I mend my dresses, I drink tea; and when I choose to be dissipated, I play and sing for old Tamar. Why did not you ask how she is? I do believe, Stanley, you care for no one but—" She was going to say yourself. She said instead, however, but "perhaps the least in the world for me, and that not very wisely," she continued, a little fiercely; "for from the moment you saw me, you've done little else than try to disgust me more than I am with my penury and solitude. What do you mean? You always have a purpose. Will you ever learn to be frank and straightforward, and speak plainly to those whom you ought to trust, if not to love? What are you driving at, Stanley?" He looked up with a gentle start, like one recovering from a reverie, and said, with his yellow eyes fixed for a moment on his sister before they dropped again to the carpet, "You're miserably poor, Rachel. Upon my word, I believe you haven't clear 200 a year. I'll drink some tea, please, if you've got any, and if it isn't too much trouble. And it strikes me as very curious you like living in this really very humiliating state." "I don't intend to go out for a governess, if that's what you mean; nor is there any privation in living as I do. Perhaps you think I ought to go and housekeep for you." "Why, I really don't know, Raddie, where I shall be. I'm not of any regiment now." "Why, you have not sold out? She flushed and suddenly grew pale, for she was afraid something worse might have happened, having no great confidence in her brother. But she was relieved. "I have sold my commission." She looked straight at him with large eyes and compressed lips, and nodded her head 2 or 3 times, just murmuring, "Well, well, well." Women never understand these things. The army is awfully expensive. I mean, of course, a regiment like ours, and the interest of the money is better to me than my pay. And see, Rachel, there's no use in lecturing me, so don't let us quarrel. We're not very rich, you and I, and we each know our own affairs, you yours and I mine, best." There was something by no means pleasant in his countenance when his temper was stirred, and a little thing sometimes sufficed to do so. Rachel treated him with a sort of deference, a little contemptuous perhaps, such as spoiled children receive from indulgent elders, and she looked at him steadily, with a faint smile and arched brows for a little while, and an undefinable expression of puzzle and curiosity. "You are a very amusing brother, if not a very cheery or a very useful one, Stanley." She opened the door, and called across the little hall into the homely kitchen of the mansion. "Tamar, dear, Master Stanley's here, and wishes to see you." "Oh, yes, poor dear old Tamar," says the gentleman with a gentle little laugh. "I suppose she's as frightful as ever, that worthy woman. Certainly she is awfully like a ghost. I wonder, Radie, you're not afraid of her at night in this cheerful habitation. I should, I know. A ghost, indeed, the ghost of old times, an ugly ghost enough for many of us. Poor Tamar, she was always very kind to you, Stanley." And just then old Tamar opened the door. I must allow there was something very unpleasant about that worthy old woman, and not being under any personal obligations to her, I confess my acquiescence in the spirit of Captain Lake's remarks. She was certainly perfectly neat and clean, but white predominated unpleasantly in her costume. Her cotton gown had once had a pale pattern over it, but wear and washing had destroyed its tints, till it was no better than white, with a mottling of grey. She had a large white kerchief pinned with a grisly precision across her breast, and a white linen cap tied under her chin, fitting close to her head like a child's nightcap, such as they wore in my young days, and destitute of border or frilling about the face. It was a dress very odd and unpleasant to behold, and suggested the idea of an hospital, or a madhouse, or death, in an undefined way. She was past 60, with a mournful, puckered, and puffy face, tinted all over with a thin gamboge and burnt sienna glazing, and very blue under the eyes, which showed a great deal of their watery whites. This old woman had in her face an air, along with an expression of suspicion and anxiety, a certain character of decency and respectability, which made her altogether a puzzling and unpleasant apparition. Being taciturn and undemonstrative, she stood at the door, looking with as pleased a countenance as so sad a portrait could wear upon the young gentleman. He got up at his leisure, and greeted old Tamar with his sleepy, amused sort of smile, and a few trite words of kindness. So Tamar withdrew to prepare tea, and he said all at once, with a sudden accession of energy, and an unpleasant momentary glare in his eyes, "You know, Rachel, this sort of thing is all nonsense. You cannot go on living like this. You must marry. You shall marry. Mark Wylder is down here, and he has got an estate and a house, and it is time he should marry you." "Mark Wylder is here to marry my cousin, Dorcas; and if he had no such intention, and were as free as you are, and again to urge his foolish suit upon his knees, Stanley, I would die rather than accept him." "It was not always so foolish a suit, Radie," answered her brother, his eyes once more upon the carpet. "Why should not he do as well as another? You liked him well enough once." The young lady coloured rather fiercely. "I am not a girl of 17 now, Stanley, and besides, I hate him." "What damned nonsense! I really beg your pardon, Radie, but it is precious stuff. You are quite unreasonable. You've no cause to hate him. He dropped you because you dropped him. It was only prudent. He had not a guinea. But now it is different, and he must marry you." The young lady stared with a haughty amazement upon her brother. "I've made up my mind to speak to him, and if he won't, I promise you he shall leave the country," said the young man gently, just lifting his yellow eyes for a second, with another unpleasant glare. "I almost think you're mad, Stanley; and if you do anything so insane, sure I am you'll rue it while you live; and wherever he is I'll find him out, and acquit myself, with the scorn I owe him, of any share in a plot so unspeakably mean and absurd." "Brava, brava! You're a heroine, Raddy. And why the devil," he continued in a changed tone, "do you apply those insolent terms to what I propose doing?" I wish I could find words strong enough to express my horror of your plot, a plot every way disgusting. You plainly know something to Mark Wylder's discredit, and you mean, Stanley, to coerce him by fear into a marriage with your penniless sister, who hates him. Sir, do you pretend to be a gentleman?" "I rather think so," he said, with a quiet sneer. "Give up every idea of it this moment. Has it not struck you that Mark Wylder may possibly know something of you would not have published?" "I don't think he does. What do you mean?" "On my life, Stanley, I'll acquaint Mr. Wylder this evening with what you meditate, and the atrocious liberty you presume yes, sir, though you are my brother, the atrocious liberty you dare to take with my name, unless you promise, upon your honour, now and here, to dismiss for ever the odious and utterly resultless scheme." Captain Lake looked very angry after his fashion, but said nothing. He could not at any time have very well defined his feelings toward his sister, but mingling in them, certainly, was a vein of unacknowledged dread, and, shall I say, respect. He knew she was resolute, fierce of will, and prompt in action, and not to be bullied. "There's more in this, Stanley, than you care to tell me. You have not troubled yourself a great deal about me, you know, and I'm no worse off now than any time for the last 3 years. You've not come down here on my account, that is, altogether; and be your plans what they may, you shan't mix my name in them. What you please, wise or foolish, you'll do in what concerns yourself. You always have, without consulting me. But I tell you again, Stanley, unless you promise, upon your honour, to forbear all mention of my name, I will write this evening to Lady Chelford, apprising her of your plans, and of my own disgust and indignation, and requesting her son's interference. Do you promise?" "There's no such haste, Raddy. I only mentioned it. If you don't like it, of course it can lead to nothing. And there's no use in my speaking to Wylder, and so there's an end of it." "There may be some use, a purpose in which neither my feelings nor interest have any part. I venture to say, Stanley, your plans are all for yourself. You want to extort some advantage from Wylder, and you think, in his present situation, about to marry Dorcas, you can use me for the purpose. Thank heaven, sir, you committed for once the rare indiscretion of telling the truth; and unless you make me the promise I require, I will take, before evening, such measures as will completely exculpate me. Once again, do you promise?" "Yes, Raddy, of course I promise." "Upon your honour?" "Upon my honour. There." "I believe you gentlemen dragoons observe that oath." "I hope so." "If you choose to break it, you may give me some trouble, but you shan't compromise me. And now, Stanley, one word more. I fancy Mr. Wylder is a resolute man. None of the Wylders wanted courage." Captain Lake was by this time smiling his sly, sleepy smile upon his French boots. "If you have formed any plan which depends upon frightening him, it is a desperate one. All I can tell you, Stanley, is this, that if I were a man, and an attempt made to extort from me any sort of concession by terror, I would shoot the miscreant who made it through the head, like a highwayman." "What the devil are you talking about?" said he. "About your danger," she answered. "For once in your life, listen to reason. Mark Wylder is as prompt as you, and has 10 times your nerve and sense. You are more likely to have committed yourself than he. Take care. He may retaliate your threat by a counter move more dreadful. I know nothing of your doings, Stanley, heaven forbid, but be warned, or you'll rue it." "Why, Raddy, you know nothing of the world. Do you suppose I'm quite demented? Ask a gentleman for his estate, or watch, because I know something to his disadvantage. Why, dear Raddy, every man who has ever been on terms of intimacy with another must know things to his disadvantage, but no one thinks of telling them. The world would not tolerate it. It would prejudice the betrayer at least as much as the betrayed. I don't affect to be angry, or talk romance and heroics, because you fancy such stuff; but I assure you—" "When will that old woman give me a cup of tea?" "I assure you, Raddy, there's nothing in it." Rachel made no reply, but she looked steadfastly and uneasily upon the enigmatical face and downcast eyes of the young man. "Well, I hope so," she said at last, with a sigh and a slight sense of relief. Chapter 8
of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le FANU. Chapter 8, in which Captain Lake takes his hat and stick. So the young people sitting in the little drawing-room of Redman's Farm pursued their dialogue. Rachel Lake had spoken last, and it was the captain's turn to speak next. "Do you remember Miss Beauchamp, Radie?" he asked rather suddenly, after a very long pause. "Miss Beauchamp? Oh, to be sure, you mean little Caroline. Yes, she must be quite grown up by this time. 5 years. She promised to be pretty. What of her?" Rachel, very flushed and agitated still, was now trying to speak as usual. "She is good looking. A little coarse, some people think," resumed the young man, "but handsome. Black eyes, black hair, rather on a large scale, but certainly handsome. A style I admire rather, though it is not very refined, nor at all classic. But I like her, and I wish you'd advise me." He was talking, after his wont, to the carpet. "Oh!" she exclaimed with a gentle sort of derision. "You mean," he said, looking up for a moment with a sudden stare, "she has got money. Of course she has. I could not afford to admire her if she had not. But I see you are not just now in a mood to trouble yourself about my nonsense. We can talk about it tomorrow. And tell me now, how do you get on with the Brandon people?" Rachel was curious, and would, if she could, have recalled that sarcastic "oh" which had postponed the story. But she was also a little angry, and with anger there was pride, which would not stoop to ask for the revelation which he chose to defer. So she said, "Dorcas and I are very good friends, but I don't know very well what to make of her. Only I don't think she's quite so dull and apathetic as I at first supposed. But still I'm puzzled. She is either absolutely uninteresting or very interesting indeed, and I can't say which." "Does she like you?" he asked. "I really don't know. She tolerates me, like everything else, and I don't flatter her, and we see a good deal of one another upon those terms, and I have no complaint to make of her. She has some aversions, but no quarrels, and has a sort of laziness, mental, bodily, and moral, that is sublime, but provoking, and sometimes I admire her, and sometimes I despise her, and I do not yet know which feeling is the juster." "Surely she is woman enough to be fussed a little about her marriage?" "Oh dear no, she takes the whole affair with a queen-like and supernatural indifference. She is either a fool or a very great philosopher, and there is something grand in the serene obscurity that envelops her." And Rachel laughed a very little. "I must, I suppose, pay my respects, but tomorrow will be time enough. What pretty little teacups, Radie. Quite charming. Old cock china, isn't it? These were Aunt Jemima's, I think." "Yes, they used to stand on the little marble table between the windows." Old Tamar had glided in while they were talking, and placed the little tea equipage on the table unnoticed, and the captain was sipping his cup of tea and inspecting the pattern while his sister amused him. "This place, I suppose, is confoundedly slow, is it not? Do they entertain the neighbours ever at Brandon?" "Sometimes, when old Lady Chelford and her son are staying there." "But the neighbours can't entertain them, I fancy, or you. What a dreary thing a dinner party made up of such people must be, like Aesop's fables, where the cows and sheep converse." "And sometimes a wolf or a fox," she said. "Well, Radie, I know you mean me, but as you wish it, I'll carry my fangs elsewhere. And what has become of Will Wylder?" "Oh, he's in the church." "Quite right, the only thing he was fit for." And Captain Lake laughed like a man who enjoys a joke slyly. "And where is poor Billy quartered?" "Not quite half a mile away. He has got the vicarage of Naunton Friars." "Oh, then, Will is not quite such a fool as we took him for." "It is worth just £180 a year, but he's very far from a fool." "Yes, of course. He knows Greek poets and Latin fathers and all the rest of it. I don't mean he ever was plucked. I dare say he's the kind of fellow you would like very well, Radie." And his sly eyes had a twinkle in them which seemed to say, "Perhaps I've divined your secret." "And so I do. And I like his wife too, very much." "His wife! So William has married on £180 a year!" And the captain laughed quietly, but very pleasantly again. "Oh, a very little more at all events, and I think they are about the happiest, and I'm sure they are the best people in this part of the world." "Well, Radie, I'll see you tomorrow again. You preserve your good looks wonderfully. I wonder you haven't become an old woman here." And he kissed her and went his way with a slight wave of his hand and his odd smile as he closed the little garden gate after him. He turned to his left, walking down towards the town, and the innocent green trees hid him quickly, and the gush and tinkle of the clear brook rose faint and pleasantly through the leaves from the depths of the glen and refreshed her ear after his unpleasant talk. She was flushed and felt oddly, a little stunned and strange, although she had talked lightly and easily enough. "I forgot to ask him where he is staying. The Brandon Arms, I suppose. I don't at all like his coming down here after Mark Wylder. What can he mean? He certainly never would have taken the trouble for me. What can he want of Mark Wylder? I think he knew old Mr. Beauchamp. He may be a trustee, but that's not likely. Mark Wylder was not the person for any such office. I hope Stanley does not intend trying to extract money from him. Anything rather than that degradation, than that villainy. Stanley was always impracticable, perverse, deceitful, and so foolish with all his cunning and suspicion. So very foolish. Poor Stanley. He's so unscrupulous. And I don't know what to think. He said he could force Mark Wylder to leave the country. It must be some bad secret. If he tries and fails, I suppose he will be ruined. I don't know what to think. I never was so uneasy. He will blast himself and disgrace all connected with him, and it is quite useless speaking to him. Perhaps if Rachel Lake had been in Belgravia, leading a town life, the matter would have taken no such dark colouring and portentous proportions. But living in a small house in a dark glen, with no companion and little to occupy her, it was different. She looked down the silent way he had so lately taken, and repeated, rather bitterly, "My only brother, my only brother, my only brother!" That young lady was not quite a pauper, though she may have thought so. Comparatively, indeed, she was, but not, I venture to think, absolutely. She had just that symmetrical £300 a year, which the famous Dean of St. Patrick's tells us he so often wished that he had clear. She had had some money in the funds besides, still more insignificant, but this her brother Stanley had borrowed and begged piecemeal, and the consols were no more. But though something of a nun in her way of life, there was no germ of the old maid in her, and money was not often in her thoughts. It was not a bad dot, and her brother Stanley had about twice as much, and therefore was much better off than many a younger son of a duke. But these young people, after the manner of men, were spited with fortune, and indeed they had some cause. Old General Lake had once had more than £10,000 a year, and lived, until the crash came, in the style of a vicious old prince. It was a great break-up, and a worse fall for Rachel than for her brother, when the plate, coaches, pictures, and all the valuable effects of old Tiberius went to the hammer, and he himself vanished from his clubs and other haunts, and lived only, a thin intermittent rumour surmised, to be in jail or in Guernsey, and quite forgotten soon, and a little later actually dead and buried. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 9. I See the Ring of the Persian Magician. "That's a devilish fine girl," said Mark Wylder. He was sitting at this moment on the billiard table, with his coat off and his cue in his hand, and had lighted a cigar. He and I had just had a game, and were tired of it. "Who?" I asked. He was looking on me from the corners of his eyes, and smiling in a sly, rakish way that no man likes in another. "Radie Lake. She's a splendid girl, by Jove! Don't you think so? And she liked me once devilish well, I can tell you. She was thin then, but she's plumped out a bit, and improved every way." Whatever else he was, Mark was certainly no beauty. A little short he was, and rather square, one shoulder a thought higher than the other, and a slight energetic hitch in it when he walked. His features in profile had something of a Grecian character, but his face was too broad, very brown, rather bloodless brown, and he had a pair of great, dense, vulgar black whiskers. He was very vain of his teeth, his only really good point, for his eyes were a small, cunning, grey pair, and this perhaps was the reason why he had contracted his habit of laughing and grinning a good deal more than the fun of the dialogue always warranted. This sea monster smoked here as unceremoniously as he would have done in Rhee's Divan, and I only wonder he did not call for brandy and water. He had either grown coarser a great deal, or I more decent, during our separation. He talked of his fiancée as he might of an opera girl almost, and was now discussing Miss Lake in the same style. Yes, she is. She's very well. But hang it, Wylder, you're a married man now, and must give up talking that way. People won't like it, you know. They'll take it to mean more than it does, and you oughtn't. Let's have another game. By and by, what do you think of Larkin? Asked Wylder, with a sly glance from the corners of his eyes. I think he prays rather more than is good for his clients. Mind, I spell it with an A, not with an E. But hang it, for an attorney, you know, and such a sharp chap, it does seem to me rather a joke, eh? He bears a good character among the townspeople, doesn't he? And I don't see that it can do him any harm, remembering that he has a soul to be saved. Or the other thing, eh? Laughed Wylder. But I think he comes it a little too strong. 2 sermons last Sunday, and a prayer meeting at 9 o'clock? Well, it won't do him any harm, I repeated. Harm? Oh, let Josiah Larkin alone for that. It gets him all the religious business of the county, and there are nice pickings among the charities and endowments and purchases of building sites and trust deeds. I dare say it brings him in 200 or 300 a year, eh? And Wylder laughed again. It has broken up his hard, proud heart, he says, but it left him a devilish hard head, I told him, and I think it sharpens his wits. I rather think you'll find him a useful man, and to be so in his line of business he must have his wits about him, I can tell you. He amused me devilishly, said Wylder, with a sort of exhortation he treated me to. He's a delightfully impudent chap, and gave me to understand I was a limb of the devil, and he a saint. I told him I was better than he, in my humble opinion, and so I am, by chalks. I know very well I'm a miserable sinner, but there's mercy above, and I don't hide my faults. I don't set up for a light or a saint. I'm just what the prayer book says, neither more nor less, a miserable sinner. There's only one good thing I can safely say for myself. I am no Pharisee, that's all. I air no religious prig, puffing myself, and trusting to forms, making long prayers in the market-place (Mark's quotations were paraphrastic), and thinking of nothing but the uppermost seats in the synagogue, and broad borders, and the praise of men. Hang them, I hate those fellows. So Mark, like other men we meet with, was proud of being a publican, and his prayer was, 'I thank thee that I am not as other men are, spiritually proud, formalists, hypocrites, or even as this Pharisee.' 'Do you wish another game?' I asked. 'Just now,' said Wylder, emitting first a thin stream of smoke, and watching its ascent. 'Dorcas is the belle of the county, and she likes me, though she's odd, and don't show it the way other girls would. But a fellow knows pretty well when a girl likes him, and you know the marriage is a sensible sort of thing, and I'm determined, of course, to carry it through. But hang it, a fellow can't help thinking sometimes there are other things besides money, and Dorcas is not my style. Rachel's more that way. She's a tremendious fine girl, by Jove, and a spirited minx too, and I think,' he added with an oath, having first taken 2 puffs at his cigar, 'if I had seen her first, I'd have thought twice before I'd have got myself into this business.' I only smiled and shook my head. I did not believe a word of it. Yet perhaps I was wrong. He knew very well how to take care of his money. In fact, compared with other young fellows, he was a bit of a screw. But he could do a handsome and generous thing for himself. His selfishness would expand nobly, and rise above his prudential considerations, and drown them sometimes; and he was the sort of person who, if the fancy were strong enough, might marry in haste, and repent, and make his wife, too, repent, at leisure. 'What do you laugh at, Charlie?' said Wylder, grinning himself. 'At your confounded grumbling, Mark. The luckiest dog in England. Will nothing content you?' 'Why, I grumble very little, I think, considering how well off I am,' rejoined he, with a laugh. 'Grumble! If you had a particle of gratitude, you'd build a temple to Fortune. You're pagan enough for it, Mark.' 'Fortune has nothing to do with it,' says Mark, laughing again. 'Well, certainly neither had you. It was all the devil. I'm not joking, Charlie, upon my word, though I'm laughing.' Mark swore now and then, but I take leave to soften his oaths. 'It was the Persian magician.' 'Come, Mark, say what you mean.' I mean what I say. When we were in the Persian Gulf near 6 years ago, I was in command of the ship. The captain, you see, was below with a hurt in his leg. We had very rough weather, a gale for 2 days and a night almost, and a heavy swell after. In the night time we picked up 3 poor devils in an open boat. One was a Persian merchant with a grand beard. We called him the magician, he was so like the pictures of Aladdin's uncle. Why, he was an African, I interposed, my sense of accuracy offended. I don't care a curse what he was, rejoined Mark. He was exactly like the picture in the story books. And as we were lying off, I forget the cursed name of it, he begged me to put him ashore. He could not speak a word of English, but one of the fellows with him interpreted, and they were all anxious to get ashore. Poor devils, they had a notion, I believe, we were going to sell them for slaves, and he made me a present of a ring, and told me a long yarn about it. It was a talisman, it seems, and no one who wore it could ever be lost. So I took it for a keepsake. Here it is. And he extended his stumpy brown little finger, and showed a thick, coarsely made ring of gold, with an uncut red stone, of the size of a large cherry stone, set in it. "The stone is a humbug," said Wylder. "It's not real. I showed it to Platten and Foyle. It's some sort of glass. But I would not part with it. I got a fancy into my head that luck would come with it, and maybe that glass stuff was the thing that had the virtue in it. Now look at these Persian letters on the inside, for that's the oddest thing about it. Hang it, I can't pull it off. I'm growing as fat as a pig. But they are like a queer little string of flowers, and I showed it to a clever fellow at Malta, a missionary chap, and he read it off slick, and what do you think it means? 'I will come up again.' And he swore a great oath. It's as true as you stand there. Our motto. Is not it odd? So I got the resurgam you see there engraved round it, and by Jove, it did bring me up. I was near lost, and did rise again. Eh?" Well, it certainly was a curious accident. Mark had plenty of odd and not unamusing lore. Men who beat about the world in ships usually have, and these yarns, furnished after the pattern of Othello's tales of anthropophagites and men whose heads do grow between their shoulders, one of the many varieties of fascination which he practised on the fair sex. Only in justice to Mark, I must say that he was by no means so shameless a drawer of the long bow as the Venetian gentleman and officer. When I got this ring, Charlie, 300 a year and a London life would have been Peru and paradise to poor Pill Garlic, and see what it has done for me. Ay, and better than Aladdin's, for you need not rub it and bring up that confounded ugly genie. The slave of your ring works unseen." "So he does," laughed Wylder, in a state of elation, "and he's not done working yet, I can tell you. When the estates are joined in one, they'll be good 11,000 a year. And Larkin says, with smart management, I shall have a rental of 13,000 before 3 years. And that's only the beginning, by George! Sir Henry Twisden can't hold his seat. He's all but broke, as poor as Job, and the gentry hate him, and he lives abroad. He has had a hint or two already, and he'll never fight the next election. D'ye see? Eh?" And Wylder winked and grinned with a wag of his head. "M.P., eh? You did not see that before. I look ahead a bit, eh? And can take my turn at the wheel, eh?" And he laughed with cunning exultation. "Miss Rachel will find I'm not quite such a lubber as she fancies. But even then it has only begun. Come, Charlie, you used to like a bet. What do you say? I'll buy you that 25-guinea book of pictures. What's its name? If you give me 300 guineas 1 month after I'm a peer of Parliament. Eh? There's a sporting offer for you. Well, what do you say, eh?" "You mean to come out as an orator, then?" "Orator be diddled. Do you take me for a fool? No, Charlie, but I'll come out strong as a voter. That's the stuff they like. At the right side, of course. And that is the way to manage it. 13,000 a year, the oldest family in the county, and a steady, thick and thin supporter of the minister. Strong points, eh, Charlie? Well, do you take my offer?" I laughed and declined, to his great elation, and just then the gong sounded, and we were away to our toilets. While making my toilet for dinner, I amused myself by conjecturing whether there could be any foundation in fact for Mark's boast, that Miss Brandon liked him. Women are so enigmatical, some in everything, all in matters of the heart. Don't they sometimes actually admire what is repulsive? Does not brutality in our sex, and even rascality, interest them sometimes? Don't they often affect indifference, and occasionally even aversion, where there is a different sort of feeling? As I went down, I heard Miss Lake chatting with her queen-like cousin near an open door on the lobby. Rachel Lake was indeed a very constant guest at the Hall, and the servants paid her much respect, which I look upon as a sign that the young heiress liked her and treated her with consideration. And indeed there was an insubordinate and fiery spirit in that young lady which would have brooked nothing less, and dreamed of nothing but equality. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Lapidus. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 10. The Ace of Hearts. Who should I find in the drawing-room, talking fluently and smiling after his wont to old Lady Chelford, who seemed to receive him very graciously, for her at least, but Captain Stanley Lake! I can't quite describe to you the odd and unpleasant sort of surprise which that very gentlemanlike figure, standing among the Brandon household gods at this moment, communicated to me. I thought of the few odd words and looks that had dropped from Wylder about him with an ominous pang as I looked, and I felt somehow as if there were some occult relation between that confused prelude of Wylder's and the Mephistophelian image that had risen up almost upon the spot where it was spoken. I glanced round for Wylder, but he was not there. "You know Captain Lake?" said Lord Chelford, addressing me, and Lake turned round upon me, a little abruptly, his odd yellowish eyes, a little like those of the sea-eagle, and the ghost of his smile that flickered on his singularly pale face, with a stern and insidious look, confronted me. There was something evil and shrinking in his aspect, which I felt with a sort of chill, like the commencing fascination of a serpent. I often thought, since, that he had expected to see Wylder before him. The churchyard meteor expired. There was nothing in a moment but his ordinary smile of recognition. "You're surprised to see me here," he said in his very pleasing low tones. "I lighted on him in the village, and I knew Miss Brandon would not forgive me if I allowed him to go away without coming here." He had his hand upon Lake's shoulder. "They are cousins, you know. We are all cousins. I'm bad at genealogies. My mother could tell us all about it. We, Brandons, Lakes, Wylders, and Chelfords." At this moment Miss Brandon entered, with her brilliant cousin Rachel. The blonde and the dark, it was a dazzling contrast. So Chelford led Stanley Lake before the lady of the castle. I thought of the fair Brunesende, with the captive knight in the hands of her seneschal before her, and I fancied he said something of having found him trespassing in her town, and brought him up for judgment. Whatever Lord Chelford said, Miss Brandon received it very graciously, and even with a momentary smile. I wonder she did not smile oftener, it became her so. But her greeting to Captain Lake was more than usually haughty and frozen, and her features, I fancied, particularly proud and pale. It seemed to me to indicate a great deal more than mere indifference, something of aversion, and nearer to a positive emotion than anything I had yet seen in that exquisitely apathetic face. How was it that this man with the yellow eyes seemed to glean from them an influence of pain or disturbance, wherever almost he looked? "Shake hands with your cousin, my dear," said old Lady Chelford, peremptorily. The little scene took place close to her chair, and upon this stage direction the little piece of by-play took place, and the young lady coldly touched the captain's hand, and passed on. Young as he was, Stanley Lake was an old man of the world, not to be disconcerted, and never saw more than exactly suited him. Waiting in the drawing-room, I had some entertaining talk with Miss Lake. Her conversation was lively, and rather bold, not at all in the coarse sense, but she struck me as having formed a system of ethics and views of life, both good-humoured and sarcastic, and had carried into her rustic sequestration the melancholy and precocious lore of her early London experience. When Lord Chelford joined us, I perceived that Wylder was in the room, and saw a very cordial greeting between him and Lake. The captain appeared quite easy and cheerful, but Mark, I thought, notwithstanding his laughter and general jollity, was uncomfortable, and I saw him once or twice, when Stanley's eye was not upon him, glance sharply on the young man with an uneasy and not very friendly curiosity. At dinner Lake was easy and amusing. That meal passed off rather pleasantly, and when we joined the ladies in the drawing-room, the good vicar's enthusiastic little wife came to meet us, in one of her honest little raptures. "Now here's a thing worth your looking at. Did you ever see anything so beautiful in your life? It is such a darling little thing, and look now, is not it magnificent?" She arrested the file of gentlemen just by a large lamp, before whose effulgence she presented the subject of her eulogy, one of those costly trifles which announce the approach of Hymen, as flowers spring up before the rosy steps of May. Well, it was pretty. French, I dare say. A little set of tablets. A toy. The cover of enamel, studded in small jewels, with a slender border of symbolic flowers, and with a heart in the centre, a mosaic of little carbuncles, rubies, and other red and crimson stones, placed with a view to light and shade. "Exquisite indeed," said Lord Chelford. "Is this yours, Mrs. Wylder?" "Mine, indeed!" laughed poor little Mrs. Dorothy. "Well, dear me, no, indeed!" and in an earnest whisper close in his ear, "A present to Miss Brandon, and the donor is not 100 miles away from your elbow, my lord." And she winked slyly, and laughed, with a little nod at Wylder. "Oh, I see. To be sure, really, Wylder, it does your taste infinite credit." "I'm glad you like it," says Wylder, chuckling benignantly on it, over his shoulder. "I believe I have a little taste that way. Those are all real, you know, those jewels." "Oh, yes, of course. Have you seen it, Captain Lake?" And he placed it in that gentleman's fingers, who now took his turn at the lamp, and contemplated the little parallelogram with a gleam of sly amusement. "What are you laughing at?" asked Wylder, a little snappishly. "I was thinking it's very like the Ace of Hearts," answered the captain softly, smiling on. "Fie, Lake, there's no poetry in you," said Lord Chelford, laughing. "Well, now, though, really, it is funny. It did not strike me before. But do you know, now, it is," laughs out jolly Mrs. Dolly, "isn't it? Look at it, do, Mr. Wylder. Isn't it like the Ace of Hearts?" Wylder was laughing rather redly, with the upper part of his face very surly, I thought. "Never mind, Wylder, it's the winning card," said Lord Chelford, laying his hand on his shoulder. Whereupon Lake laughed quietly, still looking on the Ace of Hearts with his sly eyes. And Wylder laughed too, more suddenly and noisily than the humour of the joke seemed quite to call for, and glanced a grim look from the corners of his eyes on Lake. But the gallant captain did not seem to perceive it, and after a few seconds more he handed it very innocently back to Mrs. Dorothy, only remarking, "Seriously, it is very pretty and appropriate." And Wylder, making no remark, helped himself to a cup of coffee, and then to a glass of curaçao, and then looked industriously at a Spanish quarto of Don Quixote, and lastly walked over to me on the hearthrug. "What the d has he come down here for? It can't be for money, or balls, or play, and he has no honest business anywhere. Do you know?" "Lake? Oh, I really can't tell, but he'll soon tire of country life. I don't think he's much of a sportsman. Ha! Isn't he? I don't know anything about him, almost. But I hate him. Why should you, though? He's a very gentlemanlike fellow, and your cousin. My cousin, the devil's cousin, everyone's cousin. I don't know who's my cousin or who isn't, nor you don't, who've been for 10 years over those D.D. papers. But I think he's the nastiest dog I ever met. I took a dislike to him at first sight long ago, and that never happened me, but I was right. Wylder looked confoundedly angry and flustered, standing with his heels on the edge of the rug, his hands in his pockets, jingling some silver there, and glancing from under his red forehead sternly and unsteadily across the room. "He's not a man for country quarters. He'll soon be back in town, or to Brighton," I said. "If he doesn't, I will, that's all." Just to get him off this unpleasant groove with a little jolt, I said, "By the by, Wylder, you know the pictures here? Who is the tall man, with the long pale face, and wild phosphoric eyes? I was always afraid of him, in a long peruke, and dark red velvet coat, facing the hall door. I had a horrid dream about him last night." "That? Oh, I know. That's Lorne Brandon. He was one of our family devils, he was. A devil in a family now and then is not such a bad thing when there's work for him." All the time he was talking to me, his angry little eyes were following Lake. "They say he killed his son, a blackguard who was found shot, with his face in the tarn in the park. He was going to marry the gamekeeper's daughter, it was thought, and he and the old boy, who was for high blood and all that, were at loggerheads about it. It was not proved, only thought likely, which showed what a nice character he was. But he might have done worse. I suppose Miss Partridge would have had a precious lot of babbies, and who knows where the estate would have been by this time. I believe, Charlie," he recommenced suddenly, "there is not such an unnatural family on record as ours, is there? Ha, ha, ha! It's well to be distinguished in any line. I forget all the other good things he did, but he ended by shooting himself through the head in his bedroom, and that was not the worst thing ever he did." And Wylder laughed again, and began to whistle very low, not, I fancy, for want of thought, but as a sort of accompaniment thereto, for he suddenly said, "And where is he staying?" "Who, Lake?" "Yes." "I don't know, but I think he mentioned Larkins's house, didn't he? I'm not quite sure. I suppose he thinks I'm made of money. By Jove, if he wants to borrow any, I'll surprise him, the cur! I'll talk to him! Ha, ha, ha!" And Wylder chuckled angrily, and the small change in his pocket tinkled fiercely as his eye glanced on the graceful captain, who was entertaining the ladies, no doubt, very agreeably in the distance. End of chapter 10. Recording by Rachel Lapidus. Chapter number 11 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Lapidus. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 11, in which Lake under the trees of Brandon and I in my chamber smoke our nocturnal cigars. Miss Lake declined the carriage tonight. Her brother was to see her home, and there was a leave-taking, and the young ladies whispered a word or two, and kissed, after the manner of their kind. To Captain Lake, Miss Brandon's adieux were as cold and haughty as her greeting. "Did you see that?" said Wylder in my ear with a chuckle. And, wagging his head, he added, rather loftily for him, "Miss Brandon, I reckon, has taken your measure, Master Stanley, as well as I. I wonder what the deuce the old dowager sees in him. Old women always like rascals." And he added something still less complimentary. I suppose the balance of attraction and repulsion was overcome by Miss Lake, much as he disliked Stanley, for Wylder followed them out with Lord Chelford to help the young lady into her cloak and goloshes, and I found myself near Miss Brandon for the first time that evening, and much to my surprise she was first to speak, and that rather strangely. "You seem to be very sensible, Mr. de Cresseron. Pray tell me, frankly, what do you think of all this?" "I am not quite sure, Miss Brandon, that I understand your question," I replied, inquiringly. "I mean of the family arrangements in which, as Mr. Wylder's friend, you seem to take an interest," she said. "There can hardly be a second opinion, Miss Brandon. I think it a very wise measure," I replied, much surprised. "Very wise, exactly. But don't these very wise things sometimes turn out very foolishly? Do you really think your friend, Mr. Wylder, cares about me?" "I take that for granted. In the nature of things it can hardly be otherwise," I replied, a good deal startled and perplexed by the curious audacity of her interrogatory. It was very foolish of me to expect from Mr. Wylder's friend any other answer. "You are very loyal, Mr. de Cresseron." And without awaiting my reply, she made some remark, which I forget, to Lady Chelford, who sat at a little distance, and, appearing quite absorbed in her new subject, she placed herself close beside the dowager, and continued to chat in a low tone. I was vexed with myself for having managed with so little skill a conversation which, opened so oddly and frankly, might have placed me on relations so nearly confidential with that singular and beautiful girl. I ought to have rejoiced, but we don't always see what most concerns our peace. In the meantime I had formed a new idea of her. She was so unreserved, it seemed, and yet in this directness there was something almost contemptuous. By this time Lord Chelford and Wylder returned, and, disgusted rather with myself, I ruminated on my want of generalship. In the meantime Miss Lake, with her hand on her brother's arm, was walking swiftly under the trees of the back avenue towards that footpath which, through wild copse and broken clumps near the park, emerges upon the still darker road which passes along the wooded glen by the mills and skirts the little paling of the recluse lady's garden. They had not walked far when Lake suddenly said, "What do you think of all this, Rady? This particular version, I mean, of marriage, à la monde, are they preparing up there?" And he made a little dip of his cane towards Brandon Hall, over his shoulder. "I really don't think Wylder cares twopence about her, or she about him," and Stanley Lake laughed gently and sleepily. "I don't think they pretend to like one another. It is quite understood. It was all, you know, old Lady Chelford's arrangement. And Dorcas is so supine, I believe she would allow herself to be given away by anyone, and to anyone, rather than be at the least trouble. She provokes me." "But I thought she liked Sir Harry Bracton. He's a good-looking fellow, and Queen's Bracton is a very nice thing, you know." "Yes, so they said, but that would, I think, have been worse. Something may be made of Mark Wylder. He has some sense and caution, has not he? But Sir Harry is wickedness itself." "Why, what has Sir Harry done? That is the way you women run away with things. If a fellow's been a little bit wild, he is Beelzebub at once. Bracton's a very good fellow, I can assure you. The fact is, Captain Lake, an accomplished player, made a pretty little revenue of Sir Harry's billiards, which were wild and noisy, and, liking his money, thought he liked himself. A confusion not uncommon. I don't know, and can't say, how you fine gentlemen define wickedness. Only, as an obscure female, I speak according to my lights, and he is generally thought the wickedest man in this county. Well, you know, Rady, women like wicked fellows. It is contrast, I suppose, but they do, and I'm sure, from what Bracton has said to me, I know him intimately, that Dorcas likes him, and I can't conceive why they are not married." "It is very happy, for her at least, they are not," said Rachel, and a long silence ensued. Their walk continued silent for the greater part. Neither was quite satisfied with the other, but Rachel at last said, "Stanley, you meditate some injury to Mark Wylder." "I, Rady?" he answered quietly. "Why on earth should you think so?" "I saw you twice watch him when you thought no one observed you, and I know your face too well, Stanley, to mistake." "Now that's impossible, Rady, for I really don't think I once thought of him all this evening. except just while we were talking." "You keep your secret as usual, Stanley," said the young lady. "Really, Radie, you're quite mistaken. I assure you, upon my honor, I've no secret. You're a very odd girl. Why won't you believe me?" Miss Rachel only glanced across her mufflers on his face. There was a bright moonlight, broken by the shadows of overhanging boughs and withered leaves, and the mottled lights and shadows glided oddly across his pale features. But she saw that he was smiling his sly, sleepy smile, and she said quietly, "Well, Stanley, I ask no more, but you don't deceive me." "I don't try. If your feelings indeed had been different, and that you had not made such a point, you know—" "Don't insult me, Stanley, by talking again as you did this morning. What I say is altogether on your own account. Mark my words, you'll find him too strong for you, aye, and too deep. I see very plainly that he suspects you as I do. You saw it too, for nothing of that kind escapes you. Whatever you meditate, he probably anticipates it. You know best, and you will find him prepared. You have given him time enough. You were always the same, close, dark, and crooked, and wise in your own conceit. I am very uneasy about it, whatever it is. I can't help it. It will happen, and most ominously I feel that you are courting a dreadful retaliation, and that you will bring on yourself a great misfortune. But it is quite vain, I know, speaking to you. Really, Radie, you're enough to frighten a poor fellow. You won't mind a word I say, and go on predicting all manner of mischief between me and Wylder, the very nature of which I can't surmise. Would you dislike my smoking a cigar, Radie?" "Oh, no," answered the young lady, with a little laugh and a heavy sigh, for she knew it meant silence, and her dark auguries grew darker. "To my mind there has always been something inexpressibly awful in family feuds. Mortal hatred seems to deepen and dilate into something diabolical in these perverted animosities. The mystery of their origin, their capacity for evolving latent faculties of crime, and the steady vitality with which they survive the hearse and speak their deep-mouthed malignities in every new-born generation, have associated them somehow in my mind with a spell of life exceeding and distinct from human and especial satanic action. My chamber, as I have mentioned, was upon the 3rd story. It was one of many, opening upon the long gallery, which had been the scene, 4 generations back, of that unnatural and bloody midnight duel, which had laid one scion of this ancient house in his shroud, and driven another a fugitive to the moral solitudes of a continental banishment. Much of the day, as I told you, had been passed among the grisly records of these old family crimes and hatreds. They had been an ill-conditioned and not a happy race. When I heard the servant's step traversing that long gallery, as it seemed to thee in haste to be gone, and when all grew quite silent, I began to feel a dismal sort of sensation, and lighted the pair of wax candles which I found upon the small writing-table. How wonderful and mysterious is the influence of light! What sort of beings must those be who hate it? The floor more than anything else showed the great age of the room. It was warped and arched all along by the wall between the door and the window. The portion of it which the carpet did not cover showed it to be oak, dark and rugged. My bed was unexceptionably comfortable, but, in my then mood, I could have wished it a great deal more modern. Its 4 posts were, like the rest of it, oak, well-nigh black, fantastically turned and carved, with a great urn-like capital and base, and shaped midway like a gigantic lance-handle. Its curtains were of thick and faded tapestry. I was always a lover of such antiquities, but I confess at that moment I would have vastly preferred a sprightly modern chintz and a trumpery little French bed in a corner of the Brandon Arms. There was a great lowering press of oak, and some shelves with withered green and gold leather borders. All the furniture belonged to other times. I would have been glad to hear a step stirring, or a cough even, or the gabble of servants at a distance, but there was a silence and desertion in this part of the mansion, which, somehow, made me feel that I was myself a solitary intruder on this level of the vast old house. I shan't trouble you about my train of thoughts or fancies. but I began to feel very like a gentleman in a ghost story, watching experimentally in a haunted chamber. My cigar case was a resource. I was not a bit afraid of being found out. I did not even take the precaution of smoking up the chimney. I boldly lighted my cheroot. I peeped through the dense window curtain. There were no shutters. A cold, bright moon was shining with clear, sharp lights and shadows. Everything looked strangely cold and motionless outside. The somber old trees, like gigantic hearse plumes, black and awful. The chapel lay full in view, where so many of the strange and equivocal race, under whose ancient roof-tree I then stood, were lying under their tombstones. Somehow I had grown nervous. A little bit of plaster tumbled down the chimney, and startled me confoundedly. Then some time after, I fancied I heard a creaking step on the lobby outside, and, candle in hand, opened the door, and looked out with an odd sort of expectation, and a rather agreeable disappointment upon vacancy. End of chapter 11. Recording by Rachel Lapidus.
Chapter 12 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 12. In which Uncle Lorne troubles me. I was growing most uncomfortably like one of Mrs. Anne Radcliffe's heroes, a nervous race of demigods. I walked like a sentinel up and down my chamber, puffing leisurely the solemn incense, and trying to think of the opera and my essay on Paradise Lost, and other pleasant subjects. But it would not do. Every now and then, as I turned towards the door, I fancied I saw it softly close. I can't the least say whether it was altogether fancy. It was with the corner, or as the Italians have it, the tail of my eye, that I saw, or imagined that I saw, this trifling but unpleasant movement. I called out once or twice sharply, "Come in! Who's there? Who's that?" and so forth, without any sort of effect, except that unpleasant reaction upon the nerves which follows the sound of one's own voice in a solitude of this kind. The fact is, I did not myself believe in that stealthy motion of my door, and set it down to one of those illusions which I have sometimes succeeded in analyzing, a half-seen combination of objects which, rightly placed in the due relations of perspective, have no mutual connection whatever. So I ceased to challenge the unearthly inquisitor, and allowed him, after a while, serenely enough, to peep as I turned my back, or to withdraw again as I made my regular right-about face. I had now got half-way in my second cheroot, and the clock clanged 1. It was a very still night, and the prolonged boom vibrated strangely in my excited ears and brain. I had never been quite such an ass before, but I do assure you I was now in an extremely unpleasant state. 1 o'clock was better, however, than 12, although, by Jove, the bell was beating 1, as I remember, precisely as that king of ghosts, old Hamlet, revisited the glimpses of the moon upon the famous platform of Elsinore. I had pondered too long over the lore of this satanic family, and drunk very strong tea, I suppose. I could not get my nerves into a comfortable state, and cheerful thoughts refused to inhabit the darkened chamber of my brain. As I stood in a sort of reverie, looking straight upon the door, I saw, and this time there could be no mistake whatsoever, the handle, the only modern thing about it, slowly turned, and the door itself, as slowly, pushed about a quarter open. I do not know what exclamation I made. The door was shut instantly, and I found myself standing at it, and looking out upon the lobby, with a candle in my hand, and actually freezing with foolish horror. I was looking towards the stair-head. The passage was empty, and ended in utter darkness. I glanced the other way, and thought I saw, though not distinctly, in the distance, a white figure, not gliding in the conventional way, but limping off with a sort of jerky motion, and in a second or two quite lost in darkness. I got into my room again, and shut the door with a clap that sounded loudly and unnaturally through the dismal quiet that surrounded me, and stood with my hand on the handle with the instinct of resistance. I felt uncomfortable, and I would have secured the door, but there was no sort of fastening within, so I paused. I did not mind looking out again. To tell you the plain truth, I was just a little bit afraid. Then I grew angry at having been put into such remote, and possibly suspected quarters, and then my comfortable scepticism supervened. I was yet to learn a great deal about this visitation. So in due course, having smoked my cheroot, I jerked the stump into the fire. Of course I could not think of depriving myself of candlelight, and being already of a thoughtful old bachelor temperament, and averse from burning houses, I placed one of my tall wax lights in a basin on the table by my bed, in which I soon effected a lodgment, and lay with a comparative sense of security. Then I heard 2 o'clock strike, but shortly after, as I suppose, sleep overtook me, and I have no distinct idea for how long my slumber lasted. The fire was very low when I awoke, and saw a figure, and a very odd one, seated by the embers, and stooping over the grate, with a pair of long hands expanded, as it seemed, to catch the warmth of the sinking fire. It was that of a very tall old man, entirely dressed in white flannel, a very long spencer, and some sort of white swathing about his head. His back was toward me, and he stooped without the slightest motion over the fireplace, in the attitude I have described. As I looked, he suddenly turned toward me, and fixed upon me a cold, and as it seemed, a wrathful gaze over his shoulder. It was a bleached and a long-chinned face, the countenance of Lorne's portrait, only more faded, sinister, and apathetic. And having, as it were, secured its awful command over me by a protracted gaze, he rose, supernaturally lean and tall, and drew near the side of my bed. I continued to stare upon this apparition with the most dreadful fascination I ever experienced in my life. For 2 or 3 seconds I literally could not move. When I did, I am not ashamed to confess, it was to plunge my head under the bedclothes with the childish instinct of terror, and there I lay breathless for what seemed to me not far from 10 minutes, during which there was no sound nor other symptom of its presence. On a sudden, the bedclothes were gently lifted at my feet, and I sprang backwards, sitting upright against the back of the bed, and once more under the gaze of that long-chinned old man. A voice, as peculiar as the appearance of the figure, said, "You are in my bed. I died in it a great many years ago. I am Uncle Lorne, and when I am not here, a devil goes up and down in the room. See, he had his face to your ear when I came in. I came from Dorcas Brandon's bedchamber door, where her evil angel told me a thing, and Mark Wylder must not seek to marry her, for he will be buried alive if he does, and he will, maybe, never get up again. Say your prayers when I go out, and come here no more." He paused, as if these incredible words were to sink into my memory, and then, in the same tone, and with the same countenance, he asked, "Is the blood on my forehead?" I don't know whether I answered. So soon as a calamity is within 12 hours, the blood comes upon my forehead as they found me in the morning. It is a sign. The old man then drew back slowly, and disappeared behind the curtains at the foot of the bed, and I saw no more of him during the rest of that odious night. So long as this apparition remained before me, I never doubted its being supernatural. I don't think mortal ever suffered horror more intense. My very hair was dripping with the cold moisture. For some seconds I hardly knew where I was. But soon a reaction came, and I felt convinced that the apparition was a living man. It was no process of reason or philosophy, but simply I became persuaded of it, and something like rage overcame my terrors. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 13 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le FANU. Chapter 13. The Pony Carriage. So soon as daylight came, I made a swift cold water toilet, and got out into the open air, with a solemn resolution to see the hated interior of that bedroom no more. When I met Lord Chelford in his early walk that morning, I'm sure I looked myself like a ghost, at all events, very wild and seedy, for he asked me, more seriously than usual, how I was, and I think I would have told him the story of my adventure, despite the secret ridicule with which I fancied he would receive it, had it not been for a certain insurmountable disgust and horror which held me tongue-tied upon the affair. I told him, however, that I had dreamt dreams, and was restless and uncomfortable in my present berth, and begged his interest with the housekeeper to have my quarters changed to the lower story, quite resolved to remove to the Brandon Arms rather than encounter another such night as I had passed. Stanley Lake did not appear that day. Wylder was glowering and abstracted, worse company than usual, and Rachel seemed to have quite passed from his recollection. While Rachel Lake was, as usual, busy in her little garden that day, Lord Chelford, on his way to the town by the pretty mill road, took off his hat to her with a smiling salutation, and, leaning on the paling, he said, "I often wonder how you make your flowers grow here. You have so little sun among the trees, and yet it is so pretty and flowery. It remains in my memory as if the sun were always shining specially on this little garden." Miss Lake laughed. "I am very proud of it. They try not to blow, but I never let them alone till they do. See all my watering pots and pruning scissors, my sticks and bass mat and glass covers. Skill and industry conquer churlish nature, and this is my Versailles. I don't believe in those sticks and scissors and watering pots. You won't tell your secret, but I'm sure it's an influence. You smile and whisper to them." She smiled, without raising her eyes, on the flower she was tying up, and, indeed, it was such a smile as must have made it happy, and she said gaily, "You forget that Lord Chelford passes this way sometimes, and shines upon them too." "No, he's a dull, earthly dog, and if he shines here, it is only in reflected light. Marjorie, child, fetch me the scissors." And a hobbledehoy of a girl, with round eyes and a long white apron and bare arms, came down the little walk, and, eyeing the pier with an awful curiosity, presented the shears to the charming Atropos, who clipped off the withered blossoms that had bloomed their hour, and were to cumber the stalk no more. Now you see what art may do. How passée this creature was till I made her toilet, and how wonderfully the poor old beauty looks now, and she glanced complacently at the plant she had just trimmed. Well, it is young again and beautiful, but no, I have no faith in the scissors. I still believe in the influence, from the tips of your fingers, your looks and tones. Flowers, like fairies, have their favorites whom they smile on and obey, and I think this is a haunted glen. Trees, flowers, all have an intelligence and a feeling, and I am sure you see wonderful things by moonlight from your window." With a strange meaning echo, those words returned to her afterwards. "I'm sure you see wonderful things by moonlight from your window." But no matter, the winged words, making pleasant music, flew pleasantly away, now among transparent leaves and glimmering sun. By and by, in moonlight, they will return to the casement piping the same tune, in ghostly tones. And as they chatted in this strain, Rachel paused on a sudden, with upraised hand, listening pleasantly. "I hear the pony carriage. Dorcas is coming," she said, and the tinkle of tiny wheels, coming down the road, was audible. "There is a pleasant sense of adventure, too, in the midst of your seclusion. Sudden arrivals and passing pilgrims like me, leaning over the paling, and refreshed by the glimpse of the rogue steels of this charming oratory. Yes, here comes the fair Brownie Sand." And he made his salutation. Miss Brandon smiled from under her gypsy hat very pleasantly for her. "Will you come with me for a drive, Radie?" she asked. "Yes, dear, delighted. Marjorie, bring my gloves and cloak." And she unpinned the faded silk shawl that did duty in the garden, and drew off her gauntlets, and showed her pretty hands. And Marjorie popped her cloak on her shoulders, and the young lady pulled on her gloves. All ready in a moment, like a young lady of energy, and chatting merrily she sat down beside her cousin, who held the reins. As there were no more gates to open, Miss Brandon dismissed the servant who stood at the ponies' heads, and who, touching his hat with his white glove, received his congé, and strode with willing steps up the road. "Will you take me for your footman as far as the town?" asked Lord Chelford, so, with permission, up he jumped behind, and away they whirled, close over the ground, on toy wheels ringing merrily on the shingle, he leaning over the back and chatting pleasantly with the young ladies as they drove on. They drew up at the Brandon Arms, and little girls curtsied at doors, and householders peeped from their windows, not standing close to the panes, but respectfully back, at the great lady and the nobleman, who was now taking his leave. And next they pulled up at that official rendezvous, with whitewashed front, and post office in white letters on a brown board over its door, and its black, hinged window pane, through which Mr. Driver, or, in his absence, Miss Anne Driver, answered questions and transacted affairs officially. In the rear of this establishment were kept some dogs of Lawyer Larkin's, and just as the ladies arrived, that person emerged, looking overpoweringly gentlemanlike, in a white hat, grey patelot, lavender trousers, and white riding gloves. He was in a righteous and dignified way pleased to present himself in so becoming a costume, and moreover in good company, for Stanley Lake was going with him to Dutton for a day's sport, which neither of them cared for. But Stanley hoped to pump the attorney, and the attorney, I'm afraid, liked being associated with the fashionable captain, and so they were each pleased in the way that suited them. The attorney, being long as well as lank, had to stoop under the doorway, but drew himself up handsomely on coming out, and assumed his easy, high-bred style, which, although he was not aware of it, was very nearly insupportable, and smiled very engagingly, and meant to talk a little about the weather, but Miss Brandon made him one of her gravest and slightest bows, and suddenly saw Mrs. Brown at her shop door on the other side, and had a word to say to her. And now Stanley Lake drew up in the tax-cart, and greeted the ladies, and told them how he meant to pass the day, and the dogs being put in, and the attorney, I'm afraid a little spited at his reception, in possession of the reins, they drove down the little street at a great pace, and disappeared round the corner, and in a minute more the young ladies, in the opposite direction, resumed their drive. The ponies, being grave and trustworthy, and having the road quite to themselves, needed little looking after, and Miss Brandon was free to converse with her companion. "I think, Rachel, you have a lover?" she said. "Only a bachelor, I'm afraid, as my poor Marjorie calls the young gentleman who takes her out for a walk on a Sunday, and I fear means nothing more." "This is the second time I've found Chelford talking to you, Rachel, at the door of your pretty little garden." Rachel laughed. "Suppose some fine day he should put his hand over the paling, and take yours, and make you a speech." "You romantic darling," she said. "Don't you know that peers and princes have quite given over marrying simple maidens of low estate for love and liking, and understand match-making better than you or I, though I could give a tolerable account of myself after the manner of the white cat in the story, which I think is a pattern of frankness and modest dignity. I'd say with a courtesy, think not, Prince, that I have always been a cat, and that my birth is obscure. My father was king of 6 kingdoms, and loved my mother tenderly, and so forth." "Rachel, I like you," interrupted the dark beauty, fixing her large eyes from which not light but, as it were, a rich shadow fell softly on her companion. It was the first time she had made any such confession. Rachel returned her look as frankly, with an amused smile, and then said, with a comic little toss of her head, "Well, Dorcas, I don't see why you should not, though I don't know why you say so." "You're not like other people. You don't complain, and you're not bitter, although you have had great misfortunes, my poor Rachel. There be ladies, young and old, who, the moment they are pitied, though never so cheerful before, will forthwith dissolve in tears. But that was not Rachel's way. She only looked at her with a good-humored but grave curiosity for a few seconds, and then said, with rather a kindly smile, "And now, Dorcas, I like you." Dorcas made no answer, but put her arm round Rachel's neck and kissed her. Dorcas made 2 kisses of it, and Rachel 1, but it was cousinly and kindly, and Rachel laughed a soft little laugh after it, looking amused and very lovingly on her cousin. But she was a bold lass, and not given in any wise to the melting mood, and said gaily, with her open hand still caressingly on Dorcas's waist, "I make a very good nun, Dorcas, as I told Stanley the other day. I sometimes, indeed, receive a male visitor at the other side of the paling, which is my grill, but to change my way of life is a dream that does not trouble me. Happy the girl, and I am one, who cannot like until she is first beloved. Don't you remember poor pale Winnie, the maid who used to take us on our walks all the summer at Dorling, how she used to pluck the leaves from the flowers, like Faust's Marguerite, saying, 'He loves me a little, passionately, not at all.' Now, if I were loved passionately, I might love a little, and if I loved a little, it should be not at all." They had the road all to themselves, and were going at a walk up an ascent, so the reins lay loosely on the ponies' necks, and Dorcas looked with an untold meaning in her proud face on her cousin, and seemed on the point of speaking, but she changed her mind. "And so, Dorcas, as swains are seldom passionately in love with so small a pittance as mine, I think I shall mature into a queer old maid, and take all the little Wylders, masters and misses, with your leave, for their walks, and help to make their pinafores." Whereupon Miss Dorcas put her ponies into a very quick trot, and became absorbed in her driving. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 14, in which various persons give their opinions of Captain Stanley Lake. "Stanley is an odd creature," said Rachel, so soon as another slight incline brought them to a walk. "I can't conceive why he has come down here, or what he can possibly want of that disagreeable lawyer. They've got dogs and guns, and are going, of course, to shoot, but he does not care for shooting, and I don't think Mr. Larkin's society can amuse him. Stanley is clever and cunning, I think, but he is neither wise nor frank. He never tells me his plans, though he must know, he does know, I love him. Yes, he is a strange mixture of suspicion and imprudence. He is wonderfully reserved. I'm certain he trusts no one on earth, and at the same time, except in his confidences, he's the rashest man in living. If he were like Lord Chelford, or even like our good vicar, not in piety, for poor Stanley's training, like my own, was sadly neglected there. I mean, in a few manly points of character, I should be quite happy, I think, in my solitary nook." "Is he so very odd?" said Miss Brandon, coldly. "I only know he makes me often very uncomfortable," answered Rachel. "I never mind what he tells me, for I think he likes to mislead everybody, and I have been too often duped by him to trust what he says. I only know that his visit to Gylingden must have been made with some serious purpose, and his ideas are all so rash and violent. He was at Doniston for 10 days, I think, when I was there, and seemed clever. They had charades and proverbes dramatiques. I'm no judge, but the people who understood it said he was very good." "Oh yes, he is clever. I knew he was at Doniston, but he did not mention he had seen you there. He only told me he had met you pretty often when you were at Lady Elton's last season." "Yes, in town," she answered, a little dryly. "While these young ladies are discussing Stanley Lake, I may be permitted to mention my own estimate of that agreeable young person. Captain Lake was a gentleman and an officer, and of course an honorable man, but somehow I should not have liked to buy a horse from him. He was very gentlemanlike in appearance, and even elegant, but I never liked him, although he undoubtedly had a superficial fascination. I always thought, when in his company, of old Lord Holland's silk stocking with something unpleasant in it." I think, in fact, he was destitute of those fine moral instincts which are born with men, but never acquired, and in his way of estimating his fellow men, and the canons of honor, there was occasionally perceptible a faint flavor of the villainous, and an undefined savor at times of brimstone. I know also that when his temper, which was nothing very remarkable, was excited, he could be savage and brutal enough, and I believe he had often been violent and cowardly in his altercations with his sister. So at least 2 or 3 people who were versed in the scandals of the family affirmed. But it is a censorious world, and I can only speak positively of my own sensations in his company. His morality, however, I suppose, was quite good enough for the world, and he had never committed himself in any of those ways of which that respectable tribunal takes cognizance. So that damned fellow Lake is down here still, and that stupid, scheming lubber Larkin driving him about in his tax cart instead of minding his business. I could not see him to-day. That sort of thing won't answer me, and he is staying at Larkin's house, I find. Wylder was talking to me on the doorsteps after dinner, having in a rather sulky way swallowed more than his usual modicum of Madeira, and his remarks were delivered interruptedly, 2 or 3 puffs of his cigar interposed between each sentence. I suppose he expects to be asked to the wedding. He may expect. You don't know that lad as I do. Then there came a second cigar, and some little time in lighting, and full 20 enjoyable puffs before he resumed. Now, you're a moral man, Charlie. Tell me really what you think of a fellow marrying a girl he does not care that for, and he snapped his fingers, just for the sake of her estate. It's the way of the world, of course, and all that, but is not it a little bit shabby, don't you think, eh? I'll not debate with you, Wylder, on that stupid old question. It's the way of the world, as you say, and there's an end of it. They say she's such a beauty. Well, so I believe she is, but I can't fancy her. Now, you must not be angry. I'm not a poet like you, a book learned, you know, and she's too solemn by half, and grand. I wish she was different. That other girl, Rachel, she's a devilish handsome craft. I wish almost she was not here at all, or I wish she was in Dorcas's shoes. Nonsense, Wylder, stop this stuff, and it's growing cold. Throw away that cigar and come in. In a minute. No, I assure you I'm not joking. Hang it, I must talk to someone. I'm devilish uncomfortable about this grand match. I wish I had not been let into it. I don't think I'd make a good husband to any woman I did not fancy, and where's the good of making a girl unhappy, eh? Tut, Wylder, you ought to have thought of all that before. I don't like your talking in this strain when you know it's too late to recede. Besides, you are the luckiest fellow in creation. Upon my word, I don't know why the girl marries you. You can't suppose that she could not marry much better, and if you have not made up your mind to break off, of which the world would form but one opinion, you had better not speak in that way any more. Why, it was only to you, Charlie, and to tell you the truth, I do believe it is the best thing for me, but I suppose every fellow feels a little queer when he is going to be spliced. A little bit nervous, eh? But you are right, and I'm right, and we are all right. It is the best thing for us both. It will make a deuced fine estate, but hang it, you know a fellow's never satisfied. And I suppose I'm a bit put out by that disreputable dog's being here. I mean Lake. Not that I need care more than Dorcas or any one else, but he's no credit to the family, you see, and I never could abide him. I've half a mind, Charlie, to tell you a thing, but hang it, you're such a demure old maid of a chap. Will you have a cigar? No. Well, I believe 2's enough for me. And he looked up at the stars. I've a notion of running up to town, only for a day or 2 before this business comes off. Just on the sly, you'll not mention it, and I'll have a word with Lake. Quite friendly, of course, but I'll shut him up, and that's all. I wonder he did not dine here to-day. Did you ever see so pushing a brute? So Wylder chucked away his cigar, and stood for a minute with his hands in his pockets looking up at the stars, as if reading fortunes there. I had an unpleasant feeling that Mark Wylder was about some mischief, a suspicion that some game of mine and countermine was going on between him and Lake. to which I had no clue whatsoever. Mark had the frankness of callosity, and could recount his evil deeds and confess his vices with hilarity and detail, and was prompt to take his part in a lark, and was a remarkably hard hitter, and never shrank from the brunt of the row, and with these fine qualities, and a much superior knowledge of the ways of the flash world, had commanded my boyish reverence and a general popularity among strangers. But with all this, he could be as secret as the sea with which he was conversant, and as hard as a stone wall when it answered his purpose. He had no lack of cunning, and a convenient fund of cool cruelty when that stoical attribute was called for. Years, I dare say, and a hard life, and profligacy, and command had not made him less selfish or more humane, or abated his craft and resolution. If one could only see it, the manoeuvring and the ultimate collision of two such generals as he and Lake would be worth observing. I dare say my last night's adventure tended to make me more nervous and prone to evil anticipation, and although my quarters had been changed to the lower story, I grew uncomfortable as it waxed late, and half regretted that I had not migrated to the Brandon Arms. Uncle Lorne, however, made me no visit that night. Once or twice I fancied something, and started up in my bed. It was fancy merely. What state had I really been in when I saw that long-chinned apparition of the pale portrait? Many a wiser man than I had been mystified by dyspepsia and melancholic vapours. End of section 14.
Chapter 15 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 15. Dorcas shows her jewels to Miss Lake. Stanley Lake and his sister dined next day at Brandon. Under the cold shadow of Lady Chelford the proprieties flourished, and generally very little else. Awful she was, and prompt to lecture young people before their peers, and spoke her mind with fearful directness and precision. But sometimes she would talk, and treat her hearers to her recollections, and recount anecdotes with a sort of grim cleverness, not wholly unamusing. She did not like Wylder, I thought, although she had been the inventor and constructor of the family alliance of which he was the hero. I did not venture to cultivate her, and Miss Brandon had been from the first specially cold and repellent to Captain Lake. There was nothing very genial or promising, therefore, in the relations of our little party, and I did not expect a very agreeable evening. Notwithstanding all this, however, our dinner was, on the whole, much pleasanter than I anticipated. Stanley Lake could be very amusing, but I doubt if our talk would quite stand the test of print. I often thought if one of those artists who photograph language and thought, the quiet, clever reporters to whom England is obliged for so much of her daily entertainment, of her social knowledge, and her political safety, were, pencil in hand, to ensconce himself behind the arras and present us at the close of the agreeable banquet with a literal transcript of the feast of reason which we give and take with so much complacency, whether it would quite satisfy us upon reconsideration. When I entered the drawing-room after dinner, Lord Chelford was plainly arguing a point with the young ladies, and by the time I drew near, it was Miss Lake's turn to speak. Flattering of mankind, I am sure, I have no talent for, and without flattering and wheedling you'll never have conjugal obedience. Don't you remember Robin Hood, how the mother of Robin said to her husband, 'My honey, my love, and my dear'? And all this for leave to ride with her son to see her own brother at Gamwell. 'I remember,' said Dorcas with a smile. 'I wonder what has become of that old book, with its odd little woodcuts.' 'And he said, I grant thee thy boon, gentle Joan, take one of my horses straightway.' 'Well, though the book is lost, we retain the moral, you see,' said Rachel with a little laugh, 'and it has always seemed to me that if it had not been necessary to say, "My honey, my love, and my dear," that good soul would not have said it, and you may be pretty sure that if she had not, and with the suitable by play too, she might not have ridden to Gamwell that day. "And you don't think you could have persuaded yourself to repeat that little charm, which obtained her boon and one of his horses straightway?" said Lord Chelford. "Well, I don't know what a great temptation and a contumacious husband might bring one to, but I'm afraid I'm a stubborn creature, and have not the feminine gift of flattery. If, indeed, he felt his inferiority and owned his dependence, I think I might, perhaps, have called him my honey, my love, and my dear, and encouraged and comforted him. But to buy my personal liberty, and the right to visit my brother at Gamwell, never." And yet she looked, Lord Chelford thought, very good-humoured and pleasant, and he fancied a smile from her might do more with some men than all gentle Joan's honeyed vocabulary. "I own," said Lord Chelford, laughing, "that from prejudice, I suppose, I am in favour of the apostolic method, and stand up for the divine right of my sex. But then, don't you see, it is your own fault if you make it a question of right, when you may make it altogether one of fascination?" "Who, pray, is disputing the husband's right to rule?" demanded old Lady Chelford unexpectedly. "I'm very timidly defending it against very serious odds," answered her son. "Tut, tut, tut, my dears, what's all this? You must obey your husbands," cried the dowager, who put down nonsense with a high hand, and had ruled her lord with a rod of iron. "That's no tradition of the Brandons," said Miss Dorcas quietly. "The Brandons! Pooh, my dear! It is time the Brandons should grow like other people. Hitherto, the Brandon men have all, without exception, been the wickedest in all England, and the women the handsomest and the most self-willed. Of course the men could not be obeyed in all things, nor the women disobeyed. I'm a Brandon myself, Dorcas, so I've a right to speak. But the words are precise: honour and obey you must, though of course you may argue a point if need be, and let your husband hear reason." And having ruled the point, old Lady Chelford leaned back and resumed her doze. There was no longer anything playful in Dorcas's look. On the contrary, something fierce and lurid, which I thought wonderfully becoming; and after a little she said, "I promised Rachel to show you my jewels. Come now, will you, and see them?" And she placed Rachel's hand on her arm, and the two young ladies departed. "Are you well, dear?" asked Rachel when they reached her room. Dorcas was very pale, and her gaze was stern, and something undefinably wild in her quietude. "What day of the month is this?" said Dorcas. "The 8th, is it not?" "Yes, the 8th," answered Rachel. "And our marriage is fixed for the 22nd, just a fortnight hence. I'm going to tell you, Rachel, what I have resolved on. How really beautiful these diamonds are! Quite superb." "Yes," said Dorcas, opening the jewel cases which she had taken from her cabinet, one after the other. "And these pearls, how very magnificent! I had no idea Mark Wylder's taste was so exquisite." "Yes, very magnificent, I suppose." "How charming! Quite regal you will look, Dorcas." Dorcas smiled strangely, and her bosom heaved a little, Rachel thought. Was it elation, or was there not something wildly bitter gleaming in that smile? "I must look a little longer at these diamonds." "As long, dear, as you please. You're not likely, Rachel, to see them again." From the blue flash of the brilliants, Rachel, in honest amazement, raised her eyes to her cousin's face. The same pale smile was there. The look was oracular and painful. Had she overheard a part of that unworthy talk of Wylder's at the dinner table the day before, and mistaken Rachel's share in the dialogue? And Dorcas said, "You have heard of the music on the waters that lures mariners to destruction. The pilot leaves the rudder, and leans over the prow and listens. They steer no more, but drive before the wind, and what care they for wreck or drowning?" I suppose it was the same smile, but in Rachel's eyes, as pictures will, it changed its character with her own change of thought, and now it seemed the pale rapt smile of one who hears music far off, or sees a vision. "Rachel, dear, I sometimes think there is an evil genius attendant on our family," continued Dorcas in the same subdued tone, which in its very sweetness had so sinister a sound in Rachel's ear. "From mother to child, from child to grandchild, the same influence continues, and one after another wrecks the daughters of our family. A wayward family, and full of misery. Here I stand, forewarned, with my eyes open, determinedly following in the funereal footsteps of those who have gone their way before me. These jewels all go back to Mr. Wylder. He never can be anything to me. I thought, to build up our house. I am going, I think, to lay it in the dust. With the spirit of the insane, I feel the spirit of a prophetess, too, and I see the sorrow that awaits me. You will see. Dorcas, darling, you are certainly ill. What is the matter? No, dear Rachel, not ill. Only maybe agitated a little. You must not touch the bell. Listen to me. But first promise, so help you heaven, you will keep my secret. I do promise, indeed, Dorcas. I swear I'll not repeat one word you tell me. It has been a vain struggle. I know he's a bad man, a worthless man, selfish, cruel maybe. Love is not blind with me, but quite insane. He does not know, nor you, nor anyone. And now, Rachel, I tell you what was unknown to all but myself and heaven, looking neither for counsel, nor for pity, nor for sympathy, but because I must, and you have sworn to keep my secret. I love your brother. Rachel, you must try to like me. She threw her arms round her cousin's neck, and Rachel felt in her embrace the vibration of an agony. She was herself so astonished that for a good while she could hardly collect her thoughts or believe her senses. Was it credible? Stanley? Whom she had received with a coldness, if not aversion, so marked that if he had a spark of Rachel's spirit he would never have approached her more. Then came the thought, perhaps they understood one another, and that was the meaning of Stanley's unexpected visit? Well, Dorcas, dear, I am utterly amazed. But does Stanley... he can hardly hope. Dorcas removed her arms from her cousin's neck. Her face was pale, and her cheeks wet with tears, which she did not wipe away. Sit down by me, Rachel. No, he does not like me. That is... I don't know, but I am sure he can't suspect that I like him. It was my determination it should not be. I resolved, Rachel, quite to extinguish the madness, but I could not. It was not his doing nor mine, but something else. There are some families, I think, too wicked for heaven to protect, and they are given over to the arts of those who hated them in life and pursue them after death. And this is the meaning of the curse that has always followed us. No good will ever happen to us, and I must go like the rest. There was a short silence, and Rachel gazed on the carpet in troubled reflection. And then, with an anxious look, she took her cousin's hand and said, Dorcas, you must think of this no more. I am speaking against my brother's interest, but you must not sacrifice yourself, your fortune, and your happiness to a shadow. Whatever his means are, they hardly suffice for his personal expenses. Indeed, they don't suffice, for I have had to help him. But that is all trifling compared with other considerations. I am his sister, and though he has shown little love for me, I am not without affection, and strong affection for him. But I must and will speak frankly. You could not, I don't think anyone could be happy with Stanley for her husband. You don't know him. He's profligate, he's ill-tempered, he's cold, he's selfish, he's secret. He was a spoiled boy, totally without moral education. He might perhaps have been very different, but he is what he is, and I don't think he'll ever change. He may be what he will. It is vain reasoning with that which is not reason. The battle is over. Possibly he may never know, and that might be best for both. But be it how it may, I will never marry any one else. Dorcas, dear, you must not speak to Lady Chelford or to Mark Wylder to-night. It is too serious a step to be taken in haste. There has been no haste, Rachel, and there can be no change. And what reason can you give? None. No reason, said Dorcas slowly. Wylder would have been suitable in point of wealth. Not so well, I am sure, as you might have married. But neither would he be a good husband, though not as bad as Stanley, and I do not think that Mark Wylder will quietly submit to his disappointment. It was to have been simply a marriage of two estates. It was old Lady Chelford's plan. I have now formed mine, and all that's over. Let him do what he will. I believe a lawsuit is his worst revenge. I'm indifferent. Just then a knock came to the chamber door. "Come in," said Miss Brandon. and her maid entered to say that the carriage, please, ma'am, was at the door to take Miss Lake home. "I had no idea it was so late," said Rachel. "Stay, dear, don't go for a moment. Jones, bring Miss Lake's cloak and bonnet here. And now, dear," she said after a little pause, "you'll remember your solemn promise?" "I never broke my word, dear Dorcas. Your secret is safe. And, Rachel, try to like me. I love you better, Dorcas, than I thought I ever could. Good night, dear." "Good night." And the young ladies parted with a kiss, and then another. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 16. Jenny put the kettle on. Old Lady Chelford, having dispatched a sharp and unceremonious message to her young kinswoman, absent without leave, warning her in effect that if she returned to the drawing-room it would be to preside alone over gentlemen, departed, somewhat to our secret relief. Upon this, on Lord Chelford's motion, in our forlorn condition, we went to the billiard-room, and there, under the bright lights and the gay influence of that wonderful game, we forgot our cares, and became excellent friends apparently. Cuts, cannons, screws, misses, flukes, Lord Chelford joked. Wylder chaffed. Even Lake seemed to enjoy himself, and the game proceeded with animation and no lack of laughter, beguiling the watches of the night; and we were all amazed, at length, to find how very late it was. So we laid down our cues, with the customary ejaculations of surprise. We declined wine and water, and all other creature comforts. Wylder and Lake had a walk before them, and we bid Lord Chelford good night in the passage, and I walked with them through the deserted and nearly darkened rooms. Our talk grew slow, and our spirits subsided in this changed and tenebrose scenery. The void and the darkness brought back, I suppose, my recollection of the dubious terms on which these young men stood, and a feeling of the hollowness and delusion of the genial hours just passed under the brilliant lights, together with an unpleasant sense of apprehension. On coming out upon the doorsteps, we all grew silent. The moon was low, and its yellow disc seemed, as it sometimes does, dilated to a wondrous breadth, as its edge touched the black outline of the distant woods. I half believe in presentiments, and I felt one now in the chill air, the sudden silence, and the watchful gaze of the moon. I suspect that Wylder and Lake, too, felt something of the same ominous qualm, for I thought their faces looked gloomy in the light, as they stood together buttoning their loose wrappers and lighting their cigars. With a good night, we parted, and I heard their retreating steps crunching along the walk that led to Redman's Hollow, and by Miss Rachel's quiet habitation. I heard no talking, such as comes between whiffs with friendly smokers, side by side; and silent as mutes at a funeral, they walked on, and soon the fall of their footsteps was heard no more, and I re-entered the hall and shut the door. The level moonlight was shining through the stained heraldic window, and fell bright on the portrait of Uncle Lorne at the other end, throwing a patch of red like a stain on one side of its pale forehead. I had forgot at the moment that the ill-omened portrait hung there, and a sudden horror smote me. I thought of what my vision said of the blood upon my forehead, and, by Jove, there it was. At this moment the large white Marseilles waistcoat of grave Mr. Larcom appeared, followed by a tall powdered footman, and their candles and business-like proceedings frightened away the phantoms. So I withdrew to my chamber, where I'm glad to say I saw nothing of Uncle Lorne. Miss Lake, as she drove that night towards Gylingden, said little to the vicar's wife, whose good husband had been away to Friars, making a sick call, and she prattled on very merrily about his frugal little tea awaiting his late return, and asked her twice on the way home whether it was 9:30, for she did not boast a watch, and in the midst of her prattle was peeping at the landmarks of their progress. "Oh, I'm so glad! Here's the finger post at last!" And then, "Well, here we are at the Cat and Fiddle. I thought we'd never pass it." And at last the brougham stopped at the little garden gate, at the far end of the village, and the good little mamma called to her maid of all work from the window, Has the master come yet, Becky?" "No, ma'am, please." And I think she offered up a little thanksgiving, she so longed to give him his tea herself. And then she asked, "Is our precious mannikin asleep?" Which also being answered happily, as it should be, she bid her fussy adieu with a merry smile, and hurried, gabbling amicably with her handmaid, across the little flower garden. And Miss Lake was shut in, and drove on alone, under the thick canopy of old trees, and up the mill road, lighted by the flashing lamps, to her own little precincts, and was in turn at home, solitary, triste, but still her home. "Get to your bed, Marjorie, child, you are sleepy," said the young lady kindly to her queer little maid of honour. Rachel was one of those persons who, no matter what may be upon their minds, are quickly impressible by the scenes in which they find themselves. She stepped into her little kitchen, always a fairy kitchen, so tiny, so white, so raddled, and shining all over with the pleasantest of all effulgence, burnished tins, pewters, and the homely decorations of the dresser; and she looked all round and smiled pleasantly, and kissed old Tamar, and said, "So, my dear old fairy, here's your Cinderella home again from the ball, and I have seen nothing so pretty as this since I left Redman's Farm. How white your table is! How nice your chairs! I wish you'd change with me and let me be cook week about. And really the fire is quite pleasant to night. Come, make a cup of tea, and tell us a story, and frighten me and Marjorie before we go to our beds. Sit down, Marjorie, I'm only here by permission. What do you mean by standing?" And the young lady, with a laugh, sat down, looking so pleased and good natured and merry, that even old Tamar was fain to smile a glimmering smile; and little Marjorie actively brought the tea caddy, and the kettle, being in a skittish singing state, quickly went off in a boil, and Tamar actually made tea in her brown teapot. "Oh, no, the delf cups and saucers. It will be twice as good in them." And as the handsome mistress of the mansion, sitting in the deal chair, loosened her cloak and untied her bonnet, she chatted away, to the edification of Marjorie and the amusement of both. This little extemporized bivouac, as it were, with her domestics, delighted the young belle. Vanity of vanities, as Mr. Thackeray and King Solomon cry out in turn. Silver trays, and powdered footmen and Utrecht, velvet upholstery, miserable comforters, what saloon was ever so cheery as this, or flashed all over in so small a light so splendidly, or yielded such immortal nectar from chaste teapot and urn, as this brewed in brown crockery from the roaring kettle? So Marjorie, sitting upon her stool in the background, for the Queen had said it, and sit she must, and grinning from ear to ear in a great halo of glory, partook of tea. "Well, Tamar, where's your story?" said the young lady. "Story! La, bless you, dear Miss Radie, where should I find a story? My old head's a poor one to remember," whimpered white Tamar. "Anything, no matter what. A ghost or a murder." Old Tamar shook her head. "Or an elopement?" Another shake of the head. "Or a mystery? Or even a dream?" "Well, a dream. Sometimes I do dream. I dreamed how Master Stanley was coming the night before." "You did you? Selfish old thing, and you meant to keep it all to yourself. What was it?" Tamar looked anxiously and suspiciously in the kitchen fire, and placed her puckered hand to the side of her white linen cap. "I dreamed, ma'am, the night before he came, a great fellow was at the hall door." "What, here?" "Yes, ma'am, this hall door, so muffled up I could not see his face, and he pulls out a letter all over red." "Red?" "Ay, miss, a red letter." "Red ink?" "No, miss, red paper, written with black, and directed for you." "Oh! And so, miss, in my dream I gave it you, in the drawing room, and you opened it, and leaned your hand upon your head, sick like, reading it. I never saw you read a letter so serious like before. And says you to me, miss, 'It's all about Master Stanley. He is coming.' And sure enough, here he was, quite unexpected, next morning." "And was there no more?" asked Miss Lake. "No more, miss. I awoke just then." "It is odd," said Miss Lake, with a little laugh. "Had you been thinking of him lately?" "Not a bit, ma'am. I don't know when." "Well, it certainly is very odd." At all events, it had glanced upon a sensitive recollection unexpectedly. The kitchen was only a kitchen now, and the young lady, on a sudden, looked thoughtful, perhaps a little sad. She rose, and old Tamar got up before her, with her scared, secret look, clothed in white, the witch whose word had changed all, and summoned round her those shapes which threw their indistinct shadows on the walls and faces around. "Light the candles in the drawing-room, Marjorie, and then, child, go to your bed," said the young lady, awakening from an abstraction. "I don't mind dreams, Tamar, nor fortune-tellers. I've dreamed so many good dreams, and no good ever came of them. But talking of Stanley reminds me of trouble and follies that I can't help or prevent. He has left the army, Tamar, and I don't know what his plans are." "Ah, poor child, he was always foolish and changeable, and a deal too innocent for them wicked officer gentlemen. And I'm glad he's not among them any longer to learn bad ways. I am." So the drawing-room being prepared, Rachel bid Tamar and little Marjorie good night, and the sleepy little handmaid stumped off to her bed. And white old Tamar, who had not spoken so much for a month before, put on her solemn round spectacles, and by her dipped candle read her chapter in the ponderous Bible she had thumbed so well, and her white lips told over the words as she read them in silence. Old Tamar, I always thought, had seen many untold things in her day, and some of her recollections troubled her, I dare say. And she held her tongue, and knitted her white worsteds when she could sit quiet, which was most hours of the day; and now and then, when evil remembrances, maybe, gathered round her solitude, she warned them off with that book of power, so that my recollection of her is always the same white-clad, cadaverous old woman, with a pair of barnacles on her nose, and her look of secrecy and suffering turned on the large print of that worn volume, or else on the fumbling points of her knitting-needles. It was a small house, this Redman's Farm, but very silent for all that, when the day's work was over, and very solemn too, the look-out from the window among the colonnades of tall old trees on the overshadowed earth, and through them into deepest darkness. The complaining of the lonely stream far down is the only sound in the air. There was but one imperfect vista, looking down the glen, and this afforded no distant view, only a downward slant in the near woodland, and a denser background of forest rising at the other side; and to-night, mistily gilded by the yellow moonbeams, the moon herself unseen. Rachel had opened her window shutters, as was her wont when the moon was up, and with her small white hands on the window sash, looked into the wooded solitudes, lost in haunted darkness in every direction but one, and there massed in vaporous and discoloured foliage, hardly more distinct or less solemn. Poor old Tamar says her prayers and reads her Bible. I wish I could. How often I wish it. That good simple vicar, how unlike his brother, is wiser perhaps than all the shrewd people that smile at him. He used to talk to me, but I've lost that. Yes, I let him understand that I did not care for it, and so that good influence is gone from me, graceless creature. No one seemed to care except poor old Tamar, whether I ever said a prayer, or heard any good thing; and when I was no more than 10 years old I refused to say my prayers for her. My poor father! Well, heaven help us all. So she stood in the same sad attitude, looking out upon the shadowy scene in a forlorn reverie. Her interview with Dorcas remained on her memory like an odd, clear, half-horrible dream. What a dazzling prospect it opened for Stanley! What a dreadful one might it not prepare for Dorcas! What might not arise from such a situation between Stanley and Mark Wylder, each in his way a worthy representative of the ill-conditioned and terrible race whose blood he inherited? Was this doomed house of Brandon never to know repose or fraternity? Was it credible? Had it actually occurred, that strange confession of Dorcas Brandon's? Could anything be imagined so mad, so unaccountable? She reviewed Stanley in her mind's eye. She was better acquainted, perhaps, with his defects than his fascinations, and too familiar with both to appreciate at all their effect upon a stranger. What can she see in him? There's nothing remarkable in Stanley, poor fellow, except his faults. There are much handsomer men than he, and many as amusing, and he with no estate. She had heard of charms and philtries. How could she account for this desperate hallucination? Rachel was troubled by a sort of fear to-night, and the low fever of an undefined expectation was upon her. She turned from the window, intending to write 2 letters, which she had owed too long, young ladies' letters, for Miss Lake, like many of her sex, as I am told, had several little correspondences on her hands; and as she turned with a start, she saw old Tamar standing in the doorway, looking at her. "Tamar!" "Yes, Miss Rachel." Why do you come so softly, Tamar? Do you know you frightened me? I thought I'd look in, miss, before I went to bed, just to see if you wanted anything. No, nothing, thank you, dear Tamar. And I don't think, Miss Rachel, you are quite well tonight, though you are so gay. You're pale, dear, and there's something on your mind. Don't be thinking about Master Stanley. He's out of the army now, and I'm thankful for it. And make your mind easy about him. And would not it be better, dear, you went to your bed? You rise so early. Very true, good old Tamar. But tonight I must write a letter. Not a long one, though, and I assure you I'm quite well. Good night, Tamar. Tamar stood for a moment with her odd, weird look upon her, and then, bidding her good night, glided stiffly away, shutting the door. So Rachel sat down to her desk and began to write, but she could not get into the spirit of her letter. On the contrary, her mind wandered away, and she found herself listening every now and then, and at last she fancied that old Tamar, about whom that dream and her unexpected appearance at the door had given her a sort of spectral feeling that night, was up and watching her, and the idea of this white sentinel outside her door excited her so unpleasantly that she opened it, but found no Tamar there. And then she revisited the kitchen, but that was empty too, and the fire taken down. And finally she passed into the old woman's bedchamber, whom she saw, her white head upon her pillow, dreaming again, perhaps. And so, softly closing her door, she left her to her queer visions and death-like slumber. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 17. Rachel Lake sees wonderful things by moonlight from her window. Though Rachel was unfit for letter writing, she was still more unfit for slumber. She leaned her temple on her hand, and her rich light hair half covered her fingers, and her amazing interview with Dorcas was again present with her, and the same feeling of bewilderment. The suddenness and the nature of the disclosures were dreamlike and unreal, and the image of Dorcas remained impressed upon her sight. Not like Dorcas, though the same, but something ghastly, wan, glittering and terrible, like a priestess at a solitary sacrifice. It was late now, not far from 1 o'clock, and around her the terrible silence of a still night. All those small sounds lost in the hum of midday life now came into relief: a ticking in the wainscot, a crack now and then in the joining of the furniture, and occasionally the tap of a moth against the window pane from outside, sounds sharp and odd, which made her wish the stillness of the night were not so intense. As from her little table she looked listlessly through the window, she saw, against the faint glow of the moonlight, the figure of a man, who seized the paling and vaulted into the flower garden, and with a few swift stumbling strides over the flower beds, reached the window, and placing his pale face close to the glass, she saw his eyes glittering through it. He tapped, or rather beat, on the pane with his fingers, and at the same time he said repeatedly, "Let me in! Let me in!" Her first impression, when she saw this person cross the little fence at the roadside, was that Mark Wylder was the man; but she was mistaken. The face and figure were Stanley Lake's. She would have screamed in the extremity of her terror, but that her voice for some seconds totally failed her; and recognising her brother, though, like Rhoda in Holy Writ, she doubted whether it was not his angel, she rose up, and with an awful ejaculation she approached the window. "Let me in, Ratty, damn you, let me in!" he repeated, drumming incessantly on the glass. There was no trace now of his sleepy, jeering way. Rachel saw that something was very wrong, and beckoned him toward the porch in silence, and having removed the slender fastenings of the door, it opened, and he entered in a rush of damp night air. She took him by the hand, and he shook hers mechanically, like a man rescued from shipwreck, and plainly not recollecting himself well. "Stanley, dear, what's the matter, in heaven's name?" she whispered, so soon as she had got him into her little drawing-room. "He has done it, damn him, he has done it!" gasped Stanley Lake. He looked in her face with a glazed and ashy stare. His hat remained on his head, overshadowing his face. and his boots were soiled with clay, and his wrapping coat marked here and there with the green of the stems and branches of trees through which he had made his way. "I see, Stanley, you've had a scene with Mark Wylder. I warned you of your danger. You've had the worst of it." "I spoke to him. He took a course I did not expect. I'm not well. You've broken your promise. I see you have used me. How base! How stupid! Could I tell he was such a fiend? I told you how it would be. He has frightened you," said Rachel, herself frightened. "Damn him! I wish I had done as you said. I wish I had never come here. Give me a glass of wine. He has ruined me." "You cruel, wretched creature," said Rachel, now convinced that he had compromised her as he threatened. "Yes, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Things have turned out different." "Who's that?" said Lake, grasping her wrist. "Who? Where? Mark Wylder?" "No, it's nothing, I believe." "Where is he? Where have you left him?" "Up there at the pathway, near the stone steps." "Waiting there?" "Well, yes, and I don't think I'll go back, Raddie." "You shall go back, sir, and carry my message. Or, no, I could not trust you. I'll go with you and see him and disabuse him." "How could you? How could you, Stanley?" "It was a mistake altogether. I'm sorry, but I could not tell there was such a devil on the earth." "Yes, I told you so." "He has frightened you," said Rachel. "He has, maybe. At any rate, I was a fool, and I think I'm ruined. And I'm afraid, Rachel, you'll be inconvenienced too." "Yes, you have made him savage and brutal, and between you I shall be called in question, you wretched fool." Stanley was taking these hard terms very meekly for a savage young coxcomb like him. Perhaps they bore no very distinct meaning just then to his mind. Perhaps it was preoccupied with more exciting ideas; or it may be, his agitation and fear cried amen to the reproach. At all events, he only said, in a pettish but deprecatory sort of way, "Well, where's the good of scolding? How can I help it now?" "What's your quarrel? Why does he wait for you there? Why has he sent you here? It must concern me, sir, and I insist on hearing it all." "So you shall, Raddie. Only have patience just a minute, and give me a little wine or water anything. There's the key. There's some wine in the press, I think." He tried to open it, but his hand shook. He saw his sister look at him, and he flung the keys on the table rather savagely, with, I dare say, a curse between his teeth. There was running all this time in Rachel's mind, and had been, almost since the first menacing mention of Wylder's name by her brother, an indistinct remembrance of something unpleasant or horrible. It may have been mere fancy, or it may have referred to something long ago imperfectly heard. It was a spectre of mist that evaporated before she could fix her eyes on it, but was always near her elbow. Rachel took the key with a faint gleam of scorn on her face, and brought out the wine in silence. He took a tall-stemmed Venetian glass that stood upon the cabinet, an antique decoration, and filled it with sherry, a strange revival of old service. How long was it since lips had touched its brim before, and whose? Lovers, maybe, and how? How long since that cold crystal had glowed with the ripples of wine? This, at all events, was its last service. It is an old legend of the Venetian glass, its shivering at touch of poison, and there are those of whom it is said the poison of asps is under their lips. "What's that?" ejaculated Rachel, with a sudden shriek, that whispered shriek, so expressive and ghastly that you perhaps have once heard in your life, and her very lips grew white. "Hullo!" cried Lake. He was standing with his back to the window, and sprang forward as pale as she, and grasped her, with a white leer that she never forgot, over his shoulder, and the Venice glass was shivered on the ground. "Who's there?" he whispered. And Rachel, in a whisper, ejaculated the awful name that must not be taken in vain. She sat down. She was looking at him with a wild, stern stare, straight in the face, and he still holding her arm, and close to her. "I see it all now," she whispered. "Who what is it?" said he. "I could not have fancied that," she whispered with a gasp. Stanley looked round him with pale and sharpened features. "What the devil is it? If that scoundrel had come to kill us, you could not cry out louder," he whispered with an oath. "Do you want to wake your people up?" "Oh, Stanley," she repeated, in a changed and horror-stricken way, "what a fool I've been! I see it at last. I see it all now," and she waved her white hands together very slowly towards him, as mesmerisers move theirs. There was a silence of some seconds, and his yellow, fairine gaze met hers strangely. "You were always a sharp girl, Radie, and I think you do see it," he said at last, very quietly. "The witness! The witness! The dreadful witness!" she repeated. "I'll show you, though. It's not so bad as you fancy. I'm sorry I did not take your advice. But how, I say, could I know he was such a devil? I must go back to him. I only came down to tell you, because, Radie, you know you proposed it yourself. You must come, too. You must, Radie." "Oh, Stanley, Stanley, Stanley!" "Why, damn it, it can't be helped now, can it?" said he, with a peevish malignity. But she was right. There was something of the poltroon in him, and he was trembling. "Why could you not leave me in peace, Stanley?" "I can't go without you, Rachel. I won't. And if we don't, we're both ruined," he said, with a bleak oath. "Yes, Stanley, I knew you were a coward," she replied, fiercely and wildly. "You're always calling names, damn you. Do as you like. I care less than you think how it goes. No, Stanley, you know me too well. Ah, no, you shan't be lost if I can help it." Rachel shook her head as she spoke, with a bitter smile and a dreadful sigh. Then they whispered together for 3 or 4 minutes, and Rachel clasped her jewelled fingers tight across her forehead, quite wildly, for a minute. "You'll come, then?" said Stanley. She made no answer, and he repeated the question. By this time she was standing, and without answering, she began mechanically to get on her cloak and hat. "You must drink some wine first. He may frighten you, perhaps. You must take it, Rachel, or I'll not go." Daniel Lake was swearing, in his low tones, like a swell mobsman to night. Rachel seemed to have made up her mind to submit passively to whatever he required. Perhaps, indeed, she thought there was wisdom in his advice. At all events, she drank some wine. Rachel Lake was one of those women who never lose their presence of mind, even under violent agitation, for long, and who generally, even when highly excited, see and do instinctively and with decision what is best to be done. And now, with dilated eyes and white face, she walked noiselessly into the kitchen, listened there for a moment, then stole lightly to the servants' sleeping room, and listened there at the door, and lastly looked in, and satisfied herself that both were still sleeping. Then, as cautiously and swiftly, she returned to her drawing room, and closed the window shutters and drew the curtain, and signalling to her brother, they went stealthily forth into the night air, closing the hall door, and through the little garden, at the outer gate of which they paused. "I don't know, Rachel, I don't like it. I'm not fit for it. Go back again. Go in and lock your door. We'll not go to him. You need not, you know. He may stay where he is. Let him. I'll not return. I say, I'll see him no more. I'll get away. I'll consult Larkin, shall I? Though that won't do. He's in Wylder's interest. Curse him! What had I best do? I'm not equal to it." "We must go, Stanley. You said right just now. Be resolute. We are both ruined unless we go. You have brought it to that. You must come." "I'm not fit for it, I tell you. I'm not. You are right, Radie. I think I'm not equal to a business of this sort, and I won't expose you to such a scene. You're not equal to it either, I think," and Lake leaned on the paling. "Don't mind me. You haven't much, hitherto. Go or stay. I'm equally ruined now, but not equally disgraced. And go we must, for it is your only chance of escape. Come, Stanley, for shame!" In a few minutes more they were walking in deep darkness and silence, side by side, along the path which, diverging from the mill road, penetrates the coppice of that sequestered gorge, along the bottom of which flows a tributary brook that finds its way a little lower down into the mill stream. This deep gully in character a good deal resembles Redman's Glen, into which it passes, being fully as deep and wooded to the summit at both sides, but much steeper and narrower, and therefore many shades darker. They had now reached those rude stone steps, some 10 or 15 in number, which conduct the narrow footpath up a particularly steep acclivity, and here Lake lost courage again, for they distinctly heard the footsteps that paced the platform above. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 18. Mark Wylder's Slave. Nearly 2 hours had passed before they returned. As they did so, Rachel Lake went swiftly and silently before her brother. The moon had gone down, and the glen was darker than ever. Noiselessly, they re-entered the little hall of Redmond's farm. The candles were still burning in the sitting room, and the light was dazzling after the profound darkness in which they had been for so long. Captain Lake did not look at all like a London dandy now. His dress was confoundedly draggled. The conventional countenance, too, was wanting. There was a very natural savagery and dejection there, and a wild leer in his yellow eyes. Rachel sat down. No living woman ever showed a paler face, and she stared, with a look that was sharp and stern, upon the wainscot before her. For some minutes they were silent, and suddenly, with an exceeding bitter cry, she stood up, close to him, seizing him in her tiny hands by the collar, and with wild eyes gazing into his, she said, "See what you've brought me to, wretch, wretch, wretch!" And she shook him with violence as she spoke. It was wonderful how that fair young face could look so terrible. "There, Rady, there," said Lake, disengaging her fingers. "You're a little hysterical, that's all. It'll be over in a minute, but don't make a row. You're a good girl, Rady. For heaven's sake, don't spoil all by folly now." He was overawed and deprecatory. "A slave! Only think, a slave! Oh, frightful, frightful! Is it a dream? Oh, frightful, frightful! Stanley, Stanley! It would be mercy to kill me!" She broke out again. "Now, Rady, listen to reason, and don't make a noise. You know we agreed. You must go, and I can't go with you." Lake was cooler by this time, and his sister more excited than before they went out. "I used to be brave. My courage, I think, is gone. But who'd have imagined what's before me?" Stanley walked to the window and opened the shutter a little. He forgot how dark it was. The moon had gone down. He looked at his watch and then at Rachel. She was sitting, and in no calmer state. Serene enough in attitude, but the terribly wild look was unchanged. He looked at his watch again, and held it to his ear, and consulted it once more before he placed the tiny gold disc again in his pocket. "This won't do," he muttered. With one of the candles in his hand, he went out and made a hurried, peeping exploration, and soon, for the rooms were quickly counted in Redmond's farm, he found her chamber small, neat, simplex munditis, bright and natty with its chintz curtains, and the little toilet set out, not inelegantly, and her pet piping goldfinch asleep on his perch, with his bit of sugar between the wires of his cage, her pillow so white and unpressed, with its little edging of lace. Were slumbers sweet as of old ever to know it more? What dreams were henceforward to haunt it? Shadows were standing about that lonely bed already. I don't know whether Stanley Lake felt anything of this, being very decidedly of the earthy. But there are times when men are translated from their natures, and forced to be romantic and superstitious. When he came back to the drawing-room, a toilet bottle of eau de cologne in his hand, with her lace handkerchief he bathed her temples and forehead. There was nothing very brotherly in his look as he peered into her pale, sharp features during the process. It was a dark and pallid scrutiny of a familiar of the Holy Office, bringing a victim back to consciousness. She was quickly better. "There, don't mind me," she said sharply, and getting up she looked down at her dress and thin shoes, and seeming to recollect herself, she took the candle he had just set down and went swiftly to her room. Gliding without noise from place to place, she packed a small black leather bag with a few necessary articles, then changed her dress quickly, put on her walking boots, a close bonnet, and thick veil, and taking her purse she counted over its contents, and then, standing in the midst of the room, looked round it with a great sigh and a strange look, as it was all new to her, and she threw back her veil, and going hurriedly to the toilet, mechanically surveyed herself in the glass, and she looked fixedly on the pale features presented to her, and said, Rachel Lake, what are you now?" And so, with knitted brows and stern lips, A cadaveric gaze was returned on her from the mirror. A few minutes later, her brother, who had been busy downstairs, put his head in and asked, "Will you come with me now, Radie, or do you prefer to wait here?" "I'll stay here, that is, in the drawing-room," she answered, and the face was withdrawn. In the little hall, Stanley looked again at his watch, and getting quietly out, went swiftly through the tiny garden, and once upon the mill road, ran at a rapid pace down towards the town. The long street of Gylingden stretched dim and silent before him. Slumber brooded over the little town, and his steps sounded sharp and hollow among the houses. He slackened his pace, and tapped sharply at the little window of that modest post office, at which the young ladies in the pony carriage had pulled up the day before, and within which Luke Waggett was wont to sleep in a sort of wooden box that folded up and appeared to be a chest of drawers all day. Luke took care of Mr. Larkin's dogs, and groomed Mr. Wylder's horse, and cleaned up his dog-cart, for Mark being close about money, and finding that the thing was to be done more cheaply that way, put up his horse and dog-cart in the post office premises, and so evaded the livery charges of the Brandon Arms. But Luke was not there, and Captain Lake, recollecting his habits and his haunt, hurried on to the Silver Lion, which has its gable towards the common, only about 100 steps away, for distances are not great in Gylingden. Here were the flow of soul and of stout, long pipes, long yarns, and tolerably long credits, and the humble scapegraces of the town resorted thither for the pleasures of a club life, and often revelled deep into the small hours of the morning. So Luke came forth. "Darn it, where's the note?" said the captain, rummaging uneasily in his pockets. "You know me, eh?" "Captain Lake, yes, sir." "Well, oh, here it is." It was a scrap penciled on the back of a letter. "Luke Waggett, put the horse to and drive the dog-cart to the White House. Look out for me there. We must catch the up-mail train at Dollington. Be lively. If Captain Lake chooses to drive, you need not come. M. Wylder." "I'll drive," said Captain Lake. "Lose no time, and I'll give you half-a-crown." Luke stuck on his greasy wide-awake, and in a few minutes more the dog-cart was trundled out into the lane, and the horse harnessed went between the shafts with that wonderful cheerfulness with which they bear to be called up under startling circumstances at unseasonable hours. "Easily earned, Luke," said Captain Lake in his soft tones. The captain had buttoned the collar of his loose coat across his face, and it was dark beside. But Luke knew his peculiar smile and presumed it, so he grinned facetiously as he put the coin in his breeches pocket and thanked him. And in another minute the captain, with a lighted cigar between his lips, mounted to the seat, took the reins, the horse bounded off, and away rattled the light conveyance, sparks flying from the road, at a devil of a pace, down the deserted street of Gylingden, and quickly melted in darkness. That night a spectre stood by old Tamar's bedside, in shape of her young mistress, and shook her by the shoulder, and stooping, said sternly, close in her face, "Tamar, I'm going away, only for a few days, and mind this, I'd rather be dead than any creature living should know it. Little Marjorie must not suspect. You'll manage that. Here's the key of my bedroom. Say I'm sick, and you must go in and out, and bring tea and drinks, and talk and whisper a little, you understand, as you might with a sick person, and keep the shutters closed. And if Miss Brandon sends to ask me to the hall, say I have a headache, and fear I can't go. You understand me clearly, Tamar?" "Yes, Miss Radie," answered old Tamar, wonder-stricken, with a strange expression of fear on her face. "And listen," she continued, "you must go into my room and bring the message back, as if from me, with my love, to Miss Brandon, and if she or Mrs. William Wylder, the vicar's wife, should call to see me, always say I'm asleep, and a little better. You see exactly what I mean?" "Yes, miss," answered Tamar, whose eyes were fixed in a sort of fascination, full on those of her mistress. "If Master Stanley should call, he is to do just as he pleases." "You used to be accurate, Tamar. May I depend upon you?" "Yes, ma'am, certainly." "If I thought you'd fail me now, Tamar, I should never come back." "Good night, Tamar. There, Don't bless me. Good night." When the light wheels of the dog cart gritted on the mill road before the little garden gate of Redmond's farm, the tall, slender figure of Rachel Lake was dimly visible, standing cloaked and waiting by it. Silently she handed her little black leather bag to her brother, and then there was a pause. He stretched his hand to help her up. In a tone that was icy and bitter, she said, "To save myself I would not do it. You deserve no love from me. You've showed me none. Never, Stanley. And yet I'm going to give the most desperate proof of love that ever sister gave. All for your sake. And it's guilt, guilt. But my fate, and I'll go, and you'll never thank me, that's all." In a moment more she sat beside him, and silent as a dead in Sharon's boat, away they glided towards the white house which lay upon the high road to Darlington. The sleepy clerk that night in the Darlington station stamped 2 first-class tickets for London, one of which was for a gentleman, and the other for a cloaked lady with a very thick veil, who stood outside on the platform, and almost immediately after the scream of the engine was heard, piercing the deep tatting, the cyclopean red lamps glared nearer and nearer, and the palpitating monster, so stupendous and so docile, came smoothly to a standstill before the trellis work and hollyhocks of the pretty station. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 19. The Tarn in the Park. Next morning Stanley Lake at breakfast with the lawyer said, "A pretty room this is. That bow window is worth all the pictures in Brandon. To my eye there is no scenery so sweet as this, at least to breakfast by. I don't love your crags and peaks and sombre grandeur, nor yet the fat, flat luxuriance of our other counties. These undulations, and all that splendid timber, and the glorious ruins on that hillock over there, how many beautiful ruins that picturesque old fellow Cromwell has left us." "You don't eat your breakfast, though," said the attorney, with a charming smile of reproach. "Ah, thank you. I'm a bad breakfaster. That is," said Stanley, recollecting that he had made some very creditable meals at the same table, "when I smoke so late as I did last night." "You drove Mr. Wylder to Darlington?" "Yes, he's gone to town, he says. Yes, the mail train, to get some diamonds for Miss Brandon, a present that ought to have come the day before yesterday. He says they'll never have them in time unless he goes and blows them up. Are you in his secrets at all?" "Something in his confidence, I should hope," said Mr. Larkin, in rather a lofty and reserved way. "Oh yes, of course, in serious matters; but I meant other things. You know he has been a little bit wild; and ladies, you know, ladies will be troublesome sometimes; and to say truth, I don't think the diamonds have much to say to it." "Oh, well, you know, I'm not exactly the confidant Mr. Wylder would choose, I suspect, in a case of that very painful and, I will say, distressing character. I rather think, indeed, I hope not." "No, of course, I dare say; but I just fancied he might want a hint about the law of the matter." The gracious attorney glanced at his guest with a thoroughly businesslike and searching eye. "You don't think there's any really serious annoyance? You don't know the party?" said he. "I? Oh, dear, no. Wylder has always been very reserved with me. He told me nothing. If he had, of course, I should not have mentioned it. I only conjecture, for he really did seem to have a great deal more on his mind, and he kept me walking back and forward near the mill road a precious long time, and I really think once or twice he was going to tell me." "Oh! You think then, Mr. Lake, there may be some serious well, I should hope not. I do most earnestly trust not." This was said with upturned eyes and much unction. "But do you happen, Captain Lake, to know of any of those unfortunate, those miserable connections which young gentlemen of fashion It's very sad. Still, it often needs, as you say, professional advice to solve such difficulties. It is very sad. Oh, is not it sad?" "Pray don't let it affect your spirits," said Lake, who was leaning back in his chair, and looking on the carpet, about a yard before his lacquered boots, in his usual sly way. I may be quite mistaken, you know, but I wished you to understand, having some little experience of the world, I'd be only too happy to be of any use if you thought my diplomacy could help poor Wylder out of his trouble. That is, if there really is any. But you don't know?' 'No,' said Mr. Larkin thoughtfully; and thoughtful he continued for a minute or two, screwing his lips gently as was his wont, while ruminating, his long head motionless, the nails of his long and somewhat large hand tapping on the arm of his chair, with a sharp glance now and then at the unreadable visage of the cavalry officer. It was evident his mind was working, and nothing was heard in the room for a minute but the tapping of his nails on the chair, like a death watch. 'No,' said Mr. Larkin again, 'I am not suspicious naturally too much the reverse, I fear; but it certainly does look odd. Did he tell the family at Brandon?' 'Certainly not that I heard. He may have mentioned it, but I started with him, and we walked together under the impression that he was going, as usual, to the inn the what do you call it? Brandon Arms; and it was a sudden thought, now I think of it, for he took no luggage, though to be sure I dare say he has got clothes and things in town.' 'And when does he return?' 'In a day or two, at furthest,' he said. 'I wonder what they'll think of it at Brandon,' said the attorney, with a cavernous grin of sly enquiry at his companion, which, recollecting his character, he softened into a sad sort of smile, and added, 'No harm, I dare say; and after all, you know, why should there? Any man may have business; and indeed it is very likely, after all, that he really went about the jewels. Men are too hasty to judge one another, my dear Sir. Charity, let us remember, thinketh no evil.' 'By the by,' said Lake, rather briskly for him, rummaging his pockets, 'I'm glad I remembered he gave me a little note to Chelford. Are any of your people going to Brandon this morning?' 'I'll send it,' said the lawyer, eyeing the little pencilled note wistfully, which Lake presented between two fingers. 'Yes, it is to Lord Chelford,' said the attorney, with a grand sort of suavity he liked lords placing it, after a scrutiny, in his waistcoat pocket. 'Don't you think it had best go at once? There may be something requiring an answer, and your post leaves, doesn't it, at 12? 'Oh, an answer, is there?' said Mr. Larkin, drawing it from his pocket, and looking at it again with a perceptible curiosity. 'I really can't say, not having read it, but there may,' said Captain Lake, who was now and then a little impertinent, just to keep Mr. Larkin in his place, and perhaps to hint that he understood him. 'Read it! Oh, my dear Sir, my dear Captain Lake, how could you? But, oh, no, you could not suppose I meant such an idea. Oh, dear, no. You and I have our notions about what's gentlemanlike and professional, and gentlemanlike, as I say. Heaven forbid!' 'Quite so,' said Captain Lake, gently. 'Though all the world does not think with us, I can tell you. Things come before us in our profession. Oh!' and Mr. Larkin lifted up his pink eyes and long hands, and shook his long head, with a melancholy smile and a sigh like a shudder. When, at the later breakfast up at Brandon, that irregular pencilled scroll reached Lord Chelford's hand, he said, as he glanced on the direction, 'This is Mark Wylder's. What does he say?' 'So Mark's gone to town,' he said, 'but he'll be back again on Saturday, and in the meantime desires me to lay his heart at your feet, Dorcas. Will you read the note?' 'No,' said Dorcas, quietly. Lady Chelford extended her long shrivelled fingers, on which glimmered sundry jewels, and made a little nod to her son, who gave it to her, with a smile. Holding her glasses to her eyes, the note at a distance, and her head rather back, she said, 'It is not a pretty billet,' and she read in a slow and grim way, 'Dear Chelford, I'm called up to London just for a day no lark, but honest business. I'll return on Saturday, and tell Dorcas, with dozens of loves, I would write to her, but have not a minute for the train. Yours, &c., M. Wylder.' 'No, it is not pretty,' repeated the old lady, and indeed in no sense was it. Before luncheon Captain Lake arrived. 'So Wylder has run up to town,' I said, so soon as we had shaken hands in the hall. 'Yes, I drove him to Dollington last night. We just caught the up train.' 'He says he'll be back again on Saturday,' I said. 'Saturday, is it? He seemed to think yes, it would be only a day or so. Some jewels, I think, for Dorcas. He did not say distinctly. I only conjecture. Lady Chelford and Miss Brandon, I suppose, in the drawing room?' So to the drawing room he passed. 'How is Rachel? How is your sister, Captain Lake? Have you seen her to day?' asked old Lady Chelford, rather benignantly. She chose to be gracious to the Lakes. 'Only for a moment, thank you. She has one of her miserable headaches, poor thing; but she'll be better, she says, in the afternoon, and hopes to come up here to see you, and Miss Brandon, this evening.' Lord Chelford and I had a pleasant walk that day to the ruins of Willerton Castle. I find in my diary a note. Chelford tells me it is written in old surveys Wylderton, and was one of the houses of the Wylders. What considerable people those Wylders were, and what an antique stock! After this he wished to make a visit to the vicar, and so we parted company. I got into Brandon Park by the pretty gate near Latham. It was a walk of nearly 3 miles across the park from this point to the Hall, and the slopes and hollows of this noble, undulating plain came out grandly in the long shadows and slanting beams of evening. That yellow level light has in my mind something undefinably glorious and melancholy, such as to make almost any scenery interesting, and my solitary walk was delightful. People must love and sympathize very thoroughly, I think, to enjoy natural scenery together. Generally, it is one of the few spectacles best seen alone. The silence that supervenes is indicative of the solitary character of the enjoyment. It is a poem and a reverie. I was quite happy, striding in the amber light and soft long shadows among the ferns, the copsewood, and the grand old clumps of timber, exploring the undulations and the wild nooks and hollows which have each their circumscribed and sylvan charm. A wonderful interest those little park-like broken dells have always had for me, dotted with straggling birch and oak, and here and there a hoary ash tree, with a grand and melancholy grace, dreaming among the songs of wild birds in their native solitudes, and the brown leaves tipped with golden light, all breathing something of old-world romance, the poetry of bygone love and adventure, and stirring undefinable and delightful emotions that mingle unreality with sense, a music of the eye and spirit. After many devious wanderings, I found, under shelter of a wonderful little hollow in which lay, dim and still, a tarn, reflecting the stems of the trees that rose from its edge, in a way so clear and beautiful that with a smile and a sigh I sat myself down upon a rock among the ferns, and fell into a reverie. The image of Dorcas rose before me. There is a strange mystery and power in the apathetic, and in that unaffected carelessness, even defiance of opinion and criticism, which I had seen here for the first time, so beautifully embodied. I was quite sure she both thought and felt, and could talk too, if she chose it. What tremendous self-reliance and disdain must form the basis of a female character, which accepted misapprehension and depreciation with an indifference so genuine as to scorn even the trifling exertion of disclosing its powers. She could not possibly care for Wylder any more than he cared for her. That odd look I detected in the mirror, what did it mean? And Wylder's confusion about Captain Lake, what was that? I could not comprehend the situation that was forming. I went over Wylder's history in my mind, and Captain Lake's, all I could recollect of it, but could find no clue, and that horrible visitation or vision, what was it? This latter image had just glided in and taken its place in my waking dream, when I thought I saw reflected in the pool at my feet the shape and face which I never could forget, of the white, long-chinned old man. For a second I was unable, I think, to lift my eyes from the water which presented this cadaverous image. But the figure began to move, and I raised my eyes and saw it retreat with a limping gait into the thick copse before me, in the shadow of which it stopped and turned stiffly round, and directed on me a look of horror, and then withdrew. It is all very fine laughing at me and my fancies. I do not think there are many men who in my situation would have felt very differently. I recovered myself. I shouted lustily after him to stay, and then in a sort of half frightened rage I pursued him. But I had to get round the pool, a considerable circuit. I could not tell which way he had turned on getting into the thicket, and it was now dusk, the sun having gone down during my reverie. So I stopped a little way in the copsewood, which was growing quite dark, and I shouted there again, peeping under the branches, and felt queer and much relieved that nothing answered or appeared. Looking round me in a sort of dream, I remembered suddenly what Wylder had told me of old Lorne Brandon, to whose portrait this inexplicable phantom bore so powerful a resemblance. He was suspected of having murdered his own son, at the edge of a tarn in the park. This tarn, maybe, and with the thought the water looked blacker, and a deeper and colder shadow gathered over the ominous hollow in which I stood, and the rustling in the withered leaves sounded angrily. I got up as quickly as might be to the higher grounds, and waited there for a while, and watched for the emergence of the old man, but it did not appear, and shade after shade was spreading solemnly over the landscape, and having a good way to walk, I began to stride briskly along the slopes and hollows, in the twilight, now and then looking into vacancy over my shoulder. The little adventure and the deepening shades helped to sadden my homeward walk. and when at last the dusky outline of the hall rose before me, it wore a sort of weird and haunted aspect. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan, FANU. Chapter 20. Captain Lake takes an evening stroll about Gillingden. Again I had serious thoughts of removing my person and effects to the Brandon Arms. I could not quite believe I had seen a ghost, but neither was I quite satisfied that the thing was altogether canny. The apparition, whatever it was, seemed to persecute me with a mysterious obstinacy. At all events, I was falling into a habit of seeing it, and I felt a natural desire to escape from the house which was plagued with its presence. At the same time, I had an odd sort of reluctance to mention the subject to my entertainers. The thing itself was a ghostly slur upon the house, and to run away, a reproach to my manhood, and besides, writing now at a distance, and in the spirit of history, I suspect the interest which beauty always excites had a great deal to do with my resolve to hold my ground, and, I dare say, notwithstanding my other reasons, had the ladies at the hall been all either old or ugly, I would have made good my retreat to the village hotel. As it was, however, I was resolved to maintain my position, but that evening was streaked with a tinge of horror, and I more silent and distrait than usual. The absence of an accustomed face, even though the owner be nothing very remarkable, is always felt, and Wylder was missed, though, sooth to say, not very much regretted. For the first time we were really a small party. Miss Lake was not there. The gallant captain, her brother, was also absent. The vicar and his good little wife were at Naughton that evening to hear a missionary recount his adventures and experiences in Japan, and none of the neighbours had been called in to fill the empty chairs. Dorcas Brandon did not contribute much to the talk, neither, in truth, did I. Old Lady Chelford occasionally dozed and nodded sternly after tea, waking up and eyeing people grimly, as though inquiring whether anyone presumed to suspect her ladyship of having had a nap. Chelford, I recollect, took a book, and read to us now and then a snatch of poetry, I forget what. My book, except when I was thinking of the tarn and that old man I so hated, was Miss Brandon's exquisite and mysterious face. That young lady was leaning back in her great oak chair, in which she looked like the heroine of some sad and gorgeous romance of the old civil wars of England, and directing a gaze of contemplative and haughty curiosity upon the old lady, who was unconscious of the daring profanation. All on a sudden Dorcas Brandon said, "And pray what do you think of marriage, Lady Chelford?" "What do I think of marriage?" repeated the dowager, throwing back her head and eyeing the beautiful heiress through her gold spectacles with a stony surprise, for she was not accustomed to be catechised by young people. "Marriage? Why, 'tis a divine institution. What can the child mean? Do you think, Lady Chelford, it may be safely contracted solely to join two estates?" pursued the young lady. "Do I think it may safely be contracted solely to join two estates?" repeated the old lady, with a look and carriage that plainly showed how entirely she appreciated the amazing presumption of her interrogatrix. There was a little pause. "Certainly," replied Lady Chelford. "That is, of course, under proper conditions, and with a due sense of its sacred character and obligations. The first of which is love," continued Miss Brandon, "the second, honour, both involuntary, and the third, obedience, which springs from them." Old Lady Chelford coughed, and then rallying, said, "Very good, miss." "And pray, Lady Chelford, what do you think of Mr. Mark Wylder?" pursued Miss Dorcas. "I don't see, Miss Brandon, that my thoughts upon that subject can concern any one but myself," retorted the old lady severely, and from an awful altitude. "And I may say, considering who I am, and my years, and the manner in which I am usually treated, I am a little surprised at the tone in which you are pleased to question me." These last terrible remarks totally failed to overawe the serene temerity of the grave beauty. I assumed, Lady Chelford, as you had interested yourself in me so far as to originate the idea of my engagement to Mr. Wylder, that you had considered these to me very important questions a little, and could give me satisfactory answers upon points on which my mind has been employed for some days, and indeed I think I have a right to ask that assistance of you. You seem to forget, young lady, that there are times and places for such discussions, and that to Mr. your visitor, a glance at me, it can be very interesting to listen to this kind of conversation, which is neither very entertaining nor very wise. I am answerable only for my part of it, and I think my questions very much to the purpose, said the young lady in her low, silvery tones. I don't question your good opinion, Miss Brandon, of your own discretion, but I can't see any profit in now discussing an engagement of more than 2 months' standing, or a marriage which is fixed to take place only 10 days hence. And I think, sir, glancing again at me, it must strike you a little oddly that I should be invited in your presence to discuss family matters with Miss Dorcas Brandon. Now, was it fair to call a peaceable inhabitant like me into the thick of a fray like this? I paused long enough to allow Miss Brandon to speak, but she did not choose to do so, thinking, I suppose, it was my business. I believe I ought to have withdrawn a little, I said, very humbly, and old Lady Chelford at the word shot a gleam of contemptuous triumph at Miss Dorcas. But I would not acquiesce in the dowager's abusing my concession to the prejudice of that beautiful and daring young lady. I mean, Lady Chelford, in deference to you, who are not aware, as Miss Brandon is, that I am one of Mr. Wylder's oldest and most intimate friends, and at his request, and with Lord Chelford's approval, have been advised with in detail upon all the arrangements connected with the approaching marriage. I am not going, at present, to say any more upon these subjects, because Lady Chelford prefers deferring our conversation, said this very odd young lady. But there is nothing which either she or I may say, which I wish to conceal from any friend of Mr. Wylder's. The idea of Miss Brandon seriously thinking of withdrawing from her engagement with Mark Wylder, I confess never entered my mind. Lady Chelford, perhaps, knew more of the capricious and daring character of the ladies of the Brandon line than I, and may have discovered some signs of a coming storm in the oracular questions which had fallen so harmoniously from those beautiful lips. As for me, I was puzzled. The old Viscountess was flushed, she did not usually, and very angry, and I think uncomfortable, though she affected her usual supremacy. But the young lady showed no sign of excitement, and lay back in her chair in her usual deep, cold calm. Lake's late smoking with Wylder must have disagreed with him very much indeed, for he seemed more out of sorts as night approached. He stole away from Mr. Larkin's trellised porch in the dusk. He marched into the town rather quickly, like a man who has business on his hands, but he had none, for he walked by the Brandon Arms, and halted and stared at the post office, as if he fancied he had something to say there. But no, there was no need to tap at the wooden window pane. Some idle boys were observing the dandy captain, and he turned down the short lane that opened on the common, and sauntered upon the short grass. 2 or 3 groups and an invalid visitor or two, for Gylingden boasts a spa, were lounging away the twilight half-hours there. He seated himself on one of the rustic seats, and his yellow eyes wandered restlessly and vaguely along the outline of the beautiful hills. Then for nearly 10 minutes he smoked, an odd recreation for a man suffering from the cigars of last night, and after that, for nearly as long again, he seemed lost in deep thought, his eyes upon the misty grass before him, and his small French boot beating time to the music of his thoughts. Several groups passed close by him in their pleasant circuit. Some wondered what might be the disease of that pale, peevish-looking gentleman who sat there so still, languid, and dejected. Others set him down as a gentleman in difficulties of some sort, who was using Gylingden for a temporary refuge. Others again supposed he might be that Major Crawdads who had lost £30,000 on Vanderdecken the other day. Others knew he was staying with Mr. Larkin, and supposed he was trying to raise money at disadvantage, and remarked that some of Mr. Larkin's clients looked always unhappy, though they had so godly an attorney to deal with. When Lake, with a little shudder, for it was growing chill, lifted up his yellow eyes suddenly, and recollected where he was, the common had grown dark, and was quite deserted. There were lights in the windows of the reading room, and in the billiard room beneath it, and shadowy figures, with cues in their hands, gliding hither and thither across its uncurtained windows. With a shrug and a stealthy glance round him, Captain Lake started up. The instinct of the lonely and gloomy man unconsciously drew him towards the light, and he approached. A bat, attracted thither like himself, was flitting and flickering this way and that across the casement. Captain Lake, waiting, with his hand on the door handle for the stroke, heard the smack of the balls and the score called by the marker, and entered the hot, glaring room. Old Major Jackson, with his glass in his eye, was contending in his shirt sleeves heroically with the Manchester bagman, who was palpably too much for him. The double-chinned and florid proprietor of the Brandon Arms, with a brandy-and-water familiarity, offered Captain Lake 2-1 on the game in anything he liked, which the captain declined, and took his seat on the bench. He was not interested by the struggle of the gallant major, who smiled like a prize-fighter under his punishment. In fact, he could not have told the score at any point of the game, and, to judge by his face, was translated from the glare of that arena into a dark and splenetic world of his own. When he wakened up in the buzz and clack of tongues that followed the close of the game, Captain Lake glared round for a moment, like a man called up from sleep. The noise rattled and roared in his ears, the talk sounded madly, and the faces of the people excited and menaced him undefinably, and he felt as if he was on the point of starting to his feet and stamping and shouting. The fact is, I suppose, he was confoundedly nervous, dyspeptic, or whatever else it might be, and the heat and glare were too much for him. So out he went into the chill, fresh night air, and round the corner into the quaint main street of Gylingden, and walked down it in the dark, nearly to the last house by the corner of the Ribbons Dell Road, and then back again, and so on, trying to tire himself, I think. And every time he walked down the street, with his face toward London, his yellow eyes gleamed through the dark air, on the fixed gaze of a man looking out for the appearance of a vehicle. It perhaps indicated an anxiety and a mental look-out in that direction, for he really expected no such thing. Then he dropped into the Brandon Arms, and had a glass of brandy and water and a newspaper in the coffee-room, and then he ordered a fly, and drove it into Lawyer Larkin's house, the Lodge, it was called, and entered Mr. Larkin's drawing-room very cheerfully. "How quiet you are here," said the captain. "I have been awfully dissipated since I saw you." "In an innocent way, my dear Captain Lake, you mean, of course, in an innocent way." "Oh, no, billiards, I assure you. Do you play?" "Oh, dear, no. Not that I see any essential harm in the game, as a game, for those, I mean, who don't object to that sort of thing. But for a resident here, putting aside other feelings, a resident holding a position, it would not do, I assure you. There are people there whom one could not associate with comfortably. I don't care, I hope, how poor a man may be, but do let him be a gentleman. I own to that prejudice. A man, my dear Captain Lake, whose father before him has been a gentleman. Old Larkin, while in the flesh, was an organist, and kept a small day school at Dwiddlestone, and his grandfather he did not care to inquire after, and who has had the education of one, does not feel himself at home, you know. I'm sure you have felt the same sort of thing yourself." "Oh, of course. And I had such a nice walk on the common first, and then a turn up and down before the Brandon Arms, where at last I read a paper and could not resist a glass of brandy and water, and, growing lazy, came home in a fly. So I think I have had a very gay evening." Larkin smiled benignantly, and would have said something no doubt worth hearing. But at that moment the door opened, and his old cook, an elderly parlour maid, no breath of scandal ever troubled the serene fair fame of his household, and everyone allowed that, in the prudential virtues at least, he was nearly perfect, and Sheridan the groom walked in, with those sad faces which I suppose were first learned in the belief that they were acceptable to their master. "Oh," said Mr. Larkit in a low, reverential tone, and the smile vanished. "Prayers. Well then, if you permit me, being a little tired, I'll go to my bedroom." With a grave and affectionate interest, Mr. Larkin looked in his face and sighed a little, and said, "Might I perhaps venture to beg, just this one night?" That chastened and entreating look, it was hard to resist, but somehow the whole thing seemed to Lake to say, "Do allow me this once to prescribe, do give your poor soul this one chance," and Lake answered him superciliously and irreverently, "No, thank you, no. Any prayers I require I can manage for myself, thank you. Good night." And he lighted a bedroom candle and left the room. What a beast that fellow is! I don't know why I stay in this house. One reason was, perhaps, that it saved him nearly a guinea a day, and he may have had some other little reasons just then. Family prayers indeed, and such a pair of women, witches by Jove, and that rascally groom, and a hypocritical attorney, and the vulgar brute will be as rich as Croesus, I dare say. Here soliloquized Stanley Lake in that gentleman's ordinary vein. His momentary disgust had restored him for a few seconds to his normal self, but certain anxieties of a rather ghastly kind, and speculations as to what might be going on in London just then, were round him, again like armed giants. In another moment, and the riches or hypocrisy of his host were no more to him than those of Overreach or Tartuffe. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le FANU. Chapter 21, in which Captain Lake visits his sister's sick bed. I suspect there are very few mere hypocrites on earth. Of course I do not reckon those who are under a compulsion to affect purity of manners and a holy integrity of heart, and there are such, but those who volunteer an extraordinary profession of holiness, being all the while conscious villains. The Pharisees, even while devouring widows' houses, believed honestly in their own supreme righteousness. I am afraid our friend Jos Larkin wore a mask. I am sure he often wore it when he was quite alone. I don't know indeed that he ever took it off. He was perhaps content to see it, even when he looked in the glass, and had not a very distinct idea what the underlying features might be. It answers with the world. It almost answers with himself. Pity it won't do everywhere. When Moses went to speak with God, says the Admiral Hall, he pulled off his veil. It was good reason he should present to God that face which he had made. There had been more need of his veil to hide the glorious face of God from him than to hide his from God. Hypocrites are contrary to Moses. He showed his worst to men, his best to God. They show their best to men, their worst to God. But God sees both their veil and their face, and I know not whether he more hates their veil of dissimulation or their face of wickedness. Captain Lake wanted rest, sleep, quiet thoughts at all events. When he was alone, he was at once in a state of fever and gloom, and seemed always watching for something. His strange eyes glanced now this way, now that, with a fierce restlessness, now to the window, now to the door, and you would have said he was listening intently to some indistinct and too distant conversation affecting him vitally. There was such a look of fear and conjecture always in his face. He bolted his door and unlocked his dressing-case, and from a little silver box in that glittering repository he took, one after the other, 2 or 3 little wafers of a dark hue, and placed them successively on his tongue, and suffered them to melt, and so swallowed them. They were not licorice. I am afraid Captain Lake dabbled a little in opium. He was not a great adept, yet at least like those gentlemen who can swallow 500 drops of laudanum at a sitting. But he knew the virtues of the drug, and cultivated its acquaintance, and was oftener under its influence than perhaps any mortal, except himself, suspected. The greater part of mankind are, upon the whole, happier and more cheerful than they are always willing to allow. Nature subserves the majority. She smiled very brightly next morning. There was a twittering of small birds among the brown leaves and ivy, and 1,000 other pleasant sounds and sights stirring in the sharp, sunny air. This sort of inflexible merrymaking in nature seems marvellously selfish in the eyes of anxious Captain Lake. Fear hath torment, and fear is the worst ingredient in mental pain. This is the reason why suspense is so intolerable, and the retrospect even of the worst less terrible. Stanley Lake would have given more than he could well afford that it were that day week, and he no worse off. Why did time limp so tediously away with him, prolonging his anguish gratuitously? He felt truculently, and would have murdered that week if he could in the midst of its loitering sunshine and gaiety. There was a strange pain in his heart, and the pain of intense and fruitless calculation in his brain, and as the Mahometan prays towards Mecca and the Jew towards Jerusalem, so Captain Lake's morning orisons, whatsoever they were offered at the window of his bedroom toward London, from whence he looked for his salvation, or it might be the other thing, with a dreadful yearning. He hated the fresh glitter of that morning scene. Why should the world be cheerful? It was a repast spread of which he could not partake, and it spited him. Yes, it was selfish, and hating selfishness, he would have struck the sun out of the sky that morning with his walking cane if he could, and draped the world in black. He saw from his window the good vicar walk, smiling by, in white choker and seedy black, his little boy holding by his fingers and capering and wheeling in front and smiling up his face. They were very busy talking. Little Fairy used to walk, when parochial visits were not very distant, with his Wapsie. How that name came about no one remembered, but the vicar answered to it more cheerily than to any other. The little man was solitary, and these rambles were a delight. A beautiful, smiling little fellow, very exacting of attention, troublesome perhaps. He was so sociable, and needed sympathy and companionship, and repaid it with a boundless, sensitive love. The vicar told him the stories of David and Goliath, and Joseph and his brethren, and of the wondrous birth in Bethlehem of Judea, the star that led the wise men, and the celestial song heard by the shepherds keeping their flocks by night in snatches of Pilgrim's Progress, and sometimes, when they made a feast and eat their pennyworth of cherries, sitting on the stile he treated him, I am afraid, to the profane histories of Jack the Giant Killer and the Yellow Dwarf. The vicar had theories about imagination, and fancied it with an important faculty, and that the Creator had not given children their unextinguishable love of stories to no purpose. I don't envy the man who is superior to the society of children. What can he gain from the children's talk? Is it witty or wise or learned? Be frank. It is not, honestly, a mere noise and interruption, a musical cackling of geese and silvery braying of tiny asses. Well, say I, out of my large acquaintance, there are not many men to whom I would go for wisdom. Learning is better found in books, and as for wit, is it always pleasant? The most companionable men are not always the greatest intellects. They laugh, and though they don't converse, they make a cheerful noise and show a cheerful countenance. There was not a great deal in Will Honeycomb, for instance, but our dear Mr. Spectator tells us somewhere that he laughed easily, which I think quite accounts for his acceptance with the club. He was kindly and enjoying. What is it that makes your dog so charming a companion in your walks? Simply that he thoroughly likes you and enjoys himself. He appeals imperceptibly to your affections, which cannot be stirred. Such is God's will, ever so lightly, without some little thrillings of happiness, and through the subtle absorbance of your sympathy he infuses into you something of his own hilarious and exulting spirit. When Stanley Lake saw the vicar, the lines of his pale face contracted strangely, and his wild gaze followed him. And I don't think he breathed once until the thin, smiling man in black, with the little gambling, bright boy holding by his hand, had passed by. He was thinking, you may be sure, of his brother Mark. When Lake had ended his toilet and stared in the glass, he still looked so haggard, that on greeting Mr. Larkin in the parlour, he thought it necessary to mention that he had taken cold in that confounded billiard-room last night, which spoiled his sleep and made him awfully seedy that morning. Of course his host was properly afflicted and sympathetic. By the by, I had a letter this morning from that party, our common friend, Mr. W., you know, said Larkin gracefully. Well, what is he doing, and when does he come back? You mean Wylder, of course? Yes, my good client, Mr. Mark Wylder. Permit me to assist you to some honey. You'll find it remarkably good, I venture to say. It comes from the gardens of Queen's Audley. The late Marquis, you know, prided himself on his honey, and my friend Thornbury, cousin of Sir Frederick Thornbury, I suppose you know him, an East Indian judge, you know, very kindly left it at Dollington for me, on his way to the Earl of Epsom's. Thank you. Delicious, I'm sure. It has been in such good company. May I see Wylder's note, that is, if there's no private business? Oh, certainly. And with Wylder's great red seal on the back of the envelope, the letter ran thus. Dear Larkin, I write in haste to save post, to say I shall be detained in town a few days longer than I thought. Don't wait for me about the parchments. I am satisfied. If anything crosses your mind, a word with Mr. D.C. at the Hall will clear all up. Have all ready to sign and seal when I come back, certainly within a week. Yours sincerely, M. Wylder, London. It was evidently written in great haste, with the broad nibbed pen he liked, but notwithstanding the sort of swagger with which the writing marched across the page, Lake might have seen here and there a little quaver, indicative of something different from haste, the vibrations of another sort of flurry. Certainly within a week, he writes. Does he mean he'll be here in a week, or only to have the papers ready in a week? Asked Lake. The question certainly does rise. It struck me on the first perusal, answered the attorney. His address is rather a wide one, too. London. Do you know his club, Captain Lake? The Wanderers. He has left the United Service. Nothing for me, by the way? No letter, no. Tant mieux. I hate them, said the captain. I wonder how my sister is this morning. Would you like a messenger? I'll send down with pleasure to inquire. Thank you, no. I'll walk down and see her. And Lake yawned at the window, and then took his hat and stick and sauntered towards Gillingden. At the post-office window he tapped with the silver tip of his cane, and told Miss Driver with a sleepy smile, I'm going down to Redmond's farm, and any letters for my sister, Miss Lake, I may as well take with me. Everybody's in business in the town of Gillingden. By this time knew Captain Lake and his belongings. A most respectable party, a high man, and, of course, there was no difficulty. There was only one letter. The address was written. Miss Lake, Redmond's farm, near Brandon Park, Gillingden, in a stiff hand, rather slanting backwards. Captain Lake put it in his pale-taut pocket, looked in her face gently and smiled, and thanked her in his graceful way, and, in fact, left an enduring impression upon that impressible nature. Turning up the dark road at Redmond's Dell, the gallant captain passed the old mill, and all being quiet up and down the road, he halted under the lordly shadow of a clump of chestnuts, and opened and read the letter he had just taken charge of. It contained only these words. Wednesday. On Friday night next at 12:30. This he read twice or thrice, pausing between whiles. The envelope bore the London postmark. Then he took out his cigar case, selecting a promising weed, and wrapping the laconic note prettily round one of the scented matches, lighted it, and the note flamed pale in the daylight, and dropped, still blazing, at the root of the old tree he stood by, and sent up a little curl of blue smoke and incense to the demon of the wood, and turned in a minute more into a black film, overrun by 100 creeping sparkles. And having completed his mysterious incremation, he, with his yellow eyes, made a stolen glance around, and lighting his cigar, glided gracefully up the steep road under the solemn canopy of old timber, to the sound of a moaning stream below, and the rustle of withered leaves about him, towards Redmond's farm. As he entered the flower garden, the jaundiced face of old Tamar, with its thousand small wrinkles and its ominous gleam of suspicion, was looking out from the darkened porch. The white cap, kerchief, and drapery courtesied to him as he drew near, and the dismal face changed not. "Well, Tamar, how do you do? How are all? Where is that girl Marjorie?" "In the kitchen, Master Stanley," said she, courtesying again. "Are you sure?" said Captain Lake, peeping towards that apartment over the old woman's shoulder. "Certainly sure, Master Stanley." "Well, come upstairs to your mistress's room," said Lake, mounting the stairs with his hat in his hand, and on tiptoe like a man approaching a sick chamber. There was something, I think, grim and spectral in this ceremonious ascent to the empty chamber. Children had once occupied that silent floor, for there was a little balustraded gate across the top of the staircase. "I keep this closed," said old Tamar, "and forbid her to cross it, lest she should disturb the mistress. Heaven forgive me!" "Very good," he whispered, and he peeped over the banister, and then entered Rachel's silent room, darkened with closed shutters, the white curtains and white coverlets so like the dark chamber of white death. He had intended speaking to Tamar there, but changed his mind, or rather could not make up his mind, and he loitered silently, and stood with the curtain in his gloved hand, looking upon the cold coverlet, as if Rachel lay dead there. "That will do," he said, awaking from his wandering thought. "We'll go down now, Tamar." And in the same stealthy way, walking lightly and slowly down the stairs they went, and Stanley entered the kitchen. "How do you do, Marjorie? You'll be glad to hear your mistress is better. You must run down to the town, though, and buy some jelly, and you are to bring her back change of this," and he placed half a crown in her hand. "Put on your bonnet and my old shawl, child, and take the basket, and come back by the side door," croaked old Tamar. So the girl dried her hands. She was washing the teacups, and in a twinkling was equipped and on her way to Gillingden. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.M. Wong. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 22, in which Captain Lake meets a friend near the White House. Lake had no very high opinion of men or women, gentle or simple. "She listens, I dare say, the little spy," said he. "No, Master Stanley, she's a good little girl." "She quite believes her mistress is upstairs, eh?" "Yes, the Lord forgive me, I'm deceiving her." He did not like the tone and look which accompanied this. "Now, my good old Tamar, you really can't be such an idiot as to fancy there can be any imaginable wrong in keeping that prying little slut in ignorance of that which in no wise concerns her. This is a critical matter, do you see? And if it were known in this place that your young mistress had gone away as she has done, though quite innocently, upon my honour I think it would blast her. You would not like, for a stupid corruption, to ruin poor Rady, I fancy." "I'm doing just what you both bid me," said the old woman. "You sit upstairs chiefly?" She nodded sadly. "And keep the hall door shut and bolted?" Again she nodded. "I'm going up to the hall, and I'll tell them she's much better, and that I've been in her room, and that perhaps she may go up to see them in the morning." Old Tamar shook her head and groaned. "How long is all this to go on for, Master Stanley? Why did you— Tamar, can't you listen?" he said, clutching her wrist in his lavender kid grasp rather roughly. "How long? A very short time, I tell you. She'll be home immediately. I'll come tomorrow and tell you exactly. Maybe tomorrow evening. Will that do? And should they call, you must say the same. And if Miss Dorcas, Miss Brandon, you know, should wish to go up to see her, tell her she's asleep. Stop that hypocritical grimacing, will you? It is no part of your duty to tell the world what can't possibly concern them. It may bring your young mistress to perdition. That does not strike me as any part of your religion." Tamar groaned again, and she said, "I opened my Bible, Lord help me, 3 times today, Master Stanley, and could not go on. It's no use, I can't read it. Time enough. I think you've read more than is good for you. I think you are half mad, Tamar. But think what you may, it must be done. Have not you read of straining at gnats and swallowing camels? Use not, I've heard, to be always so scrupulous, old Tamar." There was a vile sarcasm in his tone and look. "It is not for the child I nursed to say that," said Tamar. There were scandalous stories of wicked old Tiberius, bankrupt, dead, and buried, comprising the fame of Tamar, not always a spectacled and cadaverous student of Holy Writ. These, indeed, were even in Stanley's childhood old world, hazy traditions of the servants' hall. But boys hear often more than is good, and more than gospel, who live in such houses as old General Lake, the old millionaire widower, kept. I did not mean anything, upon my honor, Tamar, that could annoy you. I only meant you used not to be a fool. And pray don't begin now, for I assure you Rady and I would not ask it if it could be avoided. You have Miss Rady's secret in your hands. I don't think you'd like to injure her, and you used to be trustworthy. I don't think your Bible teaches you anywhere to hurt your neighbor and to break faith. Don't speak of the Bible now. But you needn't fear me, Master Stanley, answered the old woman a little sternly. I don't know why she's gone, nor why it's a secret. I don't, and I'd rather not. Poor Miss Rady, she never heard anything but what was good from old Tamar. Whatever I might have been myself, miserable sinners are we all, and I'll do as you bid me, and have done, Master Stanley. Howsoever it troubles my mind, and now old Tamar's words spoke, that's all. Old Tamar is a sensible creature, as she always was. I hope I did not vex you, Tamar. I did not mean, I assure you, but we get rough ways in the army, I'm afraid, and you won't mind me. You never did mind little Stanny, when he was naughty, you know. There was here a little subsidence in his speech. He was thinking of giving her a crown, but there were several reasons against it, so that handsome coin remained in his purse. And I forgot to tell you, Tamar, I've a ring for you in town, a little souvenir. You'll think it pretty, a gold ring, with a stone in it. It belonged to poor dear Aunt Jemima, you remember? I left it behind, so stupid. So he shook hands with old Tamar and patted her affectionately on the shoulder, and he said, Keep the hall door bolted. It may be any excuse you liked, only it would not do for anyone to open it and run up to the room as they might. So don't forget to secure the door when I go. I think that is all. Ta-ta, dear Tamar. I'll see you in the morning. As he walked down the mill road toward the town, he met Lord Chelford on his way to make inquiry about Rachel at Redmond's farm, and Lake, who, as we know, had just seen his sister, gave him all particulars. Chelford, like the lawyer, had heard from Mark Wylder that morning a few lines postponing his return. He merely mentioned it and made no comment, but Lake perceived that he was annoyed at his unexplained absence. Lake dined at Brandon that evening, and though looking ill, was very good company, and promised to bring an early report of Rachel's convalescence in the morning. I have little to record of next day, except that Larkin received another London letter. Wylder plainly wrote in great haste, and merely said, I shall have to wait a day or two longer than I yesterday thought, to meet a fellow from whom I am to receive something of importance, rather, as I think, to me. Get the deeds ready, as I said in my last. If I am not in Gillingden by Monday, We must put off the wedding for a week later. There is no help for it. You need not talk of this. I write to Chelford to say the same." This note was as unceremonious and still shorter. Lord Chelford would have written at once to remonstrate with Mark on the unseemliness of putting off his marriage so capriciously, or at all events so mysteriously, Miss Brandon not being considered, nor her friends consulted. But Mark had a decided objection to many letters. He had no fancy to be worried. When he had made up his mind by prosy remonstrances, and he shut out the whole tribe of letter writers by simply omitting to give them his address. His cool impertinence, and especially this cunning precaution, incensed old Lady Chelford. She would have liked to write him one of those terse, courteous, biting notes for which she was famous, and her fingers morally tingled to box his ears. But what was to be done with mere London? Wylder was hidden from moral sight like a heaven-protected hero in the Iliad, and a cloud of invisibility girdled him. Like most rustic communities, Gylingden and its neighbourhood were early in bed. Few lights burned after 10:30, and the whole vicinity was deep in its slumbers before 12 o'clock. At that dread hour Captain Lake, about a mile on the Dollington, which was the old London road from Gylingden, was pacing backward and forward under the towering files of beech that overarched it at that point. The White House public was a wide panel over its door, presenting in tint subdued by time. A stagecoach and 4 horses in mid-career lay a few hundred yards nearer to Gylingden. Not a soul was stirring, not a sound but those sad and soothing of nature was to be heard. Stanley Lake did not like waiting any more than did Louis XIV. He was really a little tired of acting sentry, and was very peevish by the time the ring of wheels and horse hoofs approaching from the London direction became audible. Even so, he had a longer wait than he expected. Sounds are heard so far by night. At last, however, it drew nearer, quite close, in a sort of nondescript vehicle. One horse loomed in the dark, and he calls, "Hullo! There, I say, a passenger for the White House?" At the same moment a window of the cab, shall we call it, was let down, and a female voice, Rachel Lake's, called to the driver to stop. Lake addressed the driver. "You come from Johnson's Hotel, don't you, at Dollington?" "Yes, sir." "Well, I'll pay you half fare to bring me there." "All right, sir, but the 'oss, sir, must have is oats futzed." "Feed him here, then." "They are all asleep in the White House. I'll be with you in 5 minutes, and you shall have something for yourself when we get into Dollington." Stanley opened the door. She placed her hand on his and stepped to the ground. It was very dark under those great trees. He held her hand a little harder than was his wont. "All quite well ever since. You are not very tired, are you? I'm afraid it will be necessary for you to walk to Redmond's farm, dear Rady. But it's hardly a mile, I think, for, you see, the fellow must not know who you are, and I must go back with him, for I have not been very well. Indeed I've been, I may say, very ill, and I told that fellow, Larkin, who has his eyes about him, and would wonder what kept me out so late, and I would run down to some of the places near for a change, and sleep a night there, and that's the reason, dear Rady. I can walk only a short way with you. But you are not afraid to walk a part of the way home without me? You are so sensible, and you have been really so very kind, I assure you. I appreciate it, Rady. I do, indeed, and I'm very grateful, I am, upon my word." Rachel answered with a heavy sigh. End of chapter 22. Recording by Ellen Wong.
Chapter 23 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 23. How Rachel Slept that Night in Redmond's Farm. "Allow me, pray do." And he took her little bag from her hand. "I hope you are not very tired, darling. You have been so very good. And you're not afraid, you know the place is so quiet, of the little walk by yourself? Take my arm. I'll go as far as I can, but it is very late, you know, and you are sure you are not afraid?" I ought to be afraid of nothing now, Stanley, but I think I am afraid of everything. Merely a little nervous, it's nothing. I've been wretchedly since, myself. But I'm so glad you are home again. You shall have no more trouble, I assure you. And not a creature suspects you have been from home. Old Tamar has behaved admirably." Rachel sighed again and said, "Yes, poor Tamar." "And now, dear, I'm afraid I must leave you. I'm very sorry. But you see how it is. Keep to the shady side, close by the hedge, where the trees stop. But I'm certain you will meet no one. Tamar will tell you who has called. Hardly anyone. I saw them myself every day at Brandon, and told them you were ill. You've been very kind, Radie. I assure you I'll never forget it. You'll find Tamar up and watching for you. I arranged all that, and I need not say you'll be very careful not to let that girl of yours hear anything. You'll be very quiet. She suspects nothing, and I assure you, so far as personal annoyance of any kind is concerned, you may be perfectly at ease. Good night, Radie. God bless you, dear. I wish very much I could see you all the way, but there's a risk in it, you know. Good night, dear Radie. By the by, here's your bag. I'll take the rug, it's too heavy for you, and I may as well have it to Dollington." He kissed her cheek in his slight way and left her, and was soon on his way to Dollington, where he slept that night rather more comfortably than he had done since Rachel's departure. Rachel walked on swiftly, very tired but not at all sleepy, on the contrary excited and nervous, and rather relieved, notwithstanding that Stanley had left her to walk home alone. It seemed to her that more than a month had passed since she saw the mill road last. How much had happened! How awful was the change! Familiar objects glided past her, the same, yet the fashion of the countenance was altered. There was something estranged and threatening. The pretty parsonage was now close by. In the dews of night the spirit of peace and slumbers smiled over it, but the sight of its steep roof and homely chimney stacks smote with a shock at her brain and heart. A troubled moan escaped her. She looked up with the instinct of prayer, and clasped her hands on the handle of that little bag which had made the mysterious journey with her. A load which no man could lift lay upon her heart. Then she commenced her dark walk up the mill road, her hands still clasped, her lips moving in broken appeals to heaven. She looked neither to the right nor to the left, but passed on with inflexible gaze and hasty steps, like one who crosses a plank over some awful chasm. In such darkness Redman's Dell was a solemn, not to say an awful spot, and at any time, I think, Rachel, in a like solitude and darkness, would have been glad to see the red glimmer of old Tamar's candle proclaiming under the branches the neighbourhood of human life and sympathy. The old woman, with her shawl over her head, sat listening for her young mistress's approach on the little side bench in the trellised porch, and tottered hastily forth to meet her at the garden wicket, whispering forlorn welcomes and thanksgivings, which Rachel answered only with a kiss. Safe, safe at home, thank heaven at least for that. Secluded once more, hidden in Redman's Dell, but never again to be the same, the careless mind no more. The summer sunshine through the trees, the leafy songs of birds, obscured in the smoke and drowned in the discord of an untold and everlasting trouble. The hall door was now shut and bolted. Wise old Tamar had turned the key upon the sleeping girl. There was nothing to be feared from prying eyes and listening ears. "You are cold, Miss Radie, and tired, poor thing. I lit a bit of fire in your room, miss. Would you like me to go upstairs with you, miss?" "Come." And so upstairs they went, and the young lady looked round with a strange anxiety, like a person seeking for something and forgetting what, and sitting down she leaned her head on her hand with a moan, the living picture of despair. "You've a headache, Miss Radie?" said the old woman, standing by her with that painful inquiry which sat naturally on her face. "A heartache, Tamar." "Let me help you off with these things, Miss Radie, dear." The young lady did not seem to hear, but she allowed Tamar to remove her cloak and hat and handkerchief. The old servant had placed the tea things on the table, and what remained of that wine of which Stanley had partaken on the night from which the eclipse of Rachel's life dated. So, without troubling her with questions, she made tea, and then some negus, with careful and trembling hands. "No," said Rachel a little pettishly, and put it aside. "See now, Miss Radie, dear, you look awful sick and tired. You are tired to death and pale, and sorry, my dear child. And to please old Tamar, you'll just drink this." "Thank you, Tamar, I believe you are right." The truth was she needed it, and in the same dejected way she sipped it slowly. And then there was a long silence, the silence of a fatigue, like that of fever, near which sleep refuses to come. But she sat in that waking lethargy in which are sluggish dreams of horror, and neither eyes nor ears for that which is before us. When at last, with another great sigh, she lifted her head, her eyes rested on old Tamar's face at the other side of the fireplace, with a dark, dull surprise and puzzle for a moment, as if she could not tell why she was there, or where the place was, and then rising up with piteous look in her old nurse's face, she said, "Oh, Tamar, Tamar, it is a dreadful world." "So it is, Miss Radie," answered the old woman, her glittering eyes returning her sad gaze woefully. "Ay, so it is sure, and such it was and will be, for so the Scripture says, cursed is the ground for thy sake. Hard to the body, a vale of tears, dark to the spirit, but it is the hand of God that is upon you, and, like me, you will say at last, it is good for me that I have been in trouble. Lie down, dear Miss Radie, and I'll read to you the blessed words of comfort that have been sealed for me ever since I saw you last. They have, but that's over." And she turned up her pallid, puckered face, and with a trembling and knotted pair of hands uplifted, she muttered an awful thanksgiving. Rachel said nothing, but her eyes rested on the floor, and with the quiet obedience of her early childhood she did as Tamar said, and the old woman assisted her to undress, and so she lay down with a sigh in her bed, and Tamar, her round spectacles by this time on her nose, sitting at the little table by her pillow, read in a solemn and somewhat quavering voice such comfortable passages as came first to memory. Rachel cried quietly as she listened, and at last, worn out by many feverish nights and the fatigues of her journey, she fell into a disturbed slumber, with many startings and sudden wakings, with cries and strange excitement. Old Tamar would not leave her, but kept her seat in the high-backed armchair throughout the night, like a nurse, as indeed she was, in a sick chamber. And so that weary night limped tediously away, and morning dawned, and tipped the discoloured foliage of the glen with its glow, awaking the songs of all the birds, and dispersing the white mists of darkness. And Rachel with a start awoke, and sat up with a wild look and a cry. "What is it?" "Nothing, dear Miss Radie, only poor old Tamar." And a new day had begun. End of chapter 23 of Wylder's Hand.
Chapter number 24 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Lapidus. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 24. Dorcas Brandon pays Rachel a visit. It was not very much past 11 that morning when the pony carriage from Brandon drew up before the little garden wicket of Redmond's farm. The servant held the ponies' heads, and Miss Dorcas passed through the little garden and met old Tamar in the porch. "Better to-day, Tamar?" inquired this grand and beautiful young lady. The sun glimmered through the boughs behind her. Her face was in shade, and its delicate chiselling was brought out in soft reflected lights, and old Tamar looked on her in a sort of wonder, her beauty seemed so celestial and splendid. Well, she was better, though she had had a bad night. She was up and dressed, and this moment coming down, and would be very happy to see Miss Brandon if she would step into the drawing-room. Miss Brandon took old Tamar's hand gently and pressed it. I suppose she was glad, and took this way of showing it. And tall, beautiful, graceful, in rustling silks, she glided into the tiny drawing-room silently, and sat down softly by the window, looking out upon the flowers and the falling leaves, mottled in light and shadow. We have been accustomed to see another girl, bright and fair-haired Rachel Lake, in the small rooms of Redmond's farm, but Dorcas only in rich and stately Brandon Hall, the beautiful genius loci under lofty ceilings, curiously molded in the first James style, amid carved oak and rich draperies, tall china vases, paintings, and cold white statues. And somehow, in this low-roofed room, so small and homely, she looks like a displaced divinity, an exile under Juno's jealousy from the cloudy splendors of Olympus, dazzlingly melancholy, and humano major among the meannesses and trumperies of earth. So there came a step and a little rustling of feminine draperies. The small door opened, and Rachel entered, with her hand extended and a pale smile of welcome. Women can hide their pain better than we men, and bear it better, too, except when shame drops fire into the dreadful chalice. But poor Rachel Lake had more than that stoical hypocrisy which enables the tortured spirits of her sex to lift a pale face through the flames and smile. She was sanguine, she was genial and companionable, and her spirits rose at the sight of a friendly face. This transient spring and lighting up are beautiful, a glamour beguiling our senses. It wakens up the frozen spirit of enjoyment, and leaves the sad faculties forth on a wild, forgetful frolic. "Rachel, dear, I'm so glad to see you," said Dorcas, placing her arms gently about her neck and kissing her twice or thrice. There was something of sweetness and fondness in her tones and manner, which was new to Rachel, and comforting, and she returned the greeting as kindly, and felt more like her former self. "You have been more ill than I thought, darling, and you are still far from quite recovered." Rachel's pale and sharpened features and dilated eye struck her with a painful surprise. "I shall soon be as well as I am ever likely to be, that is, quite well," answered Rachel. "You have been very kind. I've heard of your coming here and sending so often." They sat down side by side, and Dorcas held her hand. "Maybe, Rachel dear, you would like to drive a little?" "No, darling, not yet. It is very good of you." "You have been so ill, my poor Rachel." "Ill and troubled, dear, troubled in mind and miserably nervous." Poor Rachel! Her nature recoiled from deceit, and she told, at all events, as much of the truth as she dared. Dorcas's large eyes rested upon her with a grave enquiry, and then Miss Brandon looked down in silence for a while on the carpet, and was thinking a little sternly, maybe, and with a look of pain, still holding Rachel's hand, she said, with a sad sort of reproach in her tone, "Rachel dear, you have not told my secret." "No, indeed, Dorcas, never, and never will, and I think, though I have learned to fear death, I would rather die than let Stanley even suspect it." She spoke with a sudden energy which partook of fear and passion, and flushed her thin cheek and made her languid eyes flash. "Thank you, Rachel, my cousin Rachel, my only friend. I ought not to have doubted you," and she kissed her again. "Chelford had a note from Mr. Wylder this morning, another note, his coming delayed, and something of his having to see some person who is abroad," continued Dorcas, after a little pause. "You have heard, of course, of Mr. Wylder's absence?" "Yes, something, everything," said Rachel, hurriedly looking frowningly at a flower which she was twirling in her fingers. "He chose an unlucky moment for his departure. I meant to speak to him and end all between us, and I would now write, but there is no address to his letters. I think Lady Chelford and her son begin to think there is more in this oddly timed journey of Mr. Wylder's than first appeared. When I came into the parlour this morning, I knew they were speaking of it. If he does not return in a day or two, Chelford, I am sure, will speak to me, and then I shall tell him my resolution." "Yes," said Rachel. "I don't understand his absence. I think they are puzzled too. Can you conjecture why he is gone?" Rachel made no answer, but rose with a dreamy look, as if gazing at some distant object among the dark masses of forest trees, and stood before the window, so looking across the tiny garden. "I don't think, Rachel dear, you heard me," said Dorcas. "Can I conjecture why he is gone?" murmured Rachel, still gazing with a wild kind of apathy into distance. "Can I? What can it now be to you or me? Why? Yes, we sometimes conjecture right, and sometimes wrong. There are many things best not conjectured about at all, some interesting, some abominable, some that pass all comprehension. I never mean to conjecture, if I can help it, again." And the wan oracle having spoken, she sat down in the same sort of abstraction again beside Dorcas, and she looked full in her cousin's eyes. "I made you a voluntary promise, Dorcas, and now you will make me one. Of Mark Wylder I say this: his name has been for years hateful to me, and recently it has become frightful, and you will promise me simply this, that you will never ask me to speak again about him. Be he near or be he far, I regard his very name with horror." Dorcas returned her gaze with one of haughty amazement, and Rachel said, "Well, Dorcas, you promise?" "You speak truly, Rachel. You have a right to my promise. I give it." "Dorcas, you are changed. Have I lost your love for asking so poor a kindness?" "I'm only disappointed, Rachel. I thought you would have trusted me, as I did you." "It is an antipathy I cannot get over, dear Dorcas. You may think it a madness, but don't blame me. Remember I am neither well nor happy, and forgive what you cannot like in me. I have very few to love me now, and I thought you might love me, as I have begun to love you. Oh, Dorcas, darling, don't forsake me. I am very lonely here, and my spirits are gone, and I never needed kindness so much before." And she threw her arms round her cousin's neck, and brave Rachel at last burst into tears. Dorcas, in her strange way, was moved. "I like you still, Rachel. I'm sure I'll always like you. You resemble me, Rachel. You are fearless and inflexible and generous. That spirit belongs to the blood of our strange race. All our women were so. Yes, Rachel, I do love you. I was wounded to find you had thoughts you would not trust to me, but I have made the promise, and I'll keep it, and I love you all the same. Thank you, Dorcas dear. I like to call you cousin. Kindred is so pleasant. Thank you from my heart for your love. You will never know, perhaps, how much it is to me." The young queen looked on her kindly, but sadly, through her large, strange eyes, clouded with a presage of futurity, and she kissed her again, and said, "Rachel, dear, I have a plan for you and me. We shall be old maids, you and I, and live together like the ladies of Llangollen, careless and happy recluses. I'll let Brandon and abdicate. We will make a little tour together, when all this shall have blown over, in a few weeks, and choose our retreat, and with the winter snow will vanish from Brandon, and appear with the early flowers at our cottage among the beautiful woods and hills of Wales. Will you come, Rachel?" At sight of this castle or cottage in the air, Rachel lighted up. The little whim had something tranquilizing and balmy. It was escape. Flight from Gillingden, flight from Brandon, flight from Redmond's farm. They and all their hated associations would be far behind, and that awful page in her story, not torn out, indeed, but gummed down, as it were, and no longer glaring and glowering in her eyes every moment of her waking life. So she smiled upon the picture painted on the clouds. It was the first thing that had interested her for days. It was a hope. She seized it. She clung to it. She knew, perhaps, it was the merest chimera, but it rested and consoled her imagination, and opened in the blackness of her sky one small vista, through whose silvery edge the blue and stars of heaven were visible. End of chapter 24. Recording by Rachel Lapidus.
Chapter 25 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 25. Captain Lake looks in at nightfall. In the queer little drawing-room of Redman's Farm it was twilight, so dense were the shadows from the great old chestnuts that surrounded it, before the sun was well beneath the horizon, and you could from its darkened window see its red beams still tinting the high grounds of Williston, visible through the stems of the old trees that were massed in the near foreground. A figure which had lost its energy, a face stamped with the lines and pallor of a dejection almost guilty, with something of the fallen grace and beauty of poor Margaret as we see her with her forehead leaning on her slender hand by the stirless spinning-wheel, the image of a strange and ineffaceable sorrow, sat Rachel Lake. Tamar might glide in and out, Her mistress did not speak. The shadows deepened round her, but she did not look up, nor call, in the old cheerful accents, for lights. No more roulades and ringing chords from the piano. No more clear-spirited tones of the lady's voice sounded through the low ceilings of Redman's Farm, and thrilled with a haunting melody the deserted glen wherein the birds had ended their vesper songs and gone to rest. A step was heard at the threshold. It entered the hall. The door of the little chamber opened, and Stanley Lake entered, saying in a doubtful, almost timid way, "It is I, Raddie, come to thank you, and just to ask you how you do, and to say I'll never forget your kindness. Upon my honour, I never can." Rachel shuddered as the door opened, and there was a ghastly sort of expectation in her look. Imperfectly as it was seen, he could understand it. She did not bid him welcome, or even speak. There was a silence. "Now you're not angry with me, Raddie dear. I venture to say I suffer more than you. And how could I have anticipated the strange turn things have taken? You know how it all came about, and you must see I'm not really to blame, at least in intention, for all this miserable trouble. And even if I were, where's the good in angry feeling or reproaches now? Don't you see, when I can't mend it? Come, Raddie, let bygones be bygones, there's a good girl, won't you?" "Aye, bygones are bygones. The past is indeed immutable, and the future is equally fixed, and more dreadful. Come, Raddie, a clever girl like you can make your own future." "And what do you want of me now?" she asked, with a fierce, cold stare. "But I did not say I wanted anything." "Of course you do, or I should not have seen you. Mark me, though, I'll go no further in the long route of wickedness you seem to have marked out for me. I'm sacrificed, it is true, but I won't renew my hourly horrors, and live under the rule of your diabolical selfishness." "Say what you will, but keep your temper, will you?" he answered, more like his angry self. But he checked the rising devil within him, and changed his tone. He did not want to quarrel, quite the reverse. "I don't know, really, Raddie, why you should talk as you do. I don't want you to do anything, upon my honour I don't, only just to exercise your common sense, and you have lots of sense, Raddie. Don't you think people have eyes to see, and ears and tongues in this part of the world? Don't you know very well, in a small place like this, they are all alive with curiosity? And if you choose to make such a tragedy figure, and keep moping and crying, and all that sort of thing, and look so funeste and miserable, you'll be sure to fix attention, and set the whole damned place speculating and gossiping. And really, Raddie, you're making mountains of molehills. It is because you live so solitary here. And it is such a gloomy, out-of-the-way spot, so awfully dark and damp. Nobody could be well here, and you really must change. It is the very temple of blue devilry, and I assure you, if I lived as you do, I'd cut my throat before a month. You mustn't. And old Tamar, you know, such a figure, the very priestess of despair. She gives me the horrors, I assure you, whenever I look at her. You must not keep her. She's of no earthly use, poor old thing. And you know, Raddie, we're not rich enough, you and I, to support other people. You must really place yourself more cheerfully, and I'll speak to Chelford about Tamar. There's a very nice place, an asylum or something, for old women, near Dollington, he was going to say, but the associations were not pleasant. Near some of those little towns close to this, and he's a visitor, or governor, or whatever they call it. It is really not fair to expect you or me to keep people like that." "She has not cost you much hitherto, Stanley, and she will give you very little trouble hereafter. I won't part with Tamar." "She has not cost me much!" said Lake, whose temper was not of a kind to pass by anything. "No, of course she has not. I cannot afford a guinea. You're poor enough; but in proportion to my expenses, a woman of course can live on less than half what a man can. I'm a great deal poorer than you, and I never said I gave her sixpence, did I? I have not got it to give, and I don't think she's fool enough to expect it; and to say the truth, I don't care. I only advise you. There are some cheerful little cottages near the Green, in Gillington, and I venture to think this is one of the very gloomiest and most uncomfortable places you could have selected to live in." Rachel looked drearily toward the window and sighed. It was almost a groan. "It was cheerful always till this frightful week changed everything. Oh, why did you ever come?" She threw back her pale face, biting her lip, and even in that deepening gloom her small pearly teeth glimmered white,
and then she burst into sobs and an agony of tears. Captain Lake knew something of feminine paroxysms. Rachel was not given to hysterics. He knew this burst of anguish was unaffected. He was rather glad of it. When it was over, he expected clearer weather and a calm. So he waited, saying now and then a soothing word or two. "There, there, there, Raddie, there's a good girl. Never mind. There, there." And between whiles his mind, which in truth had a good deal upon it, would wander and pursue its dismal and perplexed explorations to the unheard accompaniment of her sobs. He went to the door, but it was not to call for water or for old Tamar. On the contrary, it was to observe whether she or the girl was listening. But the house, though small, was built with thick partition walls, and sounds were well enclosed in the rooms to which they belonged. With Rachel this weakness did not last long. It was august, violent, soon over, and the o'ercharged heart and brain were relieved, and she pushed open the window, and stood for a moment in the chill air, and sighed, and whispered a word or two over the closing flowers of her little garden toward the darkening glen, and with another great sigh closed the window and returned. "Can I do anything, Raddie? You're better now. I knew you would be. Shall I get some water from your room?" "No, Stanley. No, thank you. I'm very well now," she said, gently. "Yes, I think so. I knew you'd be better." And he patted her shoulder with his soft hand, and then followed a short silence. "I wish you were more pleasantly lodged, Raddie, but we can speak of that another time. Yes, you're right. This place is dreadful, and its darkness dreadful, but light is still more dreadful now, and I think I'll change. But, as you say, there is time enough to think of all that." "Quite so, time enough. By the by, Raddie, you mentioned our old servant, whom my father thought so highly of, Jim Dutton, the other evening. I've been thinking of him, do you know, and I should like to find him out. He was a very honest fellow, and attached, and a clever fellow too, my father thought, and he was a good judge. Hadn't you a letter from his mother lately? You told me so, I think. And if it is not too much trouble, dear Raddie, would you allow me to see it?" Rachel opened her desk and silently selected one of those clumsy and original missives, directed in a staggering round hand, on paper oddly shaped and thick, such as mixes not naturally with the aristocratic fabric on which crests and ciphers are impressed, and placed it in her brother's hand. "But you can't read it without light," said Rachel. "No, but there's no hurry. Does she say where she is staying, or her son?" "Both, I think," answered Rachel, languidly. "But he'll never make a servant for you. He's a rough creature, she says, and was a groom. You can't remember him, nor I either." "Perhaps, very likely," and he put the letter in his pocket. "I was thinking, Rachel, you could advise me if you would. You are so clever, you know." "Advise," said Rachel, softly, but with a wild and bitter rage ringing under it. "I did advise when it was yet time to profit by advice. I bound you even by a promise to take it, but you know how it ended. You don't want my advice." "But really I do, Raddie. I quite allow I was wrong, worse than wrong, but where is the use of attacking me now when I'm in this dreadful fix? I took a wrong step, and what I now have to do is to guard myself, if possible, from what I'm threatened with." She fancied she saw his pale face grow more bloodless, even in the shadow where he sat. "I know you too well, Stanley. You want no advice. You never took advice. You never will. Your desperate and ingrained perversity has ruined us both. I wish you'd let me know my own mind. I say, I do," and he uttered an unpleasant exclamation. "Do you think I'll leave matters to take their course, and sit down here to be destroyed? I'm no such idiot. I tell you I'll leave no stone unturned to save myself, and in some measure you too, Raddie. You don't seem to comprehend the tremendous misfortune that menaces me. Us. You and me." And he cursed Mark Wylder with a gasp of hatred not easily expressed. She winced at the name, and brushed her hand to her ear. Don't, she said vehemently. "Well, what the devil do you mean by refusing to help me, even with a hint? I say, I know all the odds are against us. It is sometimes a long game, but unless I'm sharp, I can't escape what's coming. I can't. You can't, sooner or later. It is in motion already, damn him. It's coming, and you expect me to do everything alone." "I repeat it, Stanley," said Rachel, with a fierce cynicism in her low tones. "You don't want advice. You have formed your plan, whatever it is, and that plan you will follow, and no other, though men and angels were united to dissuade you." There was a pause here, and a silence for a good many seconds. "Well, perhaps I have formed an outline of a plan, and it strikes me as very well I have, for I don't think you are likely to take that trouble. I only want to explain it, and get your advice, and any little assistance you can give me, and surely that is not unreasonable. I have learned one secret, and am exposed to one danger. I have taken, to save you, it may be only a respite, one step, the remembrance of which is insupportable. But I was passive. I am fallen from light into darkness. There ends my share in your confidence and your fortunes. I will know no more secrets, no more disgrace. Do what you will, you shall never use me again." "Suppose these heroics of yours, Miss Radie, should contribute to bring about the worst," said Stanley with a sneer, through which his voice trembled. "Let it come. My resolution is taken." Stanley walked to the window, and in his easy way, as he would across a drawing-room to stand by a piano, and he looked out upon the trees, whose tops stood motionless against the darkened sky, like masses of ruins. Then he came back as gently as he had gone, and stood beside his sister. She could not see his yellow eyes now as he stood with his back to the window. "Well, Radie dear, you have put your hand to the plough, and you shan't turn back now." "What?" "No, you shan't turn back now." "You seem, sir, to fancy that I have no right to choose for myself," said Miss Rachel spiritedly. "Now, Radie, you must be reasonable. Who have I to advise with? Not me, Stanley. Keep your plots and your secrets to yourself. In the guilty path you have opened for me, one step more I will never tread." "Excuse me, Radie, but you're talking like a fool." "I am not sorry you think so. You can't understand motives higher than your own." "You'll see that you must, though. You'll see it in a little while. Self-preservation, dear Radie, is the first law of nature." "For yourself, Stanley, and for me, self-sacrifice," she retorted bitterly. "Well, Radie, I may as well tell you one thing that I'm resolved to carry out," said Lake, with a dreamy serenity, looking on the dark carpet. "I'll hear no secret, Stanley. It can't be long a secret, at least from you. You can't help knowing it," he drawled gently. "Do you recollect, Radie, what I said that morning when I first called here and saw you?" "Perhaps I do, but I don't know what you mean," answered she. "I said, Mark Wylder—" "Don't name him," she said, rising and approaching him swiftly. "I said he should go abroad, and so he shall," said Lake in a very low tone, with a grim oath. "Why do you talk that way? You terrify me," said Rachel, with one hand raised toward his face with a gesture of horror and entreaty, and the other closed upon his wrist. "I say he shall, Radie." "Has he lost his wits? I can't comprehend you. You frighten me, Stanley. You're talking wildly on purpose, I believe, to terrify me. You know the state I'm in. Sleepless, half wild, all alone here. You're talking like a maniac. It's cruel. It's cowardly." "I mean to do it. You'll see." Suddenly she hurried by him, and in a moment was in the little kitchen, with its fire and candle burning cheerily. Stanley Lake was at her shoulder as she entered, and both were white with agitation. Old Tamar rose up affrighted, her stiff arms raised, and uttered a blessing. She did not know what to make of it. Rachel sat down upon one of the kitchen chairs, scarce knowing what she did, and Stanley Lake halted near the threshold, gazing for a moment as wildly as she, with the ghost of his sly smile on his smooth cadaverous face. "What ails her? Is she ill, Master Stanley?" asked the old woman, returning with her white eyes the young man's strange yellow glare. I don't know, maybe give her some water," said Lake. "Glass of water, quick, child," cried old Tamar to Marjorie. "Put it on the table," said Rachel, collected now, but pale and somewhat stern. "And now, Stanley, dear," said she, for just then she was past caring for the presence of the servants, "I hope we understand one another, at least that you do me. If not, it is not for want of distinctness on my part, and I think you had better leave me for the present, for, to say the truth, I do not feel very well. Good night, Radie. Good night, old Tamar. I hope, Radie, you'll be better every way when next I see you. Good night." He spoke in his usual clear, low tones, and his queer, ambiguous smile was there still, and, hat in hand, with his cane in his fingers, he made another glance and a nod over his shoulder at the threshold, and then glided forth into the little garden, and so to the mill road, down which, at a swift pace, he walked towards the village. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 26. Captain Lake follows to London. Wylder's levanting in this way was singularly disconcerting. The time was growing short. He wrote with a stupid good humour, and an insolent brevity which took no account of Miss Brandon's position, or that, though secondary in awkwardness, of her noble relatives. Lord Chelford plainly thought more than he cared to say, and his mother, who never minced matters, said perhaps more than she quite thought. Chelford was to give the beautiful heiress away, but the receiver of this rich and peerless gift, like some mysterious knight who, having carried all before him in the tourney, vanishes no one knows whither when the prize is about to be bestowed, and whom the summons of the herald and the call of the trumpet follow in vain, had escaped them. Lake has gone up to town this morning, some business with his banker about his commission, and he says he will make Wylder out on his arrival and write to me, said Lord Chelford. Old Lady Chelford glanced across her shoulder at Dorcas, who leaned back in a great chair by the window, listlessly turning over a book. She's a strange girl. She does not seem to feel her situation, a most painful and critical one. That low, coarse creature must be looked up somehow. Lake knows where he is likely to be found, and will see him, I dare say, this evening, perhaps in time to write by to-night's post. So in a quiet key, Miss Dorcas being at a distance, though in the same room, the dowager and her son discussed this unpleasant and very nervous topic. That evening Captain Lake was in London, comfortably quartered in a private hotel, in one of the streets off Piccadilly. He went to his club, and dined better than he had done for many days. He really enjoyed his 3 little courses, his pint of claret, his cup of café noir, and his chasse. The great Babylon was his Jerusalem, and his spirit found rest there. He was renovated and refreshed, his soul was strengthened, and his countenance waxed cheerful, and he began to feel like himself again, under the brown canopy of metropolitan smoke, and among the cabs and gas-lights. After dinner he got into a cab, and drove to Mark Wylder's club. Was he there? No. Had he been there to-day? No. Or within the last week? No, not for 2 months. He had left his address, and was in the country. The address to which his letters were forwarded was the Brandon Arms, Gylingden. So Captain Lake informed that functionary that his friend had come up to town, and asked him again whether he was quite certain that he had not called there, or sent for his letters. No, nothing of the sort. Then Captain Lake asked to see the billiard marker, who was likely to know something about him; but he knew nothing. He certainly had not been at the Lark's Nest, which was kept by the marker's venerable parent, and was a favourite haunt of the gay lieutenant. Then our friend Stanley, having ruminated for a minute, pencilled a little note to Mark, telling him that he was staying at Muggeridge's Hotel, 7 Hanover Street, Piccadilly, and wished most particularly to see him for a few minutes; and this he left with the hall porter to give him should he call. Then Lake got into his cab again, having learned that he had lodgings in St. James Street when he did not stay at the club, and to these he drove. There he saw Mrs. M'Intyre, a Caledonian lady, at this hour somewhat mellow and talkative; but she could say nothing to the purpose either. Mr. Wylder had not been there for 9 weeks and 3 days, and would owe her, on Saturday next, 25 guineas. So here, too, he left a little note to the same purpose; and re-entering his cab, he drove a long way, and passed St. Paul's, and came at last to a court, outside which he had to dismount from his vehicle, entering the grimy quadrangle through a narrow passage. He had been there that evening before, shortly after his arrival, with old Mother Dutton, as he called her, about her son Jim. Jim was in London, looking for a situation, all which pleased Captain Lake, and he desired that she should send him to his hotel to see him in the morning. But, being in some matters of a nervous and impatient temperament, he had come again, as we see, hoping to find Jim there, and to anticipate his interview of the morning. The windows, however, were dark, and a little research satisfied Captain Lake that the colony was in bed. In fact, it was by this time 11:30, and working people don't usually sit up to that hour. But our friend Stanley Lake was one of those persons who think that the course of the world's affairs should bend a good deal to their personal convenience, and he was not pleased with these unreasonable working people who had gone to their beds, and brought him to this remote and grimy amphitheatre of black windows for nothing. So, wishing them the good night they merited, he re-entered his cab and drove rapidly back again towards the West End. This time he went to a somewhat mysterious and barricaded place, where, in a blaze of light, in various rooms, gentlemen in hats, and some in greatcoats, were playing roulette or hazard; and I am sorry to say that our friend Captain Lake played first at one and then at the other, with what success exactly I don't know. But I don't think it was very far from 4 o'clock in the morning when he let himself into his family hotel with that latch key, the cock's tail of Michaelides, with which good-natured old Mrs. Muggeridge obliged the good-looking captain. Captain Lake having given orders the evening before that any one who might call in the morning and ask to see him should be shown up to his bedroom sans ceremonie, was roused from deep slumber at 10:15 by a knock at his door and a waiter's voice. "Who's that?" drawled Captain Lake, rising, pale and half awake, on his elbow, and not very clear where he was. "The man, sir, as you left a note for yesterday, which he desires to see you." "Tell him to step in." So out went the waiter in pumps, and the sound of thick shoes was audible on the lobby, and a sturdier knock sounded on the door. "Come in," said the captain; and Jim Dutton entered the room, and, closing the door, made at the side of the bed his reverence, consisting of a nod and a faint pluck at the lock of hair over his forehead. Now, Stanley Lake had perhaps expected to see some one else, for though this was a very respectable looking fellow for his walk in life, the gay young officer stared full at him, with a frightened and rather dreadful countenance, and actually sprung from his bed at the other side with an ejaculation at once tragic and blasphemous. The man plainly had not expected to produce any such result, and looked very queer. Perhaps he thought something had occurred to affect his personal appearance; perhaps some doubt about the captain's state of health, and misgiving as to delirium tremens, may have flickered over his brain. They were staring at one another across the bed, the captain in his shirt. At last the gallant officer seemed to discover things as they were, for he said, "Jim Dutton, by Jove!" The oath was not so innocent, but it was delivered quietly; and then the captain drew a long breath, and then, still staring at him, he laughed a ghastly little laugh, also quietly. "So it is you, Jim," said the captain. "And how do you do? Quite well, Jim? And out of place? You've been hurt in the foot, eh? So your old Mrs. Dutton tells me. But that won't signify. I was dreaming when you came in, not quite awake yet, hardly. Just wait a bit till I get my slippers on, and this." So into his red slippers he slid, and got his great shawl dressing gown, such as fine gentlemen then wore, about his slender person, and knotted the silken cords with depending tassels, and greeted Jim Dutton again in very friendly fashion, inquiring very particularly how he had been ever since, and what his mother was doing, and I'm afraid not listening to Jim's answers as attentively as one might have expected. Whatever may have been his intrinsic worth, Jim was not polished, and spoke, moreover, an uncouth dialect which broke out now and then. But he was in a sort of way attached to the Lake family, the son of an hereditary tenant on that estate, which had made itself wings, and flown away like the island of Laputa. It could not be said to be love; it was a sort of traditionary loyalty, a sentiment, however, not altogether unserviceable. When they had talked together for a while, the captain said, "The fact is, it is not quite on me you would have to attend. The situation, perhaps, is better. You have no objection to travel. You have been abroad, you know; and, of course, wages and all that will be in proportion." Well, Jim had not any objection to speak of. "What's wanted is a trustworthy man, perfectly steady, you see, and a fellow who knows how to hold his tongue." The last condition, perhaps, struck the man as a little odd. He looked a little confusedly, and he conveyed that he would not like to be in anything that was not quite straight. "Quite straight, sir," repeated Stanley Lake, looking round on him sternly. "Neither should I fancy. You are to suppose the case of a gentleman who is nursing his estate, you know what that means, and wants to travel and keep quite quiet, and who requires a steady, trustworthy man to look after him, in such a way as I shall direct, with very little trouble and capital pay. I have a regard for you, Dutton, and seeing so good a situation was to be had, and thinking you the fittest man I know, I wished to serve you and my friend at the same time." Dutton became grateful and docile upon this. "There are reasons quite honourable, I need not tell you, which make it necessary, James Dutton, that the whole of this affair should be kept perfectly to ourselves. You are not to repeat one syllable I say to you, to your mother, do you mind, or to any other person living. The gentleman is liberal, and if you can just hold your tongue, you will have little trouble in satisfying him upon all other points. But if you can't be quite silent, you had better, I frankly tell you, decline the situation, excellent in all respects as it is. I am a man, sir, as can be close enough. So much the better. You don't drink?' Dutton coloured a little, and coughed, and said, 'No, sir.' 'You have your papers?' 'Yes, sir.' 'We must be satisfied as to your sobriety, Dutton. Come back at 11:30, and I'll see you, and bring your papers. And, do you see, you are not to talk, you understand. Only you may say, if anyone presses, that I am thinking of hiring you to attend on a gentleman whose name you don't yet know, who's going to travel. That's all.' So Jim Dutton made his bow and departed; and Captain Lake continued to watch the door for some seconds after his departure, as if he could see his retreating figure through it. And said he, with an oath, and his hand to his forehead, over his eyebrow, 'It is the most unaccountable thing in nature.' Then, after a reverie of some seconds, the young gentleman applied himself energetically to his toilet, and coming down to his sitting room, he looked into his morning paper, and then into the street, and told the servant as he sat down to breakfast that he expected a gentleman named Wylder to call that morning, and to be sure to show him up directly. Captain Lake's few hours' sleep, contrary to popular ideas about gamesters' slumbers, had been the soundest and the most natural which he had enjoyed for a good many nights. He was refreshed. At Gylingden and Brandon he had been simulating Captain Stanley Lake, being in truth something quite different, with a vigilant histrionic effort which was awfully exhausting, and sometimes nearly intolerable. Here the captain was perceptibly stealing into his old ways and feelings. His spirit revived, and something like confidence in the future, and a possibility even of enjoying the present, was struggling visibly through the cold fog that environed him. Reason has, after all, so little to do with our moods. The weather, the scene, the stomach, how pleasantly they deal with facts, how they supersede philosophy, and even arithmetic, and teach us how much of life is intoxication and illusion. Still there was the sword of Damocles over his pineal gland. Damn that sheer, cold blade! Damn him that forged it! Still there was a great deal of holding in a horsehair. Had not salmon of I know not how many pounds' weight been played and brought to land by that slender towage? There is the sword, a burnished piece of cutlery, weighing just so many pounds, and the horsehair has sufficed for an hour, and why not for another, and soon? Hang moping and nonsense. Waiter, another pint of Chian, and let the fun go forward. So the literal waiter knocked at the door. A person wanted to see Captain Lake. No, it was not Mr. Wylder. It was the man who had been here in the morning. Dutton is his name. 'And so is it really 11:30?' said Lake, in a sleepy surprise. 'Let him come in.' And so in comes Jim Dutton again, to hear particulars, and have, as he hopes, his engagement ratified. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Chapter 27. Lawyer Larkin's mind begins to work. That morning Lake's first report upon his inquisition into the whereabouts of Mark Wylder, altogether disappointing and barren, reached Lord Chelford in a short letter; and a similar one, only shorter, found Lawyer Larkin in his pleasant breakfast parlour. Now this proceeding of Mr. Wylder's at this particular time struck the righteous attorney, and reasonably, as a very serious and unjustifiable step. There was, in fact, no way of accounting for it that was altogether complimentary to his respected and nutritious client. Yes, there was something every way very serious in the affair. It actually threatened the engagement which was so near its accomplishment. Some most powerful and mysterious cause must undoubtedly be in operation to induce so sharp a party, so keen after this world's wealth, to risk so huge a prize. Whatever eminent qualities Mark Wylder might be deficient in, the attorney very well knew that cunning was not among the number. It is nothing of the nature of debt, plenty of money. It is nothing that money can buy off easily either, though he does not like parting with it. 20 to 1, it is the old story, some unfortunate female connection, some ambiguous relation, involving a doubtful marriage. And Josiah Larkin turned up his small pink eyes, and shook his tall bald head gently, and murmured, as he nodded it, "The sins of his youth find him out, the sins of his youth." And he sighed, and his long palms were raised and waved, or rather paddled slowly to the rhythm of the sentiment. If the butcher's boy, then passing, saw that gaunt and good attorney standing thus in his bow window, I am sure he thought he was at his devotions, and abated his whistling as he went by. After this Mr. Larkin's ruminations darkened, and grew, perhaps, less distinct. He had no particular objection to a mystery; in fact, he rather liked it, provided he was admitted to confidence. A mystery implied a difficulty of a delicate and formidable sort, and such difficulties were not disadvantageous to a clever and firm person, who might render himself very necessary to an embarrassed principal with plenty of money. Mr. Larkin had a way of gently compressing his under lip between his finger and thumb, a mild pinch, a reflective caress, when contemplations of this nature occupied his brain. The silver light of heaven faded from his long face, a deep shadow of earth came thereon, and his small dove-like eyes grew intense, hungry, and rat-like. "Oh! Lawyer Larkin, your eyes, though very small, are very sharp. They can read through the outer skin of ordinary men, as through a parchment against the light, the inner writing, and spell out its meanings. How is it that they fail to see quite through one Josiah Larkin, a lawyer of Gylingden? The layover of Gylingden is somehow too opaque for them, I almost think. Is he really too deep for you? Or is it that you don't care to search him too narrowly, or have not time? Or as men in money perplexities love not the scrutiny of their accounts or papers, you don't care to tire your eyes over the documents in that neatly japanned box, the respectable lawyer's conscience? If you have puzzled yourself, you have also puzzled me. I don't quite know what to make of you. I've sometimes thought you were simply an impostor, and sometimes simply the dupe of your own sorceries. The heart of man is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. Some men, with a piercing insight into the evil of man's nature, have a blurred vision for their own moralities. For them it is not easy to see where wisdom ends and guile begins; what wiles are justified to honour, and what partake of the genius of the robber, and where lie the delicate boundaries between legitimate diplomacy and damnable lying. I am not sure that Lawyer Larkin did not often think himself very nearly what he wished the world to think him, an eminent Christian. What an awful abyss is self-delusion! Lawyer Larkin was on the whole, I dare say, tolerably well pleased with the position, as he would have said, of his spiritual interest, and belonged to that complacent congregation who said, "I am rich and have need of nothing," and who no doubt opened their eyes wide enough, and misdoubted the astounding report of their ears, when the judge thundered, "Thou art wretched and miserable, and poor and blind and naked." When Josiah Larkins had speculated thus, and built rich but sombre castles in the air for some time longer, he said quietly to himself, "Yes." And then he ordered his dog cart, and drove off to Dollington, and put up at Johnson's Hotel, where Stanley Lake had slept on the night of his sister's return from London. The people there knew the lawyer very well. Of course they quite understood his position. Mr. Johnson, the proprietor, you may be sure, does not confound him with the great squires, the baronets, and feudal names of the county. But though he was by comparison easy in his company, with even a dash of familiarity, he still respected Mr. Larkin as a man with money, and a sort of influence, and in whose way, at election and other times, it might lie to do his house a good or an ill turn. Mr. Larkin got into a little brown room, looking into the inn garden, and called for some luncheon, and pen and ink, and had out a sheaf of law papers he had brought with him, tied up in professional red tape, and asked the waiter with a grand smile and recognition how he did, and asked him next for his good friend Mr. Johnson, and trusted that business was improving, and would be very happy to see him for 2 or 3 minutes if he could spare time. So, in due time, in came the corpulent proprietor, and Lawyer Larkin shook hands with him and begged him to sit down, like a man who confers a distinction, and assured him that Lord Edward Buxley, whom he had recommended to stay at the house for the shooting, had been very well pleased with the accommodation, very highly so, indeed, and his lordship had so expressed himself when they had last met at Sir Hugh Huxterley's, of Hatch Court. The good lawyer liked illuminating his little narratives, compliments, and reminiscences, with plenty of armorial bearings and heraldic figures, and played out his court cards in easy and somewhat overpowering profusion. Then he inquired after the 2 heifers that Mr. Johnson was so good as to feed for him on his little farm; and then he mentioned that his friend Captain Lake, who was staying with him at his house in Gylingden, was also very well satisfied with his accommodation, when he, too, at Lawyer Larkin's recommendation, had put up for a night at Johnson's Hotel; and it was not every house which could satisfy London swells of Captain Lake's fashion and habits, he could tell him. Then followed some conversation which I dare say interested the lawyer more than he quite showed in Mr. Johnson's company. For when that pleased and communicative host had withdrawn, Jos. Larkin made half a dozen little entries in his pocket book, with 'Statement of Mr. William Johnson,' and the date of their conversation, at the head of the memorandum. So the lawyer, having to run on as far as Charteris by the goods train, upon business walked down to the station, where, having half an hour to wait, he fell into talk with the station master, whom he also knew, and afterwards with Tom Christmas, the porter, and in the waiting room he made some equally business-like memoranda, being certain chips and splinters struck off the clumsy talk of these officials, and laid up in the lawyer's little private museum, for future illustration and analysis. By the time his little book was again in the bottom of his pocket, the train had arrived, and doors swung open and clapped, and people got in and out to the porter's accompaniment of 'Dollington, Dollington, Dollington,' and Lawyer Larkin took his place, and glided away to Charteris, where he had a wait of 2 hours for the return train, and a good deal of barren talk with persons at the station, rewarded by 1 or 2 sentences worth noting, and accordingly duly entered in the same little pocket book. Thus was the good man's day consumed. And when he mounted his dog cart at Dollington, wrapped his rug about his legs, whip and reins in hand, and the ostler buckled the apron across, the sun was setting redly behind the hills, and the air was frosty and the night dark, as he drew up before his own doorsteps, near Gylingden. A dozen lines of one of these pages would suffice to contain the fruits of his day's work, and yet the lawyer was satisfied, and even pleased with it, and ate his late dinner very happily, and though dignified, of course, was more than usually mild and gracious with all his servants that evening, and expounded at family prayers in a sense that was liberal and comforting, and went to bed after a calm and pleased review of his memoranda, and slept the sleep of the righteous. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 28. Mark Wylder's Submission. Every day the position grew more critical and embarrassing. The day appointed for the nuptials was now very near, and the bridegroom not only out of sight, but wholly untraceable. What was to be done? A long letter from Stanley Lake told Lord Chelford in detail all the measures adopted by that energetic young gentleman for the discovery of the truant knight. I have been at his club repeatedly, as also at his lodgings, still his, though he has not appeared there since his arrival in town. The billiard marker at his club knows his haunts, and I have taken the liberty to employ, through him, several persons who are acquainted with his appearance, and at my desire frequent those places with a view to discovering him, and bringing about an interview with me. He was seen, I have reason to believe, a day or 2 before my arrival here, at a low place called the Millers' Hall, in the city, where members of the fancy resort, at one of their orgies, but not since. I have left notes for him wherever he is likely to call, entreating an interview. On my arrival I was sanguine about finding him, but I regret to say my hopes have very much declined, and I begin to think he must have changed his quarters. If you have heard from him within the last few days, perhaps you will be so kind as to send me the envelope of his letter, which by its postmark may possibly throw some light or hint some theory as to his possible movements. He is very clever, and having taken this plan of concealing his residence, will conduct it skilfully. If the case were mine, I should be much tempted to speak with the detective authorities, and try whether they might not give their assistance, of course without éclat. But this is, I am aware, open to objection, and in fact would not be justifiable except under the very peculiar urgency of the case. Will you be so good as to say what you think upon this point? Also to instruct me what you authorize me to say should I be fortunate enough to meet him. At present I am hardly in a position to say more than an acquaintance, never, I fear, very cordial on his part, would allow, which of course could hardly exceed a simple mention of your anxiety to be placed in communication with him. If I might venture to suggest, I really think a peremptory alternative should be presented to him. Writing, however, in ignorance of what may since have passed at Brandon, I may be assuming a state of things which possibly no longer exists. Pray understand that in any way you please to employ me, I am entirely at your command. It is also possible, though I hardly hope it, that I may be able to communicate something definite by this evening's post. I do not offer any conjectures as to the cause of this very embarrassing procedure on his part; and indeed I find a great difficulty in rendering myself useful, with any likelihood of really succeeding, without at the same time exposing myself to an imputation of impertinence. You will easily see how difficult is my position. Whatever may be the cause of Mark Wylder's present line of conduct, it appears to me that if he really did attend that meeting at the Millers' Hall, there cannot be anything very serious weighing upon his spirits. My business will detain me here, I rather think, 3 days longer. By return of post, Lord Chelford wrote to Stanley Lake: 'I am so very much obliged to you for all the trouble you have taken. The measures which you have adopted are, I think, most judicious, and I should not wish, on consideration, to speak to any official person. I think it better to trust entirely to the means you have already employed. Like you, I do not desire to speculate as to the causes of Wylder's extraordinary conduct; but, all the circumstances considered, I cannot avoid concluding, as you do, that there must be some very serious reason for it. I enclose a note, which, perhaps, you will be so good as to give him, should you meet before you leave town.' The note to Mark Wylder was in these terms: 'Dear Wylder, I had hoped to see you before now at Brandon. Your unexplained absence, longer continued, you must see, will impose on me the necessity of offering an explanation to Miss Brandon's friends, of the relations, under these strange circumstances, in which you and she are to be assumed to stand. You have accounted in no way for your absence. You have not even suggested a postponement of the day fixed for the completion of your engagement to that young lady; and as her guardian, I cannot avoid telling her, should I fail to hear explicitly from you within 3 days from this date, that she is at liberty to hold herself acquitted of her engagement to you. I do not represent to you how much reason everyone interested by relationship in that young lady has to feel offended at the disrespect with which you have treated her. Still hoping, however, that all may yet be explained, I remain, my dear Wylder, yours very truly, CHELFORD.' Lord Chelford had not opened the subject to Dorcas; neither had old Lady Chelford, although she harangued her son upon it as volubly and fiercely as if he had been Mark Wylder in person, whenever he and she were tete a tete. She was extremely provoked, too, at Dorcas's evident repose under this astounding treatment, and was enigmatically sarcastic upon her when they sat together in the drawing room. She and her son were, it seemed, not only to think and act, but to feel also, for this utterly immovable young lady. The Brandons, in her young days, were not wanting in spirit. No, they had many faults, but they were not sticks or stones. They were not to be taken up and laid down like wax dolls. They could act and speak. It would not have been safe to trample upon them; and they were not less beautiful for being something more than pictures and statues. This evening, in the drawing room, there were 2 very pretty ormolu caskets upon the little marble table. 'A new present from Mark Wylder,' thought Lady Chelford, as these objects met her keen glance. 'The unceremonious bridegroom has, I suppose, found his way back with a peace offering in his hand.' And she actually peered through her spectacles into the now darkened corners of the chamber, half expecting to discover the truant Wylder awaiting there the lecture she was well prepared to give him; but the square form and black whiskers of the prodigal son were not discernible there. So something new, and very elegant and pretty,' said the old lady aloud, holding her head high, and looking as if she were disposed to be propitiated. 'I think I can risk a conjecture. Mr. Wylder is about to reappear, and has despatched these heralds of his approach, no doubt suitably freighted, to plead for his re acceptance into favour. You have heard, then, from Mr. Wylder, my dear Dorcas?' 'No, Lady Chelford,' said the young lady with a grave serenity, turning her head leisurely towards her. 'No? Oh, then where is my son? He, perhaps, can explain. And pray, my dear, what are these?' 'These caskets contain the jewels which Mr. Wylder gave me about 6 weeks since. I had intended restoring them to him, but as his return is delayed, I mean to place them in Chelford's hands; because I have made up my mind, a week ago, to put an end to this odious engagement. It is all over.' Lady Chelford stared at the audacious young lady with a look of incensed amazement for some seconds, unable to speak. Upon my word, young lady, vastly fine and independent. You chassez Mr. Wylder without one moment's notice, and without deigning to consult me or any other person capable of advising you. You are about to commit as gross and indelicate a breach of faith as I recollect anywhere to have heard of. What will be thought? What will the world say? What will your friends say? Will you be good enough to explain yourself? I'll not undertake your excuses, I promise you.' 'Excuses? I don't think of excuses, Lady Chelford. No person living has a right to demand one.' 'Very tragic, young lady, and quite charming,' sneered the dowager angrily. 'Neither one nor the other, I venture to think; but quite true, Lady Chelford,' answered Miss Brandon haughtily. 'I don't believe you are serious, Dorcas,' said Lady Chelford more anxiously, and also more gently. 'I can't suppose it. I'm an old woman, my dear, and I shan't trouble you very long. I can have no object in misleading you, and you have never experienced from me anything but kindness and affection. I think you might trust me a little, Dorcas; but that, of course, is for you. You are your own mistress now; but at least you may reconsider the question you propose deciding in so extraordinary a way. I allow you might do much better than Mark Wylder, but also worse. He has not a title, and his estate is not enough to carry the point à force d'argent, I grant all that; but together the estates are more than most titled men possess; and the real point is the fatal slip in your poor uncle's will, which makes it so highly important that you and Mark should be united. Bear that in mind, dear Dorcas. I look for his return every day, every hour, indeed; and no doubt his absence will turn out to have been unavoidable. You must not act precipitately, and under the influence of mere pique. His absence, I will lay my life, will be satisfactorily accounted for. He has set his heart upon this marriage, and I really think you will almost drive him mad if you act as you threaten.' 'You have indeed, dear Lady Chelford, been always very kind to me, and I do trust you,' replied this beautiful heiress, turning her large shadowy eyes upon the dowager, and speaking in slow and silvery accents, somehow very melancholy. 'I dare say it is very imprudent, and I don't deny that Mr. Wylder may have reason to complain of me, and the world will not spare me either; but I have quite made up my mind, and nothing can ever change me. All is over between me and Mr. Wylder quite over for ever.' 'Upon my life, young lady, this is being very sharp indeed. Mr. Wylder's business detains him a day or two longer than he expected, and he is punished by a final dismissal?' The old lady's thin cheeks were flushed, and her eyes shot a reddish light, and altogether she made an angry sight. It was hardly reasonable. She had been inveighing against Miss Brandon's apathy under Wylder's disrespect, and now that the young lady spoke and acted too, she was incensed. She had railed upon Wylder in no measured terms herself, and even threatened, as the proper measure, that very step which Dorcas had announced; and now she became all at once the apologist of this insolent truant, and was ready to denounce her unreasonable irritation. So far, dear Lady Chelford, from provoking me to this decision, his absence is, I assure you, the sole reason of my having delayed to inform him of it. And I assure you, Miss Brandon, I shan't undertake to deliver your monstrous message. He will probably be here to morrow. You have prepared an agreeable surprise for him. You shall have the pleasure of administering it yourself, Miss Brandon. For my part, I have done my duty, and here and now renounce all responsibility in the future management of your affairs.' Saying which, she rose, in a stately and incensed way, and looking with flashing eyes over Dorcas's head to a far corner of the apartment, without another word, she rustled slowly and majestically from the drawing room. She was a good deal shocked, and her feelings quite changed, however, when next morning the post brought a letter to Chelford from Mark Wylder, bearing the Boulogne postmark. It said: 'Dear Chelford, don't get riled, but the fact is, I don't see my way out of my present business.' This last word was substituted for another, crossed out, which looked like scrape. 'For a couple of months, maybe. Therefore, you see, my liberty and wishes being at present interfered with, it would be very hard lines if poor Dorcas should be held to her bargain. Therefore, I will say this: she is quite free for me. Only, of course, I don't decline to fulfil my part whenever at liberty. In the meantime, I return the miniature, with her hair in it, which I constantly wore about me since I got it. But I have no right to it any longer till I know her decision. Don't be too hard on me, dear Chelford. It is a very old lark has got me into this present vexation. In the meantime, I wish to make it quite clear what I mean, not being able by any endeavour' here a nautical phrase scratched out, and endeavour substituted 'of mine to be up to time, and as these are P.P. affairs, I must only forfeit. I mean I am at the lady's disposal, either to fulfil my engagement the earliest day I can, or to be turned adrift. That is all I can say. In more trouble than you suppose, I remain, dear Chelford, yours, whatever you may think, faithfully, Mark Wylder. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 29. How Mark Wylder's disappearance affected his friends. Lady Chelford's wrath was now turned anew upon Wylder, and the inconvenience of having no visible object on which to expend it was once more painfully felt. Railing at Mark Wylder was, alas, but beating the air. The most crushing invective was, thanks to his adroit mystification, simply a soliloquy. Poor Lady Chelford, who loved to give the ingenious youngsters of both sexes, when occasion invited, a piece of her mind, was here, in the case of this vulgar and most provoking delinquent, absolutely tongue-tied. If it had been possible to tell Wylder what she thought of him, it would, perhaps, have made her more tolerable than she was for some days after the arrival of that letter, to other members of the family. The idea of holding Miss Brandon to this engagement, and proroguing her nuptials from day to day to convenience the bridegroom, absent without explanation, was of course quite untenable. Fortunately, the marriage, considering the antiquity and the territorial position of the two families who were involved, was to have been a very quiet affair indeed. No festivities, no fireworks, nothing of the nature of a county gala, no glare or thunder, no concussion of society, a dignified but secluded marriage. This divested the inevitable dissolution of these high relations of a great deal of its éclat and ridicule. Of course there was abundance of talk. Scarce a man or a woman in the shire but had a theory or a story, sometimes bearing hard on the lady, sometimes on the gentleman. Still it was an abstract breach of promise, and would have much improved by some outward and visible sign of disruption and disappointment. Some concrete pageantries to be abolished and removed, flagstaffs, for instance, and banners, marquees, pyrotechnic machinery, and long tiers of rockets, festoons of evergreens, triumphal arches with appropriate mottos, to come down and hide themselves away, would have been pleasant to the many who like a joke, and to the few, let us hope, who love a sneer. But there were no such fopperies to hurry off the stage disconcerted. In the autumnal sun, among the embrowned and thinning foliage of the noble trees, Brandon Hall looked solemn, sad, and magnificent as usual, with a sort of retrospective serenity, buried in old world glories and sorrows, and heeding little the follies and scandals of the hour. In the same way, Miss Brandon, with Lord and Lady Chelford, was seen next Sunday, serene and unchanged, in the great carved oak Brandon pew, raised like a dais, 2 feet at least above the level of mere Christians, who frequented the family chapel. There, among old Wylder and Brandon tombs, some painted stone effigies of the period of Elizabeth and the first James, and some much older, stone and marble knights praying on their backs with their spurs on, and said to have been removed nearly 300 years ago from the Abbey of Naunton Friars, when that famous monastery began to lose its roof and turn into a picturesque ruin, and bygone generations of Wylders and Brandons had offered up their conspicuous devotions, with, judging from their heathen lives, I fear no very remarkable efficacy. Here, then, next Sunday afternoon, when the good vicar, the Reverend William Wylder, at 3 o'clock, performed his holy office in reading desk and pulpit, the good folk from Gylingden assembled in force, saw nothing noticeable in the demeanour or appearance of the great Brandon heiress. A goddess in her aerial place, haughty, beautiful, unconscious of human gaze, and seen, as it were, telescopically by mortals from below. No shadow of trouble on that calm marble beauty, no light of joy, but a serene, superb indifference. Of course there was some satire in Gylingden, but in the main it was a loyal town, and true to its princess. Mr. Wylder's settlements were not satisfactory, it was presumed, or the young lady could not bring herself to like him, or however it came to pass, one way or another, that sprig of willow, inevitably to be mounted by hero or heroine upon such equivocal occasions, was placed by the honest town by no means in her breast, but altogether in his buttonhole. Gradually, in a more authentic shape, information traceable to old Lady Chelford, through some of the old county families who visited at Brandon, made it known that Mr. Wylder's affairs were not at present by any means in so settled a state as was supposed; and that a long betrothal not being desirable on the whole, Miss Brandon's relatives thought it advisable that the engagement should terminate, and had so decided, Mr. Wylder having very properly placed himself absolutely in their hands. As for Mark, it was presumed he had gone into voluntary banishment, and was making the grand tour in the spirit of that lackadaisical gentleman in the then fashionable song, who says, 'From sport to sport they hurry me, to banish my regret; and if they win a smile from me, they think that I forget.' It was known to be quite final; and as the lady evinced no chagrin and affected no unusual spirits, but held swan like and majestic the even tenor of her way, there was on the whole little doubt anywhere that the gentleman had received his congé, and was hiding his mortification and healing his wounds in Paris or Vienna, or some other suitable retreat. But though the good folk of Gylingden in general cared very little how Mark Wylder might have disposed of himself, there was one inhabitant to whom his absence was fraught with very serious anxiety and inconvenience. This was his brother, William, the vicar. Poor William, sound in morals, free from vice, no dandy, a quiet, bookish, self-denying mortal, was yet, when he took holy orders and quitted his chambers at Cambridge, as much in debt as many a scamp of his college. He had been, perhaps, a little foolish and fanciful in the article of books, and had committed a serious indiscretion in the matter of a carved oak bookcase; and, worse still, he had published a slender volume of poems, and a bulkier tome of essays, scholastic and theologic, both which ventures, notwithstanding their merits, had turned out unhappily; and, worse still, he had lent that costly loan, his sign manual, on 2 or 3 occasions, to friends in need, and one way or another found that, on winding up and closing his Cambridge life, his assets fell short of his liabilities very seriously. The entire amount, it is true, was not very great. A pupil or two, and a success with his work, 'on the character and inaccuracies of Eusebius,' would make matters square in a little time. But his advertisements for a resident pupil had not been answered. They had cost him something, and he had not any more spare bread just then to throw upon the waters. So the advertisements for the present were suspended, and the publishers, somehow, did not take kindly to Eusebius, who was making the tour of that fastidious and hard-hearted fraternity. He had staved off some of his troubles by a little loan from an insurance company, but the premium and the instalments were disproportioned to his revenue, and indeed very nearly frightful to contemplate. The Cambridge tradesmen were growing minatory, and there was a stern person who held a renewal of one of his old paper subsidies to the necessities of his scampish friend Clarkson, who was plainly a difficult and awful character to deal with. Dreadful as were the tradesmen's peremptory and wrathful letters, the promptitude and energy of this latter personage were such as to produce a sense of immediate danger so acute, that the scared vicar opened his dismal case to his brother Mark. Mark, sorely against the grain and with no good grace, at last consented to advance £300 in this dread emergency, and the vicar blessed his benefactor, and in his closet, on his knees, shed tears of thankfulness over his deliverance, and the sky opened and the flowers locked bright, and life grew pleasant once more. But the £300 were not yet in his pocket, and Mark had gone away; and although, of course, the loan was sure to come, the delay, any delay in his situation, was critical and formidable. Here was another would-be correspondent of Mark's, foiled for want of his address. Still, he would not believe it possible that he could forget his promise, or shut up his bowels of mercy, or long delay the remittance which he knew to be so urgently needed. In the meantime, however, a writ reached the hand of the poor vicar of Naunton Friars, who wrote in eager and confused terror to a friend in the Middle Temple on the dread summons, and learned that he was now in court, and must appear, or suffer judgment by default. The end was that he purchased a respite of 3 months, by adding £30 to his debt, and so was thankful for another deliverance, and was confident of the promised subsidy within a week, or at all events a fortnight, or at worst 3 months was a long reprieve, and the subsidy must arrive before the emergency. In this there can be no dismay. My ships come home a month before the day. When the service was over, the neighbourly little congregation, with a sprinkling of visitors to Gylingden, for sake of its healing waters, broke up, and loitered in the vicinity of the porch, to remark on the sermon or the weather, and ask one another how they did, and to see the Brandon family enter their carriage, and the tall, powdered footman shut the door upon them, and mount behind, and move off at a brilliant pace, and with a glorious clangour and whirl of dust; and, this incident over, they broke up gradually into little groups, in Sunday guise and many colours, some for a ramble on the common, and some to tea, according to the primitive hours that ruled old Gylingden. The vicar and John Hughes, clerk and sexton, were last out; and the reverend gentleman, thin and tall in white necktie, and black, a little threadbare, stood on the steps of the porch in a sad abstraction. The red autumnal sun, nearing the edge of the distant hills, looked through the horizontal misty air, shorn of its beams, and lighted the thin and gentle features of the vicar with a melancholy radiance. The sound of the oak door closing heavily behind him and John Hughes, and the key revolving in the lock, recalled him, and with a sigh and a smile and a kindly nod to John, he looked up and round on the familiar and pretty scenery undecided. It was not quite time to go home. His troubles were heavy upon him, too, just then. They have their paroxysms like ague, and the quiet of the road and the sweet air and sunshine tempted him to walk off the chill and fever of the fit. As he passed the little cottage where old widow Maddock lay sick, Rachel Lake emerged. He was not glad. He would rather have had his sad walk in his own shy company. But there she was. He could not pass her by. So he stopped and lifted his hat and greeted her. And then they shook hands. She was going his way. He looked wistfully on the little hatch of old widow Maddock's cottage, for he felt a pang of reproach at passing her door. But there was no comfort then in his thoughts, only a sense of fear and hopeless fatigue. "How is poor old Mrs. Maddock?" he asked. "You have been visiting the sick and afflicted, and I was passing by; but indeed if I were capable at this moment I should not fail to see her, poor creature." There was something apologetic and almost miserable in his look as he said this. "She is not better; but you have been very good to her, and she is very grateful; and I am glad," said Rachel, "that I happened to light on you." And she paused. They were by this time walking side by side, and she glanced at him inquiringly, and he thought that the handsome girl looked rather thin and pale. "You once said," Miss Lake resumed, "that sooner or later I should be taught the value of religion, and would learn to prize my great privileges; and that for some spirits the only approach to the throne of mercy was through great tribulation. I've often thought since of those words, and they have begun for me to take the spirit of a prophecy; sometimes, that is, but at others they sound differently, like a dreadful menace, as if my afflictions were only to bring me to the gate of life to find it shut." "Knock, and it shall be opened," said the vicar; but the comfort was sadly spoken, and he sighed. "But is not there a time, Mr. Wylder, when he shall have shut to the door? And are there not some who, crying to him to open, shall yet remain for ever in outer darkness?" "I see, dear Miss Lake, that your mind is at work. It is a good influence at work upon the great theme which every mortal spirit ought to be employed upon. My fears are at work. My mind is altogether dark and turbid. I am sometimes at the brink of despair." "Take comfort from those fears. There is hope in that despair," and he looked at her with great interest in his gentle eyes. She looked at him, and then away toward the declining sun, and she said despairingly, "I cannot comprehend you." "Come," said he. "Miss Lake, bethink you, was there not a time, and no very distant one, when futurity caused you no anxiety, and when the subject which has grown so interesting was altogether distasteful to you? The seed of the word is received at length into good ground, but a grain of wheat will bring forth no fruit unless it die first. The seed dies to outward sense, and despair follows, but the principle of life is working in it, and it will surely grow and bring forth fruit, 30, 60, 100-fold. Be not dismayed. The body dies, and the Lord of life compares it to the death of the seed in the earth. And then comes the palingenesis, the rising in glory. In like manner he compares the reception of the principle of eternal life into the soul to the dropping of a seed into the earth. It follows the general law of mortality. It too dies, such a death as the children of heaven die here, only to germinate afresh with celestial power and beauty. Miss Lake's way lay by a footpath across a corner of the park to Redman's Dell. So they crossed the stile, and, still conversing, followed the footpath under the hedgerow of the pretty field, and, crossing another stile, entered the park. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand, by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 30. In Brandon Park. To me, from association, no doubt, That park has always had a melancholy character. The ground undulates beautifully, and noble timber studs it in all varieties of grouping; and now, as when I had seen the ill-omened form of Uncle Lorne among its solitudes, the descending sun shone across it with a saddened glory, tipping with gold the blades of grass and the brown antlers of the distant deer. Still pursuing her solemn and melancholy discourse, the young lady followed the path, accompanied by the vicar. 'True,' said the vicar, 'your mind is disturbed, but not by doubt. No, it is by truth.' He glanced aside at the tarn where I had seen the phantom, and by which their path now led them. 'You remember Parnell's pretty image? So, when a smooth expanse receives impressed Calm nature's image on its watery breast, Down bend the banks, the trees depending grow, And skies beneath with answering colours glow. But if a stone the gentle scene divide, Swift ruffling circles curl on every side, And glimmering fragments of a broken sun, Banks, trees, and skies, in thick disorder run. But, as I said, it is not a doubt that agitates your mind. That is well represented by the stone, that subsides and leaves the pool clear, it may be, but stagnant as before. Oh, no, it is an angel who comes down and troubles the water.' 'What a heavenly evening!' said a low, sweet voice, but with something insidious in it, close at his shoulder. With a start, Rachel glanced back, and saw the pale, peculiar face of her brother. His yellow eyes for a moment gleamed into hers, and then on the vicar, and with his accustomed smile he extended his hand. 'How do you do? Better, I hope, Radie? How are you, William?' Rachel grew deadly pale, and then flushed, and then was pale again. 'I thought, Stanley, you were in London.' 'So I was, but I arrived here this morning. I'm staying for a few days at the Lodge, Larkin's house. You're going home, I suppose, Radie?' 'Yes. Oh, yes, but I don't know that I'll go this way. You say you must return to Gylingden now, Mr. Wylder. I think I'll turn also and go home that way.' 'Nothing would give me greater pleasure,' said the vicar, truly as well as kindly, for he had grown interested in their conversation. 'But I fear you are tired.' He looked very kindly on her pale face. 'And you know it will cost you a walk of more than 2 miles.' 'I forgot. Yes, I believe I am a little tired. I am afraid I have led you, too, farther than you intended.' She fancied that her sudden change of plan on meeting her brother would appear odd. 'I'll see you a little bit on your way home, Radie,' said Stanley. It was just what she wished to escape. She was more nervous, though not less courageous than formerly. But the old fierce, defiant spirit awoke. Why should she fear Stanley, or what could it be to her whether he was beside her in her homeward walk? So the vicar made his adieu there, and began, at a brisker pace, to retrace his steps toward Gylingden, and she and Stanley, side by side, walked on toward Redman's Dell. What a charming park, and what delightful air, Radie, and the weather so very delicious. They talk of Italian evenings, but there is a pleasant sharpness in English evenings quite peculiar. Is not there just a little suspicion of frost? Don't you think so? Not actually cold, but crisp and sharp, unspeakably exhilarating. Now, really, this evening is quite celestial.' 'I've just been listening to a good man's conversation, and I wish to reflect upon it,' said Rachel, very coldly. 'Quite so. That is, of course, when you are alone,' answered Stanley, serenely. 'William was always a very clever fellow to talk very well read in theology. Is not he?' 'Yes, he does talk very sweetly and nobly on religion. It is a pity he is not quite straight, or at least more punctual, in his money affairs.' 'He is distressed for money? William Wylder is distressed for money? Do you mean that?' said Rachel, turning a tone of sudden surprise and energy, almost horror, turning full upon him and stopping short. 'Oh, dear, no, not the least distress that I ever heard of,' laughed Stanley, coldly. 'Only just a little bit roguish, maybe.' 'That's so like you, Stanley,' said the young lady, with a quiet scorn, resuming her onward walk. 'How very beautiful that clump of birch trees is, near the edge of the slope there. You really can't imagine, who are always here, how very intensely a person who has just escaped from London enjoys all this.' 'I don't think, Stanley,' said the young lady, coldly, and looking straight before her as she walked, 'you ever cared for natural scenery, or liked the country, and yet you are here. I don't think you ever loved me, or cared whether I was alone or in company; and yet seeing, for you did see it, that I would now rather be alone, you persist in walking with me, and talking of trees and air and celestial evenings, and thinking of something quite different. Had not you better turn back to Gylingden, or the Lodge, or wherever you mean to pass the evening, and leave me to my quiet walk and my solitude?' 'In a few minutes, dear Radie. You are so odd. I really believe you think no one can enjoy a ramble like this but yourself. Come, Stanley, what do you want? Said his sister, stopping short, and speaking with the flush of irritation on her cheek. Do you mean to walk to Redmansdell, or have you anything unpleasant to say? Neither, I hope, said the captain, with his sleepy smile, his yellow eyes resting on the innocent grass blades before him. I don't understand you, Stanley. I am always uncomfortable when you are near me. You stand there like an evil spirit with some purpose which I cannot divine, but you shall not ensnare me. Go your own way, why can't you? Pursue your own plots, your wicked plots, but let me rest. I will be released, sir, from your presence. Really, this is very fine, Radie, considering how we are related. I'm Mephistopheles, I suppose, and you Margaret, or some other simple heroine, rebuking the fiend in the majesty of your purity. And indeed, in the reddish light, and in that lonely and solemn spot, the slim form of the captain, pale, sneering, with his wild eyes, confronting the beautiful light-haired girl, looked not quite unlike a type of the jaunty fiend he was pleased to suppose himself. I tell you, Stanley, I feel that you design employing me in some of your crooked plans. I have horrible reasons, as you know, for avoiding you, and so I will. I hope I may never desire to see you alone again, but if I do, it shall not be to receive, but to impose commands. You had better return to Gylingden and leave me. So I will, dear Radie, by and by, said he, with his amused smile. That is, you won't, until you have said what you meditate. Well, then, as it seems I must hear it, pray speak at once, standing where we are, and quickly, for the sun will soon go down, and one step more I will not walk with you. Well, Radie, you are pleased to be whimsical, and to say truth, I was thinking of saying a word or two, just about an idea that has been in my mind some time, and which you half divined. You are so clever. The first day I saw you at Redman's Farm, you know, you fancied I was thinking of marrying. I don't remember that I said so, but I thought it. You mentioned Caroline Beauchamp, but I don't see how your visit here could have been connected with that plan. But don't you think, Radie, I should do well to marry? That is, assuming everything to be suitable. Well, perhaps for yourself, Stanley, but— Yes, of course, said Lake, but the unfortunate girl, you were going to say— Thank you. She's, of course, very much to be pitied, and you have my leave to pity her as much as you please. I do pity her, said Rachel. Thank you again, said Stanley. But seriously, Radie, you can be, I think, very essentially of use to me in this affair, and you must not refuse. Now, Stanley, I will cut this matter short. I can't serve you. I won't. I don't know the young lady, and I don't mean to make her acquaintance. But I tell you that you can serve me, retorted Stanley, with a savage glare, and features whitened with passion. And you shall serve me, and you do know the young lady intimately. I say, sir, I do not, replied Rachel haughtily and fiercely. She is Dorcas Brandon. You know her, I believe. I came down here to marry her. I had made up my mind when I saw you first, and I'll carry my point. I always do. She does not like me, maybe, but she shall. I never yet resolved to make a woman like me, and failed. You need not look so pale, and put on that damned affected look of horror. I may be wild, and what you please, but I'm no worse than that brute Mark Wylder, and you never turned up your eyes when he was her choice, and I knew things about him that ought to have damned him, and she's well rid of a branded rascal. And now, Rachel, you know her, and you must say a good word for me. I expect your influence, and if you don't use it, and effectually, it will be worse for you. You women understand one another, and how to get a fellow favourably into one another's thoughts. So listen to me. This is a vital matter. Indeed, it is, Radie. I have lost a lot of money like a fool, I suppose. Well, it is gone, and this marriage is indispensable. I must go in for it. It is life or death. And if I fail through your unkindness," here he swore an impious oath, "I'll end all with a pistol, and leave a letter to Chelford disclosing everything concerning you and me and Mark Wylder." I think Rachel Lake was as near fainting as ever lady was, without actually swooning. It was well they had stopped just by the stem of a great ash tree, against which Rachel leaned for some seconds, with darkness before her eyes, and the roar of a whirlpool in her ears. After a while, with 2 or 3 gasps, she came to herself. Lake had been railing on all this time, and his voice, which in ill temper was singularly bleak and terrible, was again in her ears the moment she recovered her hearing. "I do not care to quarrel. There are many reasons why we should not," Lake said in his peculiar tones. "You have some of my secrets, and you must have more. It can't be helped, and I say you must. I have been very foolish. I'll give up play. It has brought me to this. I've had to sell out. I've paid away all I could, and given bills for the rest, but I can't possibly pay them, don't you see? And if things go to the worst, I tell you I'll not stay. I don't want to make my bow just yet, and I've no wish to injure you, but I'll do as I have said." He swore again. "And Chelford shall have a distinct statement under my hand of everything that has happened. I don't suppose you wish to be accessory to all this, and therefore it behooves you, Rachel, to do what you can to prevent it. One woman can always influence another, and you are constantly with Dorcas. You'll do all you can. I'm sure you will, and you can do a great deal. I know it. I'll do as much for you, Raddie. Anything you like." For the first time, her brother stood before her in a really terrible shape. She felt his villainy turning with a cowardly and merciless treason upon her forlorn self. Sacrificed for him, and that sacrifice used by him to torture, to extort, perhaps to ruin. She quailed for a minute in the presence of this gigantic depravity and cruelty. But Rachel was a brave lass, and rallied quickly. "After all I have done and suffered," said she, with a faint smile of unimaginable bitterness, "I did not think that human wickedness could produce such a brother as you are. Well, it is no news what you think of me, and not much matter either. I don't see that I am a worse brother than you are a sister." Stanley Lake was speaking with a livid intensity. "You see how I am placed, a ruined man with a pistol to my head. What you can do to save me may amount to nothing, but it may be everything, and you say you won't try. Now I say you shall, and with every energy and faculty you possess, or else abide the consequences." "And I tell you, sir," replied Rachel, "I know you. You are capable of anything but of hurting yourself. I'll never be your slave, though if I pleased I might make you mine. I scorn your threats. I defy you." Stanley Lake looked transported, and the yellow fires of his deep-set eyes glared on her, while his lips moved to speak, but not a word came, and it became a contortion. He grasped the switch in his hand as if to strike her. "Take care, sir. Lord Chelford's coming," said the young lady, haughtily, with a contracted glance of horror fixed on Lake. Lake collected himself. He was a man who could do it pretty quickly, but he had been violently agitated, and the traces of his fury could not disappear in a moment. Lord Chelford was indeed approaching, only a few hundred yards away. "Take my arm," said Lake; and Rachel, mechanically, as storytellers say, placed her slender gloved hand upon his arm, the miscreant arm that had been so nearly raised to strike her, and they walked along, brother and sister, in the Sabbath sunset light, to meet him. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31. Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Tina Broughton. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan LaFANU. Chapter 31. In Redman's Dell. Lord Chelford raised his hat, smiling. "I'm so very glad I met you. I was beginning to feel so solitary." He placed himself beside Miss Lake. "I've had such a long walk across the park. How do you do, Lake? When did you come?" And so on, Lake answering and looking wonderfully as usual. I think Lord Chelford perceived there was something amiss between the young people, for his eye rested on Rachel with a momentary look of inquiry, unconscious, no doubt, and quickly averted, and he went on chatting pleasantly. But he looked, once or twice, a little hard at Stanley Lake. I don't think he had an extraordinarily good opinion of that young gentleman. He seldom expressed an ill one of anybody, and then it was in very measured language. But though he never hinted at an unfavourable estimate of the captain, his intimacies with him were a little reserved, and I think I have seen him, even when he smiled, look the least little bit in the world uncomfortable, as if he did not quite enter into the captain's pleasantries. They had not walked together very far when Stanley recollected that he must take his leave and walk back to Gylingden, and so the young lady and Lord Chelford were left to pursue their way towards Redman's Farm together. It would have been a more unaccountable proceeding on the part of Stanley Lake, and a more romantic situation, if Rachel and his lordship had not had before 2 or 3 little accidental rambles together in the grounds and gardens of Brandon. There was nothing quite new in the situation, therefore, and Rachel was for a moment indescribably relieved by Stanley's departure. The shock of her brief interview with her brother over, reflection assured her, knowing all she did, that Stanley's wooing would prosper, and so this cause of quarrel had really nothing in it. No, nothing but a display of his temper and morals, not very astonishing after all, and, like an ugly picture or a dreadful dream, in no way to affect her after life, except as an odious remembrance. Therefore, little by little, like a flower that has been bruised, in the tranquilizing influences about her, the young lady got up, expanded, and grew like herself again, not like enough, indeed, to say much, but to listen and follow his manly, refined, and pleasant talk, every moment with a pang that had yet something pleasurable in it, contrasting the quiet and chivalric tone of her present companion with the ferocious duplicity of the sly, smooth terrorist who had just left her side. It was rather a marked thing, as lean Mrs. Lloyd of Gillingden, who had 2 thin spinsters with pink noses under her wing, remarked, this long walk of Lord Shelford and Miss Lake in the park, and she enjoined upon her girls the propriety of being specially reserved in their intercourse with persons of Lord Shelford's rank. Not that they were much troubled with dangers from any such quarter. Miss Lake had, she supposed, her own notions, and would act as she pleased, but she owned for her part she preferred the old fashion, and thought men did also, and was sure too that young ladies lost nothing by a little reserve and modesty. Now something of this no doubt passed in the minds of Lord Shelford and his pretty companion, but what was to be done? That perverse and utterly selfish brother, Stanley Lake, had chosen to take his leave. Lord Shelford could not desert the young lady, and would it have been a very nice delicacy in Miss Lake to make her courtesy in the middle of the park, and protest against pursuing their walk together any further? Lord Shelford was a lively and agreeable companion, but there was something unusually gentle, almost resembling tenderness, in his manner. She was so different from her gay, fiery self in this walk, so gentle, so subdued, and he was more interested by her, perhaps, than he had ever been before. The sun just touched the verge of the wooded uplands as the young people began to descend the slope of Redman's Dell. How very short! Lord Shelford paused with a smile at these words. I was just going to say how short the days have grown, as if it had all happened without notice, and contrary to the almanac. But really the sun sets cruelly early this evening, and I am so very sorry. Our little walk is so soon to end. There was not much in this little speech, but it was spoken in a low, sweet voice, and Rachel looked down on the ferns before her feet as they walked on side by side, not with a smile, but with a blush, and that beautiful look of gratification, so becoming and indescribable. Happy that moment, that enchanted moment of oblivion and illusion. But the fitful evening breeze came up through Redman's Dell with a gentle sweep over the autumnal foliage, sudden as a sigh and cold. In her ear it sounded like a whisper or a shudder, and she lifted up her eyes and saw the darkening dell before her, and with a pang the dreadful sense of reality returned. She stopped, with something almost wild in her look, but with an effort she smiled and said with a little shiver, the air has grown quite chill, and the sun nearly set. We loitered, Stanley and I, a great deal too long in the park, but I am now at home, and I fear I have brought you much too far out of your way already. Good-bye,' and she extended her hand. 'You must not dismiss your escort here. I must see you through the enchanted dell. It is only a step, and then I shall return with a good conscience, like a worthy knight, having done my devoir honestly.' She looked down the dell with a dark and painful glance, and then she said a few words of hesitating apology and acquiescence, and in a few minutes more they parted at the little wicket of Redman's Farm. They shook hands. He had a few pleasant lingering words to say. She paused as he spoke at the other side of the little garden door. She seemed to like those lingering sentences, and hung upon them, and even smiled, but in her eyes there was a vague and melancholy pleading, a wandering and unfathomable look that pained him. They shook hands again. It was the third time, and then she walked up the little gravel walk, hardly a dozen steps, and disappeared within the door of Redman's Farm, without turning another parting look on Lord Shelford, who remained at the little paling, expecting one, I think, to lift his hat and say one more parting word. She turned into the little drawing room at the left, and, herself unseen, did take that last look, and saw him go up the road again towards Brandon. The shadows and mists of Redman's Dell anticipated night, and it was already deep twilight there. On the table there lay a letter which Marjorie had brought from the post office. So Rachel lighted her candles and read it with very little interest, for it concerned a world towards which she had few yearnings. There was just one sentence which startled her attention. It said, "We shall soon be at Knowlton for Christmas, I suppose. It is growing too wintry for mamma near the sea, though I like it better in a high wind than in a calm, and a gale is such fun, such a romp. The Dulhamptons have arrived. The old Marchioness never appears till 3 o'clock, and only out in the carriage twice since they came. I can't say I very much admire Lady Constance, though she is to be Chelford's wife. She has fine eyes, and I think no other good point. Much too dark for my taste, but they say clever." And not another word was there on the subject. Lady Constance? Arranged? I supposed by Lady Chelford. No great dot. And an unamiable family, an odious family. Nothing to recommend her but her rank. So ruminated Rachel Lake as she looked out on her shadowy garden, and tapped a little feverish tattoo with her finger on the window pane. And she meditated a great while, trying to bring back distinctly her recollection of Lady Constance, and also vaguely conjecturing who had arranged the marriage, and how it had come about. Chelford cannot like her. It is all Lady Chelford's doing. Can I have mistaken the name? But no, nothing could be more perfectly distinct than Chelford, traced in her fair correspondent's very legible hand. He treats the young lady very coolly, thought Rachel, forgetting perhaps that his special relations to Dorcas Brandon had compelled his stay in that part of the world. Mingled with this criticism was a feeling quite unavowed even to herself, a sore feeling that Lord Chelford had been. And this she never admitted to herself before, more particular, no, not exactly that, but more something or other, not exactly expressible in words, in his approaches to her, than was consistent with his situation. But then she had been very guarded, not stiff or prudish indeed, but frank and cold enough with him, and that was comforting. Still there was a sense of wonder, a great blank, and something of pain in the discovery. Yes, pain, though she smiled a faint blushing smile, alone as she was, and then came a deep sigh, and then a sort of start. Rachel, is it possible?" murmured the young lady, with the same dubious smile, looking down upon the ground and shaking her head. "Yes, I do really think you had begun to like Lord Chelford. Only begun, the least little insidious bit. But thank you, wild Bessie Franklin, you have quite opened my eyes. Rachel, girl, what a fool you were near becoming." She looked like her old pleasant self during this little speech, arch and fresh and still smiling. She looked up and sighed, and then her dark look returned, and she said dismally, "What utter madness!" and leaned for a while with her fingers upon the window sash. And when she turned to old Tamar, who brought in her tiny tea equipage, it seemed as if the shadow of the dell, into which she had been vacantly gazing, still rested on her face. "Not here, Tamar. I'll drink tea in my room, and you must bring your teacup too, and we'll take it together. I think I am a little nervous, darling, and you won't leave me?" So they sat down together in her chamber. It was a cheery little bedroom when the shutters were closed, and the fire burning brightly in the grate. My good Tamar will read her chapters aloud. I wish I could enjoy them like you. I can only wish. You must pray for me, Tamar. There is a dreadful image, and I sometimes think a dreadful being always near me. Though the words you read are sad and awful, they are also sweet, like funeral music a long way off, and they tranquilize me without making me better, as the harping of David did the troubled and forsaken King Saul." So the old nurse mounted her spectacles, glad of the invitation, and began to read. Her reading was very slow, and had other faults too, being in that sing-song style to which some people inexplicably like to read Holy Writ, but it was reverent and distinct, and I have heard worse even in the reading desk. "Stop," said Rachel suddenly, as she reached about the middle of the chapter. The old woman looked up with her watery eyes wide open, and there was a short pause. I beg your pardon, dear Tamar, but you must first tell me that story you used to tell me long ago, of Lady Ringdove, that lived in Epping Forest, to whom the ghost came and told something she was never to reveal, and who slowly died of the secret, growing all the time more and more like the spectre, and besought the priest when she was dying that he would have her laid in the abbey vault, with her mouth open and her eyes and ears sealed, in token that her term of slavery was over, that her lips might now be open, and that her eyes were to see no more the dreadful sight, nor her ears to hear the frightful words that used to scare them in her lifetime. And then, you remember, whenever afterwards they opened the door of the vault, the wind entering in made such moanings in her hollow mouth, and declared things so horrible that they built up the door of the vault and entered it no more. Let me have the entire story, just as you used to tell it. So old Tamar, who knew it was no use disputing a fancy of her young mistress, although on Sunday night she would have preferred other talk, recounted her old tale of wonder. Yes, it is true. A true allegory, I mean, Tamar. Death will close the eyes and ears against the sights and sounds of earth, but even the tomb secures no secrecy. The dead themselves declare their dreadful secrets, open-mouthed, to the winds. Oh, Tamar, turn over the pages, and try to find some part which says where safety and peace may be found at any price, for sometimes I think I am almost bereft of reason. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 32. Mr. Larkin and the Vicar. The good vicar was not only dismayed, but endangered by his brother's protracted absence. It was now the first week in November. Bleak and wintry, that ungenial month set in at Gylingden, and in accord with the tempestuous and dismal weather, the fortunes of the Reverend William Wylder were darkened and agitated. This morning a letter came at breakfast by post, and when he had read it, the poor vicar grew a little white, and he folded it very quietly and put it in his waistcoat pocket, and patted little Fairy on the head. Little Fairy was asking him a question all this time, very vehemently. How long was Jack's sword that he killed the giants with? And several times to this distinct question he received only the unsatisfactory reply, "Yes, my darling." And at last, when little Fairy mounted his knee and, hugging the abstracted vicar round the neck, urged his question with kisses and lamentations, the parson answered with a look of great perplexity, and only half recalled, said, "Indeed, little man, I don't know. How long, you say, was Jack's sword? Well, I dare say it was as long as the umbrella." He got up with the same perplexed and absent look as he said this, and threw an anxious glance about the room, as if looking for something he had mislaid. "You are not going to write now, Willie dear," expostulated his good little wife. "You have not tasted your tea yet." "I have indeed, dear, haven't I? Well, I will." And standing, he drank nearly half the cup she had poured out for him, and set it down, and felt in his pocket, she thought, for his keys. "Are you looking for anything, Willie darling? Your keys are in my basket." No, darling, nothing. I have everything I want. I think I must go to the lodge and see Mr. Larkin for a moment." "But you have eaten nothing," remonstrated his partner. "You must not go until you have eaten something." "Time enough, darling. I can't wait. I shan't be away 20 minutes. Time enough when I come back." "Have you heard anything of Mark, darling?" she inquired eagerly. "Of Mark? Oh, no, nothing of Mark." And he added, with a deep sigh, "Oh, dear, I wonder he does not write. No, nothing of Mark." She followed him into the hall. "Now, Willie darling, you must not go till you've had your breakfast. You will make yourself ill, indeed you will. Do come back, just to please me, and eat a little first." "No, darling, no, my love, I can't, indeed. I'll be back immediately, but I must catch Mr. Larkin before he goes out. It is only a little matter. I want to ask his opinion, and here is my stick, and I'll return immediately." "And I'll go with you," cried little Fairy. No, little man, I can't take you. No, it is business. Stay with mamma, and I'll be back again in a few minutes." So, spite of Fairy's clamours and the remonstrances of his fond, clinging little wife, with a hurried kiss or two, away he went alone, at a very quick pace, through the High Street of Gylingden, and was soon in the audience chamber of the serious gentleman attorney.
The attorney rose with a gaunt and sad smile of welcome, begged Mr. Wylder, with a wave of his long hand, to be seated, and then seating himself and crossing one long thigh over the other, he threw his arm over the back of his chair, and leaning back with what he conceived to be a graceful and gentlemanly negligence, with his visitor full in the light of the window, and his own countenance in shadow, the light coming from behind, a diplomatic arrangement which he affected. He fixed his small pink eyes observantly upon him, and asked if he could do anything for Mr. William Wylder. 'Have you heard anything since, Mr. Larkin? Can you conjecture where his address may now be?' asked the vicar, a little abruptly. 'Oh, Mr. Mark Wylder, perhaps, you referred to.' 'Yes, my brother Mark.' Mr. Larkin smiled a sad and simple smile, and shook his head. 'No, indeed, not a word. It is very sad, and involves quite a world of trouble, and utterly inexplicable; for I need not tell you, in my position, it can't be pleasant to be denied all access to the client who has appointed me to act for him, nor conducive to the apprehension of his wishes upon many points, which I should much prefer not being left to my discretion. It is really, as I say, inexplicable, for Mr. Mark Wylder must thoroughly see all this. He is endowed with eminent talents for business, and must perfectly appreciate the embarrassment in which the mystery with which he surrounds the place of his abode must involve those whom he has appointed to conduct his business.' 'I have heard from him this morning,' resumed the lawyer. 'He was pleased to direct a power of attorney to me to receive his rents and sign receipts, and he proposes making Lord Viscount Chelford and Captain Lake trustees, to fund his money or otherwise invest it for his use, and has he I beg pardon, but did he mention a little matter in which I am deeply, indeed vitally interested?' The vicar paused. 'I don't quite apprehend. Perhaps if you were to frame your question a little differently, I might possibly you were saying ' 'I mean a matter of very deep interest to me,' said the poor vicar, colouring a little, 'though no very considerable sum, viewed absolutely; but under my unfortunate circumstances, of the most urgent importance a loan of £300. Did he mention it?' Again Mr. Larkin shook his head, with the same sad smile. 'But though we do not know how to find him, he knows very well where to find us; and, as you are aware, we hear from him constantly, and no doubt he recollects his promise, and will transmit the necessary directions all in good time.' 'I earnestly hope he may;' and the poor cleric lifted up his eyes unconsciously, and threw his hope into the form of a prayer; 'for, to speak frankly, Mr. Larkin, my circumstances are very pressing. I have just heard from Cambridge, and find that my good friend, Mr. Mountain, the bookseller, has been dead 2 months, and his wife he was a widower when I knew him, but it would seem has married since is his sole executrix, and has sold the business, and directed 2 gentlemen, attorneys, to call in all the debts due to him, peremptorily, and they say I must pay before the 15th, and I have absolutely but £5 in the world until March, when my half year will be paid; and indeed only that the tradespeople here are so very kind, we should often find it very difficult to manage.' 'Perhaps,' said Mr. Larkin, blandly, 'you would permit me to look at the letter you mentioned having received from the solicitors at Cambridge.' 'Oh, thank you, certainly. Here it is,' said William Wylder, eagerly, and he gazed with his kind, truthful eyes upon the attorney's countenance as he glanced over it, trying to read something of futurity therein. 'Fookes and Mawley,' said Mr. Larkin. 'I have never had but one transaction with them. They are not always pleasant people to deal with. Mind, I don't say anything affecting their integrity heaven forbid; but they certainly did take rather what I would call a short turn with us on the occasion to which I refer. You must be cautious indeed, my dear Sir, very cautious. The 15th just 10 clear days. Well, you know, you have till then to look about you; and you know we may any day hear from your brother, directing the loan to be paid over to you. And now, my dear and reverend friend, you know me, I hope,' continued Mr. Larkin, very kindly, as he handed back the letter, 'and you won't attribute what I say to impertinent curiosity; but your brother's intended advance of £300 can hardly have had relation only to this trifling claim upon you. There are, no doubt pardon me several little matters to be arranged, and considerable circumspection will be needed, pending your brother's absence, in dealing with the persons who are in a position to press their claims unpleasantly. You must not trifle with these things, and let me recommend you seeing your legal adviser, whoever he is, immediately.' 'You mean,' said the vicar, who was by this time very much flushed, 'a gentleman of your profession, Mr. Larkin? Do you really think well, it has frequently crossed my mind, but the expense, you know and although my affairs are in a most unpleasant and complicated state, I am sure that everything would be perfectly smooth, if only I had received the loan my kind brother intends, and which, to be sure, as you say, any day I may receive. But, my dear Sir, do you really mean to say that you would pay claims from various quarters? How old is this, for instance? Without examination?' The vicar looked very blank. This I certainly do owe. It has increased a little with interest, though good Mr. Mountain never charged more than 6 per cent. It was, I think, about £15. Books, I am ashamed to say how long ago, about a work which I began then and laid aside, on Eusebius, but which is now complete, and will, I hope, eventually repay me. Were you of age, my dear Sir, when he gave you these books on credit? Were you 21 years of age? Oh, no, not 20. But then I owe it, and I could not, as a Christian man, you know, evade my debts. Of course, but you can't pay it at present, and it may be highly important to enable you to treat this as a debt of honour, you perceive. Suppose, my dear Sir, they should proceed to arrest you, or to sequestrate the revenue of your vicarage. Now, see, my dear Sir, I am, I humbly hope, a Christian man, but you will meet with men in every profession, and mine is no exception, disposed to extract the last farthing which the law by its extremest process will give them. And I really must tell you, frankly, that if you dream of escaping the most serious consequences, you must at once place yourself and your affairs in the hands of a competent man of business. It will probably be found that you do not in reality owe £60 of every 100 claimed against you.' 'Oh, Mr. Larkin, if I could induce you!' Mr. Larkin smiled a melancholy smile, and shook his head. 'My dear Sir, I only wish I could; but my hands are so awfully full,' and he lifted them up and shook them, and shook his tall bald head at the same time, and smiled a weary smile. 'Just look there,' and he waved his fingers in the direction of the Cyclopean wall of tin boxes, tier above tier, each bearing in yellow italics the name of some country gentleman, and 2 baronets among the number, every one of them laden with deeds and papers. You can't have a notion no one has what it is.' 'I see, indeed,' murmured the honest vicar, in a compassionating tone, and quite entering into the spirit of Mr. Larkin's mournful appeal, as if the being in large business was the most distressing situation in which an attorney could well find himself. 'It was very unreasonable of me to think of troubling you with my wretched affairs; but really I do not know very well where to turn, or whom to speak to. Maybe, my dear Sir, you can think of some conscientious and Christian practitioner, who is not so laden with other people's cares and troubles as you are. I am a very poor client, and indeed more trouble than I could possibly be gain to anyone. But there may be some one. Pray think 10 days is so short a time, and I can do nothing.' Mr. Larkin stood at the window ruminating, with his left hand in his breeches pocket, and his right, with finger and thumb pinching his under lip, after his wont, and the despairing accents of the poor vicar's last sentence still in his ear. 'Well,' he said, hesitatingly, 'it is not easy, at a moment's notice, to point out a suitable solicitor. There are many, of course, very desirable gentlemen; but I feel it, my dear Sir, a very serious responsibility naming one for so peculiar a matter. But you shall not, in the meantime, go to the wall for want of advice. Rely upon it, we'll do the best we can for you,' he continued, in a patronising way, with his chin raised, and extending his hand kindly to shake that of the parson. 'Yes, I certainly will. You must have advice. Can you give me 2 hours to morrow evening, say to tea, if you will do me the honour? My friend, Captain Lake, dines at Brandon to morrow. He's staying here with me, you are aware, on a visit; but we shall be quite by ourselves, say at 7 o'clock. Bring all your papers, and I'll get at the root of the business, and see, if possible, in each particular case, what line is best to be adopted.' 'How can I thank you, my dear Sir?' cried gentle William Wylder, his countenance actually beaming with delight and gratitude, a brighter look than it had worn for many weeks. 'Oh, pray don't mention it. I assure you, it is a happiness to me to be of any little use; and really, I don't see how you could possibly hold your own among the parties who are pressing you without professional advice.' 'I feel,' said the poor vicar, and his eyes filled as he smiled, and his lip quivered a little, 'I feel as if my prayer for direction and deliverance were answered at last. Oh, my dear sir, I have suffered a great deal, but something assures me I am rescued, and shall have a quiet mind once more. I am now in safe and able hands,' and he shook the safe and able, and rather large hands of the amiable attorney in both his. 'You make too much of it, my dear sir. I should at any time be most happy to advise you,' said Mr. Larkin, with a lofty and pleased benevolence, 'and with great pleasure, provisionally, until we can hit upon a satisfactory solicitor with a little more time at his disposal, I undertake the management of your case.' 'Thank Heaven!' again said the vicar, who had not let go his hands. 'And it is so delightful to have for my guide a Christian man, who, even were I so disposed, would not lend himself to an unworthy or questionable defence; and although at this moment it is not in my power to reward your invaluable assistance. Now, really, my dear sir, I must insist no more of this, I beseech you. I do most earnestly insist that you promise me you will never mention the matter of professional remuneration more, until, at least, I press it, which, rely upon it, will not be for a good while.' The attorney's smile plainly said that his good while meant, in fact, never. 'This is, indeed, unimaginable kindness. How have I deserved so wonderful a blessing?' 'And I have no doubt,' said the attorney, fondling the vicar's arm in his large hand, 'that these claims will ultimately be reduced fully 30 per cent. I had once a good deal of professional experience in this sort of business; and oh, my dear sir, it is really melancholy,' and up went his small pink eyes in a pure horror, and his hands were lifted at the same time; 'but we will bring them to particulars, and you may rely upon it, you will have a much longer time, at all events, than they are disposed to allow you.' CHAPTER 33 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand, by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 33. The Ladies on Gylingden Heath. Just at this moment they became aware of a timid little tapping, which had been going on at the window during the latter part of this conference, and looking up, the attorney and the vicar saw little Fairy's violet eyes peering under his light hair, with its mild golden shadow, and the odd sensitive smile at once shy and arch. His cheeks were wet with tears, and his pretty little nose red, though he was smiling, and he drew his face aside among the jessamine, when he saw the gaunt attorney directing his patronising smile upon him. 'I beg pardon,' said the vicar, rising with a sudden smile, and going to the window. 'It is my little man. Fairy, Fairy, what has brought you here, my little man?' Fairy glanced, still smiling, but very shamefacedly at the grand attorney, and in his little fist he held a pair of rather seedy gloves to the window pane. 'So I did. I protest I forgot my gloves. Thank you, little man. Who is with you?' 'Oh, I see. That is right.' The maid ducked a short courtesy. 'Indeed, sir, please, Master Fairy was raising the roof,' a nursery phrase which implied indescribable bellowing, 'and as naughty as could be, until missis allowed him to come after you.' 'Oh, my little man, you must not do that. Ask nicely, you know, always quietly, like a little gentleman.' 'But oh, Wapsie, your hands would be cold,' and he held the gloves to him against the glass. 'Well, darling, thank you. You are a kind little man, and I'll be with you in a moment,' said the vicar, smiling very lovingly on his naughty little man. 'Mr. Larkin,' said he, turning very gratefully to the attorney, 'you can lay it as Christian comfort to your kind heart that you have made mine 100-fold lighter since I entered this blessed room. Indeed, you have lifted a mountain from it by the timely proffer of your invaluable assistance.' Again the attorney waved off, with a benignant and humble smile, rather oppressive to see, all idea of obligation, and accompanied his grateful client to the glass door of his little porch, where Fairy was already awaiting him with the gloves in his hand. 'I do believe,' said the good vicar, as he walked down what Mr. Larkin called the approach, and looking up with irrepressible gratitude to the blue sky and the white clouds sailing over his head, 'if it be not presumption, I must believe that I have been directed hither. Yes, darling, yes, my hands are warm.' This was addressed to little Fairy, who was clamouring for information on the point, and clinging to his arm as he capered by his side. 'What immense relief! and he murmured another thanksgiving, and then, quite hilariously, "If little man would like to come with his Wapsie, we'll take such a nice little walk together, and we'll go and see poor widow Maddock, and we'll buy 3 muffins on our way home for a feast this evening, and we'll look at the pictures in the old French Josephus, and mamma and I will tell stories, and I have a halfpenny to buy apples for little Fairy." The attorney stood at his window with a shadow on his face, and his small eyes a little contracted and snake-like, following the slim figure of the threadbare vicar and his golden-haired, dancing little comrade; and then he mounted a chair, and took down successively 4 of his japanned boxes. 2 of them, in yellow letters, bore respectively the label "Brandon No. 1" and "No. 2," the other "Wylder No. 1" and "No. 2." He opened the Wylder box first, and glanced through a neat little statement of title, prepared for counsel when drafting the deed of settlement for the marriage which was never to take place. The limitations, let me see, is not there something that one might be safe in advancing a trifle upon, eh? Yes. And with his lip in his finger and thumb, he conned over those remainders and reversions with a skilled and rapid eye. Rachel Lake was glad to see the slender and slightly stooped figure of the vicar standing that morning, his bright little boy by the hand, in the wicket of the tiny flower garden of Redman's Farm. She went out quickly to greet him. The sick man likes the sound of his kind doctor's step on the stairs, and be his skill much or little, trusts in him, and will even joke a little asthmatic joke, and smile a feeble hectic smile about his ailments when he is present. So they fell into discourse among the autumnal flowers and withered leaves; and as the day was still and genial, they remained standing in the garden, and away went busy little Fairy, smiling and chatting with Marjorie, to see the hens and chickens in the yard. The physician, after a while, finds the leading features of most cases pretty much alike. He knows when inflammation may be expected, and fever will supervene. He is not surprised if the patient's mind wanders a little at times, expects the period of prostration and the return of appetite, and has his measures and his palliatives ready for each successive phase of sickness and recovery. In like manner, too, the good and skilful parson comes by experience to know the signs and stages of the moral ailments and recoveries which some of them know how so tenderly and so wisely to care for. They, too, have ready, having often proved their consolatory efficacy, their febrifuges and their tonics, culled from that tree of life whose leaves are for the healing of the nations. Poor Rachel's hours were dark, and life had grown in some sort terrible, and death seemed now so real and near, aye, quite a fact, and somehow not unfriendly; but oh, the immense futurity beyond, that could not be shirked, to which she was certainly going! Death and sleep so welcome! But oh, that stupendous life everlasting, now first unveiled! She could only close her eyes and wring her hands. Oh, for some friendly voice and hand to stay her through the valley of the shadow of death! They talked a long while, Rachel chiefly a listener, and often quietly weeping, and at last a very kindly parting, and a promise from the simple and gentle vicar that he would often look in at Redman's Farm. She watched his retreating figure as he and little Fairy walked down the tenebrose road to Gylingden, following them with a dismal gaze, as a benighted and wounded wayfarer in that valley would, the pale lamps disappearing that had for a few minutes, in a friendly hand, shone over his dreadful darkness. And when, in fitful reveries, fancy turned for a moment to an earthly past and future, all there was a blank, the past saddened, the future bleak. She did not know, or even suspect, that she had been living in an aerial castle, and worshipping an unreal image, until on a sudden all was revealed in that chance gleam of cruel lightning, the line in that letter which she read so often, spelled over and puzzled over so industriously, though it was clear enough. How noble, how good, how bright and true was that hero of her unconscious romance! Well, no one else suspected that incipient madness, that was something, and brave Rachel would quite master it. Happy she had discovered it so soon. Besides, it was, even if Chelford were at her feet, a wild impossibility now; and it was well, though despair were in the pang, that she had, at last, quite explained this to herself. As Rachel stood in her little garden, on the spot where she had bidden farewell to the vicar, she was roused from her vague and dismal reverie by the sound of a carriage close at hand. She had just time to see that it was a brougham, and to recognise the Brandon liveries, when it drew up at the garden wicket, and Dorcas called to her from the open window: 'I'm come, Rachel, expressly to take you with me, and I won't be denied.' 'You are very good, Dorcas. Thank you, dear, very much; but I am not very well, and a very dull companion to day.' You think I am going to bore you with visits. No such thing, I assure you. I have taken a fancy to walk on the common, that is all. A kind of longing, and you must come with me. Quite to ourselves, you and I. You won't refuse me, darling. I know you'll come.' Well, Rachel did go, and away they drove through the quiet town of Gylingden together, and through the short street on the right, and so upon the still quieter common. This plain of green turf broke gradually into a heath, and an irregular screen of timber and underwood divided the common of Gylingden in sylvan fashion from the moor. The wood passed. Dorcas stopped the carriage, and the two young ladies descended. It was a sunny day, and the air still; and the open heath contrasted pleasantly with the sombre and confined scenery of Redman's Dell; and altogether Rachel was glad now that she had made the effort, and come with her cousin. 'It was good of you to come, Rachel,' said Miss Brandon, 'and you look tired; but you shan't speak more than you like, and I'll tell you all the news. Chelford is just returned from Brighton. He arrived this morning, and he and Lady Chelford will stay for the Hunt Ball. I made it a point; and he called at Hockley on his way back to see Sir Julius. Do you know him?' 'Sir Julius Hockley? No, I've heard of him only.' 'Well, they say he is wasting his property very fast, and I think him every way very nearly a fool; but Chelford wanted to see him about Mr. Wylder. Mark Wylder, you know, of course, has turned up again in England. His letter to Chelford 6 weeks ago was from Boulogne, but his last was from Brighton; and Sir Julius Hockley witnessed, I think they call it, that letter of attorney which Mark sent about a week since to Mr. Larkin; and Chelford, who is most anxious to trace Mark Wylder, having to surrender, I think they call it, a trust, is not it, or something, I really don't understand these things, to him, and not being able to find out his address, Mr. Larkin wrote to Sir Julius, whom Chelford did not find at home, to ask him for a description of Mark, to ascertain whether he had disguised himself; and Sir Julius wrote to Chelford such an absurd description of poor Mark, in doggerel rhyme, so like his odd walk, his great whiskers, and everything. Chelford does not like personalities, but he could not help laughing. Are you ill, darling?' Though she was walking on beside her companion, Rachel looked on the point of fainting. 'My darling, you must sit down. You do look very ill. I forgot my promise about Mark Wylder. How stupid I have been, and perhaps I have distressed you.' 'No, Dorcas, I am pretty well; but I have been ill, and I am a little tired. And, Dorcas, I don't deny it, I am amazed. You tell me such things. That letter of attorney, or whatever it is, must not be acted upon. It is incredible. It is all horrible wickedness. Mark Wylder's fate is dreadful, and Stanley is the mover of all this. Oh, Dorcas, darling, I wish I could tell you everything. Some day I may be I am sick and terrified.' They had sat down by this time, side by side, on the crisp bank. Each lady looked down, the one in suffering, the other in thought. 'You are better, darling are you not better?' said Dorcas, laying her hand on Rachel's, and looking on her with a melancholy gaze. 'Yes, dear, better very well,' answered Rachel, looking up, but without an answering glance at her cousin. 'You blame your brother, Rachel, in this affair.' 'Did I? Well, maybe. Yes, he is to blame. The miserable man, whom I hate to think of, and yet am always thinking of, Stanley well knows is not in a state to do it. Don't you think, Rachel, remembering what I have confided to you, that you might be franker with me in this? Oh, Dorcas, don't misunderstand me. If the secret were all my own, Heaven knows, hateful as it is, how boldly I would risk all, and throw myself on your fidelity or your mercy. I know not how you might view it, but it is different, Dorcas, at least for the present. You know me. You know how I hate secrets. But this is not mine, only in part. That is, I dare not tell it, but may be soon free, and to us all, dear Dorcas, a woeful, woeful day will it be.' 'I made you a promise, Rachel,' said her beautiful cousin gravely, and a little coldly and sadly too. 'I will never break it again. It was thoughtless. Let us each try to forget that there is anything hidden between us. If ever the time comes, dear Dorcas, when I may tell it to you, I don't know whether you will bless or hate me for having kept it so well. At all events, I think you'll pity me, and at last understand your miserable cousin. I said before, Rachel, that I liked you. You are one of us, Rachel. You are beautiful, wayward, and daring; and one way or another, misfortune always waylays us; and I know it, calamity before me. Death comes to other women in its accustomed way, but we have a double death. There is not a beautiful portrait in Brandon that has not a sad and true story. Early death of the frail and fair tenement of clay, but a still earlier death of happiness. Come, Rachel, shall we escape from the spell and the destiny into solitude? What do you think of my old plan of the valleys and lakes of Wales? A pretty foreign tongue spoken round us, and no one but ourselves to commune with, and books and music. It is not, Radie, altogether jest. I sometimes yearn for it, as they say foreign girls do for convent life.' 'Poor Dorcas!' said Rachel very softly, fixing her eyes upon her with a look of inexpressible sadness and pity. 'Rachel,' said Dorcas, 'I am a changeable being, violent, self-willed. My fate may be quite a different one from that which I suppose, or you imagine. I may yet have to retract my secret. Oh, would it were so! Would to heaven it were so! Suppose, Rachel, that I had been deceiving you, perhaps deceiving myself. Time will show.' There was a wild smile on beautiful Dorcas's face as she said this, which faded soon into the proud serenity that was its usual character. 'Oh, Dorcas, if your good angel is near, listen to his warnings.' 'We have no good angels, my poor Rachel. What modern necromancers, conversing with tables, call mocking spirits, have always usurped their place with us, singing in our drowsy ears like Ariel, visiting our reveries like angels of light, being really our evil genii. Ah, yes!' 'Dorcas, dear,' said Rachel, after both had been silent for a time, speaking suddenly, and with a look of pale and keen entreaty, 'beware of Stanley. Oh, beware, beware! I think I am beginning to grow afraid of him myself.' Dorcas was not given to sighing, but she sighed, gazing sadly across the wide, bleak moor, with her proud, apathetic look, which seemed passively to defy futurity. And then, for a while, they were silent. She turned and caressingly smoothed the golden tresses over Rachel's frank, white forehead, and kissed them as she did so. 'You are better, darling? You are rested?' she said. 'Yes, dear Dorcas,' and she kissed the slender hand that smoothed her hair. Each understood that the conversation on that theme was ended, and somehow each was relieved. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand, by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 34. Sir Julius Hawksley's Letter. Josiah Larkin mentioned in his conversation with the vicar, just related, that he had received a power of attorney from Mark Wylder. Connected with this document there came to light a circumstance so very odd that the reader must at once be apprised of it. This legal instrument was attested by 2 witnesses, and bore date about a week before the interview just related, between the vicar and Mr. Larkin. Here, then, was a fact established. Mark Wylder had returned from Boulogne, for the power of attorney had been executed at Brighton. Who were the witnesses? One was Thomas Tupton, of the Travellers' Hotel, Brighton. This Thomas Tupton was something of a sporting celebrity, and a likely man enough to be of Mark's acquaintance. The other witness was Sir Julius Hockley, of Hockley, an unexceptionable evidence, though a good deal on the turf. Now, our friend Josiah Larkin had something of the Red Indian's faculty for tracking his game, by hardly perceptible signs and tokens, through the wilderness; and this mystery of Mark Wylder's flight and seclusion was the present object of his keen and patient pursuit. On receipt of the 'instrument,' therefore, he wrote by return of post, presenting his respectful compliments to Sir Julius Hockley, and deeply regretting that as solicitor of the Wylder family, and the gentleman empowered to act under the letter of attorney, it was imperative upon him to trouble him, Sir Julius H., with a few interrogatories, which he trusted he would have no difficulty in answering. The first was, whether he had been acquainted with the Mr. Mark Wylder's personal appearance before seeing him sign, so as to be able to identify him. The second was, whether he, Mr. M.W., was accompanied, at the time of executing the instrument, by any friend; and if so, what were the name and address of such friend; and the third was, whether he could communicate any information whatsoever respecting Mr. M.W.'s present place of abode. The same queries were put in a somewhat haughty and peremptory way to the sporting hotel keeper, who answered that Mr. Mark Wylder had been staying for a week at his house, about 5 months ago, and that he had seen him twice, once 'backing' Jonathan when he beat the great American billiard player, and another time when he lent him his copy of Bell's Life, in the coffee room, and thus he was enabled to identify him; for the rest he could say nothing. Sir Julius's reply was of the hoity-toity and rollicking sort, bordering in parts very nearly on nonsense, and generally impertinent. It reached Mr. Larkin as he sat at breakfast with his friend Stanley Lake. "Pray read your letters, and don't mind me, I entreat. Perhaps you will allow me to look at the Times, and I'll trouble you for the sardines." The postmark Hockley stared the lawyer in the face, and longing to break the seal, he availed himself of the captain's permission. So Lake opened the Times, and as he studied its columns, I think he stole a glance or two over its margin at the attorney, now deep in the letter of Sir Julius Hockley. He, Sir J. H., presented his respects to Mr. Larkins, or Larkins, or Larkme, or Larkus. Sir J. H. is not able to read which or what, but he is happy to observe, at all events, that, end how he may, the gentleman begins with a lark, which Sir J. H. always does when he can. Not being able to discover his terminal syllable, he will take the liberty of styling him by his sprightly beginning, and calling him shortly Lark. As Sir J. never objected to a lark, the gentleman so designated introduces himself with a strong prejudice, in Sir J.'s mind, in his favour, so much so, that by way of a lark Sir J. will answer Lark's questions, which are not, he thinks, very impertinent. The wildest of all Lark's questions refers to Wylder's place of abode, which Sir J. was never wild enough to think of asking after, and does not know; and so little was he acquainted with the gentleman that he forgot he was an evangelist, doing good under the style and title of Mark. Lark may, therefore, tell Mark, if he sees him, or his friends, Matthew, Luke, and John, that Sir Julius saw Mark only on 2 successive days, at the cricket match played between Paul's 11 (the coincidence is remarkable) and the Ishmaelites. These, I am bound to observe, were literally the designations of the opposing sides; and that he had the honour of being presented to Mark, saint or sinner as he may be, on the ground, by his, Sir J. H.'s, friend, Captain Stanley Lake, of the Guards. Here was an astounding fact. Stanley Lake had been in Mark Wylder's company only 10 days ago, when that great match was played at Brighton. What a deep gentleman was that Stanley Lake, who sat at the other end of the table with the Times before him! What a varnished rascal! What a matchless liar! He had returned to Gylingden direct, in all likelihood, from his conferences with Mark Wylder, to tell all concerned that it was vain endeavouring to trace him, and still offering his disinterested services in the pursuit. No matter. We must take things coolly and cautiously. All this chicanery will yet break down, and the conspiracy, be it what it may, will be thoroughly exposed. Mystery is the shadow of guilt, and most assuredly, thought Mr. Larkin, there is some infernal secret, well worth knowing, at the bottom of all this. You little think I have you here,' and he slid Sir Julius Hockley's piece of rubbishy banter into his waistcoat pocket, and then opened and glanced at half a dozen other letters in a cool, quick, official way, endorsing a little note on the back of each with his gold patent pencil. All Mr. Josiah Larkin's 'properties' were handsome and imposing, and he never played with children without producing his gold repeater, and making it strike, and exhibiting its wonders for their amusement, and the edification of the adults, whose presence, of course, he forgot. 'Paul's 11 have challenged the gipsies,' said Lake, languidly, lifting his eyes from the paper. 'By the by, are you anything of a cricketer? And they are to play at Hockley, Sir Julius Hockley's ground. You know Sir Julius, don't you?' 'Very slightly. I may say I have that honour, but we have never been thrown together. A mere the slightest thing in the world.' 'Not schoolfellows? You are not an Eton man, eh?' said Lake. 'Oh, no. My dear father, the organist, would not send a boy of his to what he called an idle school; but my acquaintance with Sir Julius was a trifling matter. Hockley is a very pretty place, is it not?' 'A sweet place. A great match was played between those fellows at Brighton. Paul's 11 beat 15 of the Ishmaelites, about a fortnight since; but they have no chance with the gipsies. It will be quite a hollow thing a one innings affair.' 'Have you ever seen Paul's 11 play?' asked the lawyer, carelessly taking up the newspaper which Lake had laid down. 'I saw them play that match at Brighton I mentioned just now, a few days ago.' 'Ah, did you? Did you not know I was there?' said Lake, in rather a changed tone. Larkin looked up, and Lake laughed in his face quietly the most impertinent laugh he had ever seen or heard, with his yellow eyes fixed on the lawyer's pink little optics. 'I was there, and Hockley was there, and Mark Wylder was there, was not he?' And Lake stared and laughed, and the attorney stared; and Lake added, 'What a d cunning fellow you are!' Larkin was not easily put out, but he was disconcerted now, and his cheeks and forehead grew suddenly pink, and he coughed a little, and tried to throw a look of mild surprise into his face. 'Why, you have this moment had a letter from Hockley. Don't you think I knew his hand and the postmark? And your look said, quite plainly, here's news of my friend Stanley Lake and Mark Wylder. I had an uncle in the Foreign Office, and they said he would have been quite a distinguished diplomatist if he had lived. And I was said to have a good deal of his talent, and I really think I have brought my little evidences very prettily together, and jumped to a right conclusion, eh?' A flicker of that sinister shadow I've sometimes mentioned crossed Larkin's face, and contracted his eyes, as he said, a little sternly, 'I have nothing on earth to conceal, Sir. I never had. All my conduct has been as open as the light. There's not a letter, Sir, I ever write or receive that might not, so far as I am concerned, with my good will, lie open on that table for every visitor that comes in to read. Open as the day, Sir,' and the attorney waved his hand grandly. 'Hear, hear, hear,' said Lake languidly, and tapping a little applause on the table, while he watched the solicitor's rhetoric with his sly, disconcerting smile. 'It was but conscientious, Captain Lake, that I should make particular inquiry respecting the genuineness of a legal instrument conferring such very considerable powers. How on earth, Sir, could I have the slightest suspicion that you had seen my client, Mr. Wylder, considering the tenor of your letters and conversation? And I venture to say, Captain Lake, that Lord Chelford will be just as much surprised as I when he hears it.' Jos. Larkin, Esquire, delivered this peroration from a moral elevation, all the loftier that he had a peer of the realm on his side. But peers did not in the least overawe Stanley Lake, who had been all his days familiar with those idols, and the moral altitudes of the attorney amused him vastly. 'But he'll not hear it. I won't tell him, and you shan't, because I don't think it would be prudent of us, do you, to quarrel with Mark Wylder, and he does not wish our meeting known. It is nothing on earth to me; on the contrary, it rather places me in an awkward position, keeping other people's secrets.' The attorney made one of his slight, gentlemanlike bows, and threw back his head with a lofty and reserved look. 'I don't know, Captain Lake, that I would be quite justified in withholding the substance of Sir Julius Hockley's letter from Lord Chelford, consulted, as I have had the honour to be, by that nobleman. I shall, however, turn it over in my mind.' 'Don't the least mind me. In fact, I would rather tell it than not; and I can explain to Chelford why I could not mention the circumstance. Wylder, in fact, tied me down by a promise, and he'll be devilish angry with you; but it seems you don't very much mind that.' He knew that Mr. Larkin did very much mind it, and the quick glance of the attorney could read nothing whatever in the captain's pallid face and downcast eyes, smiling on the points of his varnished boots. 'Of course you know, Captain Lake, in alluding to the possibility of my making any communication to Lord Chelford, I limit myself strictly to the letter of Sir Julius Hockley, and do not, by any means, my dear Captain Lake, include the conversation which has just occurred, and the communication which you have volunteered to make me.' 'Oh! quite so,' said the captain, looking up suddenly, as was his way, with a momentary glare, like a man newly waked from a narcotic doze. CHAPTER 35 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 35. The Hunt Ball. By this time your humble servant, the chronicler of these Gylingden annals, had taken his leave of magnificent old Brandon, and of its strangely interesting young mistress, and was carrying away with him, as he flew along the London rails, the broken imagery of that grand and shivered dream. He was destined, however, before very long, to revisit these scenes, and in the meantime heard in rude outline the tenor of what was happening, the minute incidents and colouring of which were afterwards faithfully communicated. I can, therefore, without break or blur, continue my description, and, to say truth, at this distance of time, I have some difficulty, so well acquainted was I with the actors and the scenery, in determining, without consulting my diary, what portions of the narrative I relate from hearsay, and what as a spectator. But that I am so far from understanding myself, I should often be amazed at the sayings and doings of other people. As it is, I behold in myself an abyss. I gaze down and listen, and discover neither light nor harmony, but thunderings and lightnings, and voices and laughter, and a medley that dismays me. There rage the elements which God only can control.
Forgive us our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from the evil one. How helpless and appalled we shut our eyes over that awful chasm! I have long ceased, then, to wonder why any living soul does anything that is incongruous and unanticipated. And therefore I cannot say how Miss Brandon persuaded her handsome cousin Rachel to go with her party, under the wing of old Lady Chelford, to the hunt ball of Gylingden; and knowing now all that then hung heavy at the heart of the fair tenant of Redman's Farm, I should indeed wonder inexpressibly, were it not, as I have just said, that I have long ceased to wonder at any vagaries of myself or my fellow creatures. The hunt ball is the great annual event of Gylingden. The critical process of coming out is here consummated by the young ladies of that town and vicinage. It is looked back upon for one half of the year, and forward to for the other. People date by it. The battle of Inkerman was fought immediately before the hunt ball. It was so many weeks after the hunt ball that the Czar Nicholas died. The Carnival of Venice was nothing like so grand an event. Its solemn and universal importance in Gylingden and the country round gave me, I fancied, some notion of what the feast of unleavened bread must have been to the Hebrews in Jerusalem. The connubial capabilities of Gylingden are positively wretched. When I knew it, there were but 3 single men, according even to the modest measure of Gylingden housekeeping, capable of supporting wives, and these were difficult to please, set a high price on themselves, looked the country round at long ranges, and were only wistfully and meekly glanced after by the frugal vestals of Gylingden, as they strutted round the corners, or smoked the pipe of apathy at the reading room windows. Old Major Jackson kept the young ladies in practice between whiles, with his barren gallantries and graces, and was just so far better than nothing. But as it had been for years well ascertained that he either could not or would not afford to marry, and that his love passages, like the passages in Gothic piles that 'lead to nothing,' were not designed to terminate advantageously, he had long ceased to excite, even in that desolate region, the smallest interest. Think, then, what it was when Mr. Pummis, of Copel and Pummis, the splendid house painters at Dollington, arrived with his artists and charwomen to give the Assembly Room its annual touching up and bedizenment, preparatory to the hunt ball. The Gylingden young ladies used to peep in, and from the lobby observe the wenches dry rubbing and waxing the floor, and the great Mr. Pummis, with his myrmidons, in aprons and paper caps, retouching the gilding. It was a tremendous crisis for honest Mrs. Page, the confectioner, over the way, who, in legal phrase, had the carriage of the supper and refreshments, though largely assisted by Mr. Battersby, of Dollington. During the few days' agony of preparation that immediately preceded this notable orgy, the good lady's countenance bespoke the magnitude of her cares. Though the weather was usually cold, I don't think she ever was cool during that period. I am sure she never slept. I don't think she ate. And I am afraid her religious exercises were neglected. Equally distracting, emaciating, and godless, was the condition to which the mere advent of this festival reduced worthy Miss Williams, the dressmaker, who had more white muslin and young ladies on her hands than she and her choir of needlewomen knew what to do with. During this tremendous period, Miss Williams hardly resembled herself. Her eyes dilated, her lips were pale, and her brow corrugated with deep and inflexible lines of fear and perplexity. She lived on bad tea, sat up all night, and every now and then burst into helpless floods of tears. But somehow, generally things came pretty right in the end. One way or another, the gay belles and elderly spinsters and fat village chaperons were invested in suitable costume by the appointed hour, and in a few weeks Miss Williams' mind recovered its wonted tone, and her countenance its natural expression. The great night had now arrived. Gylingden was quite in an uproar. Rural families of eminence came in, some in old-fashioned coaches, others, the wealthier, more in London style. The stables of the Brandon Arms, of the George Inn, of the Silver Lion, even of the White House, though a good way off, and generally every vacant standing for horses in or about the town, were crowded; and the places of entertainment we have named, and minor houses of refection, were vocal with the talk of flunkies, patrician with powdered heads, and splendid in variegated liveries. The front of the town hall resounded with the ring of horse hoofs, the crack of whips, the bawling of coachmen, the clank of carriage steps, and clang of coach doors. A promiscuous mob of the plebs and profanum vulgus of Gylingden beset the door, to see the ladies, the slim and the young in white muslins and artificial flowers, and their stout guardian angels of maturer years in satins and velvets and jewels, some real and some, just as good, of paste. In the cloak room such a fuss, unfurling of fans, and last looks and hurried adjustments. When the Crutchleys, of Clay Manor, a good, old, formal family, were mounting the stairs in solemn procession they were always among the early arrivals they heard a piano and a tenor performing in the supper room. Now, old Lady Chelford chose to patronize Mr. Page, the Dollington professor, and partly, I fancy, to show that she could turn things topsy-turvy in this town of Gylingden, had made a point, with the rulers of the feast, that her client should sing half a dozen songs in the supper room before dancing commenced. Mrs. Crutchley stayed her step upon the stairs abruptly, and turned with a look of fierce surprise upon her lean, white-headed lord, arresting thereby the upward march of Corfe Crutchley, Esquire, the hope of his house, who was pulling on his gloves, with his eldest spinster sister on his lank arm. 'There appears to be a concert going on. We came here to a ball. Had you not better inquire, Mr. Crutchley? It would seem we have made a mistake.' Mrs. Crutchley was sensitive about the dignity of the family of Clay Manor, and her cheeks flushed above the rouge, and her eyes flashed severely. 'That's singing, particularly loud singing. Either we have mistaken the night, or somebody has taken upon him to upset all the arrangements. You'll be good enough to inquire whether there will be dancing to night. I and Anastasia will remain in the cloak room, and we'll all leave, if you please, Mr. Crutchley, if this goes on.' The fact is, Mrs. Crutchley had got an inkling of this performance, and had affected to believe it impossible; and, detesting old Lady Chelford for sundry slights and small impertinences, and envying Brandon and its belongings, was resolved not to be put down by presumption in that quarter. Old Lady Chelford sat in an armchair in the supper room, where a considerable audience was collected. She had a splendid shawl or two about her, and a certain air of demi toilette, which gave the Gylingden people to understand that her ladyship did not look on this gala in the light of a real ball, but only as a sort of rustic imitation, curious, possibly amusing, and, like other rural sports, deserving of encouragement for the sake of the people who made innocent holiday there. Mr. Page, the performer, was a plump young man, with black whiskers, and his hair in oily ringlets, such as may be seen in the model wigs presented on smiling waxen dandies in Mr. Rose's front window at Dollington. He bowed and smiled in the most unexceptionable of white chokers and the dapperest of dress coats, and drew off the whitest imaginable pair of kid gloves, when he sat down to the piano, subsiding in a sort of bow upon the music stool, and striking those few brisk and noisy chords with which such artists proclaim silence and reassure themselves. Stanley Lake, that eminent London swell, had attached himself as gentleman in waiting to Lady Chelford's household, and was perpetually gliding with little messages between her ladyship and the dapper vocalist of Dollington, who varied his programme and submitted to an occasional encore on the private order thus communicated. 'I told you Chelford would be here,' said Miss Brandon to Rachel, in a low tone, glancing at the young peer. 'I thought he had returned to Brighton. I fancied he might be. You know the Dulhamptons are at Brighton; and Lady Constance, of course, has a claim on his time and thoughts.' Rachel smiled as she spoke, and was adjusting her bouquet, as Dorcas made answer: 'Lady Constance, my dear Radie, that, you know, was never more than a mere whisper. It was only Lady Chelford and the Marchioness who talked it over. They would have liked it very well; but Chelford won't be managed or scolded into anything of the kind, and will choose, I think, for himself, and I fancy not altogether according to their ideas, when the time comes. And I assure you, dear Radie, there is not the least truth in that story about Lady Constance.' Why should Dorcas be so earnest to convince her handsome cousin that there was nothing in this rumour? Rachel made no remark, and there was a little silence. 'I'm so glad I succeeded in bringing you here,' said Dorcas. 'Chelford made such a point of it, and he thinks you are losing your spirits among the great trees and shadows of Redman's Dell, and he made it quite a little cousinly duty that I should succeed.' At this moment Mr. Page interposed with the energetic prelude of his concluding ditty. It was one of Tom Moore's melodies. Rachel leaned back, and seemed to enjoy it very much; but when it was over, I think she would have found it difficult to say what the song was about. Mr. Page had now completed his programme, and, warned by the disrespectful violins from the gallery of the ball room, whence a considerable caterwauling was already announcing the approach of the dance, he made his farewell flourish, and bow, and smiling, withdrew. CHAPTER 35.
Chapter 36 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Lanning. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le FANU. Chapter 36. The Ballroom. Rachel Lake, standing by the piano, turned over the leaves of the volume of Moore's Melodies, from which the artist in black whiskers and white waistcoat had just entertained his noble patroness and his audience. Everyone has experienced, I suppose, for a few wonderful moments now and then, a glow of seemingly causeless happiness in which the earth and its people are glorified. Peace and sunlight rest on everything. The spirit of music and love is in the air, and the heart itself sings for joy. In the light of this celestial illusion she stood now by the piano, turning over the pages of poor Tom Moore, as I have said, when a low, pleasant voice near her said, "I was so glad to see that Dorcas had prevailed, and that you were here. We both agreed that you are too much a recluse in that De Freischütz glen, at least for your friend's pleasure, and owe it to us all to appear now and then in this upper world." "Excelsior, Miss Lake," interposed dapper little Mr. Buttle, with his smirk. "I think this little bit of music, it was got up, you know, by that old quiz, Dowager Lady Chalford, was really not so bad. A rather good idea, after all. Miss Lake, don't you?" Poor Mr. Buttle did not know Lord Chelford, and thus shooting his arrow o'er the house, he hurt his brother. Chelford turned away, and bowed and smiled to one or two friends at the other side of the room. "Yes, the music was very pretty, and some of the songs were quite charmingly sung. I agree with you. We are very much obliged to Lady Chelford. That is her son, Lord Chelford." "Oh," said Buttle, whose smirk vanished on the instant in a very red and dismal vacancy. I'm afraid he'll think me shockingly rude." And in a minute more Buttle was gone. Miss Lake again looked down upon the page, and as she did so Lord Chelford turned and said, "You are a worshipper of Tom Moore, Miss Lake?" "An admirer, perhaps. Certainly no worshipper. Yet I can't say. Perhaps I do worship, but if so, it is a worship strangely mixed with contempt." And she laughed a little. "A kind of adoring which I fancy belongs properly to the lords of creation, and which we are the weaker sex have no right to practice." "Miss Lake is pleased to be ironical tonight," he said with a smile. "Am I? I dare say. All women are. Irony is the weapon of cowardice, and cowardice the vice of weakness. Yet I think I was naturally bold and true. I hate cowardice and deception even in myself. I hate perfidy. I hate fraud." She tapped a little emphasis upon the floor with her white satin shoe, and her eyes flashed with a dark and angry meaning among the crowd at the other end of the room, as if for a second or two following an object to whom, in some way, the statement applied. The strange bitterness of her tone, though it was low enough, and something wild, suffering, and revengeful in her look, though but momentary, and hardly definable, did not escape Lord Chelford, and he followed unconsciously the direction of her glance. But there was nothing there to guide him to a conclusion, and the good people who formed that polite and animated mob were in his eyes, one and all, quite below the level of tragedy, or even of melodrama. And yet, Miss Lake, we are all more or less cowards or deceivers, at least to the extent of suppression. Who would speak the whole truth, or like to hear it? Not I know. "Nor I," she said quietly. "And I do think if people had no reserves, they would be very uninteresting," he added. She was looking with a strange light upon her face, a smile, perhaps, upon the open pages of Moore's Melodies as he spoke. I like a little puzzle and mystery. They surround our future and our past, and the present would be insipid, I think, without them. Now, I can't tell, Miss Lake, as you look on Tom Moore there, and I try to read your smile, whether you happen at this particular moment to adore or despise him. Moore's is a daring morality. What do you think, for instance, of these lines? She said, touching the verse with her bouquet. Lord Chelford read, I ask not, I know not, if guilt's in thy heart, I but know that I love thee, whatever thou art. He laughed. Very passionate, but hardly respectable. I once knew, he continued a little more gravely, a marriage made upon that principle, and not very audaciously either, which turned out very unhappily. So I should conjecture, she said, rising from her chair, rather drearily and abstractedly, and there is good old Lady Sarah. I must go and ask her how she does. She paused for a moment, holding her bouquet drooping towards the floor, and looking with her clouded eyes down through it. And then she looked up suddenly with an odd, fierce smile, and she said bitterly enough, and yet, if I were a man and capable of loving, I could love no other way, because I suppose love to be a madness, and the sublimest and most despicable of states, and I admire Moore for that flash of the fallen angelic. It is the sentiment of a hero and a madman, too base and too noble for this cool, wise world. She was already moving away, nebulous in hovering folds of snowy muslin, and she floated down like a cloud upon the ottoman beside old Lady Sarah, and smiled and leaned towards her, and talked in her sweet, low, distinct accents, and Lord Chelford followed her with a sad sort of smile, admiring her greatly. Of course, non curvis condit. It was not every man's privilege to dance with the splendid Lady of Brandon. It was only the demigods who ventured within the circle. Her kinsman, Lord Chelford, did so, and now handsome Sir Harry Bracton, 6 feet high, so broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, his fine but not very wise face irradiated with indefatigable smiles, stood and conversed with her, with that jaunty swagger of his weight now on this side, now on that, squaring his elbows like a crack whip with 4 in hand, and wagging his perfumed tresses, boisterous, rollicking, beaming with immeasurable self-complacency. Stanley Lake left old Lady Chelford's side and glided to that of Dorcas Brandon. "Will you dance this set? Are you engaged, Miss Brandon?" he said in low, eager tones. "Yes, to both questions," answered she, with the faintest gleam of the conventional smile, and looking now gravely again at her bouquet. "Well, the next, possibly, I hope?" "I never do that," said the apathetic beauty serenely. Stanley looked as if he did not quite understand, and there was a little silence. "I mean, I never engage myself beyond one dance. I hope you do not think it rude, but I never do." "Miss Brandon can make what law she pleases for all here, and for some of us everywhere," he replied, with a mortified smile and a bow. At that moment Sir Harry Bracton arrived to claim her, and Miss Keebs, elderly and sentimental, and in no great request, timidly said in a gobbling confidential whisper, "What a handsome couple they do make! Does not it quite realise your conception, Captain Lake, of young Lochinvar, you know, and his fair Helen? So stately his form, and so lovely her face. You remember that never a hall such a galliard did grace. Is not it?" "So it is, really. It did not strike me. and that 1 cup of wine, you recollect, which the hero drank, and I dare say it made young Lochinvar a little noisy and swaggering, when he proposed treading the measure. Is not that the phrase? Yes, really, it is a very pretty poetical parallel. And Miss Kebs was pleased to think that Captain Lake would be sure to report her elegant little compliment in the proper quarters, and that her incense had not misfired. When Miss Brandon returned, Lake was unfortunately on duty beside old Lady Chelford, whom it was important to propitiate, and who was in the middle of a story, an extraordinary favour from her ladyship, and he had the vexation to see Lord Chelford palpably engaging Miss Brandon for the next dance. When she returned, she was a little tired, and doubtful whether she would dance any more, certainly not the next dance, so he resolved to lie in wait, and anticipate any new suitor who might appear. His eyes, however, happened to wander in an unlucky moment to old Lady Chelford, who instantaneously signalled him with her fan. The woman, mentally exclaimed Lake, telegraphing at the same time with a bow and a smile of deferential alacrity, and making his way through the crowd as deftly as he could. What a fool I was to go near her. So the captain had to assist the dowager lady's supper, and not only so, but in some sort at her digestion also, which she chose should take place for some 10 minutes in the chair that she occupied at the supper table. When he escaped, Miss Brandon was engaged once more, and to Sir Harry Bracton for a second time. And moreover, when he again essayed his suit, the young lady had peremptorily made up her mind to dance no more that night. How can Dorcas endure that man? Thought Rachel, as she saw Sir Harry lead her to her seat after a second dance. Handsome, but so noisy and foolish and wicked, and is not he vulgar too? But Dorcas was not demonstrative. Her likings and dislikings were always more or less enigmatical. Still, Rachel Lake fancied that she detected signs not only of tolerance, but of positive liking in her haughty cousin's demeanour, and wondered, after all, whether Dorcas was beginning to like Sir Harry Bracton. Dorcas had always puzzled her, not indeed so much latterly, but this night the mystery began to darken once more. Twice, for a moment, their eyes met, but only for a moment. Rachel knew that a tragedy might be, at that instant, and under the influence of that very spectacle, gathering its thunders silently in another part of the room, where she saw Stanley's pale, peculiar face, and although he appeared in no wise occupied by what was passing between Dorcas Brandon and Sir Harry, she perfectly well knew that nothing of it escaped him. The sight of that pale face was a cold pang at her heart, a face prophetic of evil, at sight of which the dark curtain which hid futurity seemed to sway and tremble, as if a hand from behind was on the point of drawing it. Rachel sighed profoundly, and her eyes looked sadly through her bouquet on the floor. "I am very glad you came, Raddie," said a sweet voice, which somehow made her shiver close to her ear. "This kind of thing will do you good, and you really wanted a little fillip. Shall I take you to the supper room?" "No, Stanley, thank you. I prefer remaining." "Have you observed how Dorcas has treated me this evening?" "No, Stanley. Nothing unusual, is there?" answered Rachel, glancing uneasily round, lest they should be overheard. "Well, I think she has been more than usually repulsive. Quite marked. I almost fancy these Gillingden people, dull as they are, must observe it. I have a notion I shan't trouble Gillingden or her after tomorrow." Rachel glanced quickly at him. He was deadly pale, with his faint, unpleasant smile, and he returned her glance for a second wildly, and then dropped his eyes to the ground. I told you,' he resumed again, after a short pause, and commencing with a gentle laugh, 'that she liked that fellow Bracton.' 'You did say something, I think, of that, some time since,' said Rachel. 'But really, Radie, dear, you can't need any confirmation more than this evening affords. We both know Dorcas very well. She is not like other girls. She does not encourage fellows as they do. But if she did not like Bracton very well indeed, she would send him about his business. She has danced with him twice, on the contrary, and has suffered his agreeable conversation all the evening. And that from Dorcas Brandon means, you know, everything.' 'I don't know that it means anything. I don't see why it should. But I am very certain,' said Rachel, who, in the midst of this crowded, gossiping ball-room, was talking much more freely to Stanley, and also, strange to say, in more sisterly fashion, than she would have done in the little parlour at Redman's Farm. 'I am very certain, Stanley, that if this supposed reference leads you to abandon your wild pursuit of Dorcas, it will prevent more ruin than, perhaps, either of us anticipates. And, Stanley,' she added in a whisper, looking full in his eyes, which were raised for a moment to hers, 'it is hardly credible that you dare still to persist in so desperate and cruel a project.' 'Thank you,' said Stanley quietly, but the yellow lights glared fiercely from their sockets, and were then lowered instantly to the floor. 'She has been very rude to me to-night, and you have not been, or tried to be, of any earthly use to me, and I will take a decided course. I perfectly know what I'm about. You don't seem to be dancing. I have not either. We have both got something more serious, I fancy, to think of.' And Stanley Lake glided slowly away, and was lost in the crowd. He went into the supper-room, and had a glass of seltzer water and sherry. He loitered at the table. His ruminations were dreary, I fancy, and his temper by no means pleasant, and it needed a good deal of that artificial command of countenance which he cultivated, to prevent his betraying something of the latter, when Sir Harry Bracton, talking loud and volubly as usual, swaggered into the supper-room with Dorcas Brandon on his arm. End of chapter 36. Recording by Diane Lanning. Chapter 37 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Lanning. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 37. The Supper Room. It was rather trying, in this state of things, to receive from the triumphant baronet, with only a parenthetical "Dear Lake, I beg your pardon," a rough knock on the elbow of the hand that held his glass, and to be then summarily hustled out of his place. It was no mitigation of the rudeness, in Lake's estimate, that Sir Harry was so engrossed and elated as to seem hardly conscious of any existence but Miss Brandon's and his own. Lake was subject to transient paroxysms of exasperation, but even in these he knew how to command himself pretty well before witnesses. His smile grew a little stranger, and his face a degree whiter, as he set down his glass, quietly glided a little away, and brushed off with his handkerchief the aspersion which his coat had suffered. In a few minutes more Miss Brandon had left the supper-room, leaning upon Lord Chelford's arm, and Sir Harry remained with a glass of pink champagne, such as young fellows drink with a faith and comfort so wonderful at balls and fêtes champêtres. Sir Harry Bracton was already chafing a bit, as he expressed it, with the young lady who assisted in dispensing the good things across the supper-table, and was just calling up her blushes by a pretty parallel between her eyes and the sparkling quality of his glass, and telling her Her mamma must have been sweetly pretty. Now, Sir Harry's rudeness to Lake had not been, I'm afraid, altogether accidental. The baronet was sudden and vehement in his affairs of the heart, but curable on short absences, and easily transferable. He had been vehemently enamoured of the heiress of Brandon a year ago and more, but during an absence Mark Wylder's suit grew up and prospered, and Sir Harry Bracton acquiesced, and, to say truth, the matter troubled his manly breast but little. He had hardly expected to see her here in this rollicking rustic gathering. She was, he thought, even more lovely than he remembered her. Beauty, sometimes seen again, does excel our recollections of it. Wylder had gone off the scene, as Mr. Carlyle says, into infinite space. Who could tell exactly the cause of his dismissal, and why the young lady had asserted her capricious resolve to be free? There were pleasant theories adaptable to the circumstances, and Sir Harry cherished an agreeable opinion of himself, and so, all things favouring, the old flame blazed up wildly, and the young gentleman was more in love then, and for some weeks after the ball, than perhaps he had ever been before. Now some men, and Sir Harry was one of them, are churlish and ferocious over their loves, as certain brutes are over their victuals. In one of these tender paroxysms, when in the presence of his Dulcinea, the young baronet was always hot, short, and saucy with his own sex, and when his jealousy was ever so little touched, positively impertinent. He perceived what other people did not, that Miss Brandon's eye once on that evening rested for a moment on Captain Lake with a peculiar expression of interest. This look was but once and momentary, but the young gentleman resented it and brooded over it every now and then, when the pale face of the captain crossed his eye, and 2 or 3 times when the beautiful young lady's attention seemed unaccountably to wander from his agreeable conversation. He thought he detected her haughty eye moving in the same direction. So he looked that way too, and although he could see nothing noticeable in Stanley's demeanour, he could have felt it in his heart to box his ears. Therefore, I don't think he was quite so careful as he might have been to spare Lake that jolt upon the elbow, which, coming from a rival in a moment of public triumph, was not altogether easy to bear like a Christian. "Some grapes, please," said Lake to the young lady behind the table. "Oh, uncle, is that you, Lake? Beg pardon, but you are so like my poor dear uncle Langton. I wish you'd let me adopt you for an uncle. He was such a pretty fellow, with his fat white cheeks and long nose, and he looked half asleep. Do pray, Uncle Lake, I should like it so." And the baronet, who was, I am afraid, what some people would term perhaps vulgar, winked over his glass at the blooming confectioner, who turned away and tittered over her shoulder at the handsome baronet's charming banter. The girl, having turned away to titter, forgot Lake's grapes, so he helped himself, and leaning against the table, looked superciliously upon Sir Harry, who was not to be deterred by the drowsy gaze of contempt with which the captain retorted his angry chaff. "Poor uncle died of love, or chicken pox, or something, at 40. You're not ailing, Nunky, are you? You do look woefully sick, though. Too bad to lose a second uncle at the same early age. You're near 40, Nunky? And such a pretty fellow. You'll take care of me in your will, Nunky, won't you? Come, what will you leave me? Not much tin, I'm afraid." "No, not much tin," answered Lake, "but I'll leave you what you want more, my sense and decency, with a request that you will use them for my sake." "You're a devilish witty fellow, Lake. Take care your wit don't get you into trouble," said the baronet, chuckling and growing angrier, for he saw the Hebe laughing, and not being a ready man, though given to banter, he sometimes descended to menace in his jocularity. "I was just thinking your dullness might do the same for you," drawled Lake. "When do you mean to pay Dawlings that bet on the Derby?" demanded Sir Harry, his face very red, and only the ghost of his smile grinning there. "I think you'd better. Of course it is quite easy." The baronet was smiling his best, with a very red face, and that unpleasant uncertainty in his contracted eyes which accompanies suppressed rage. "As easy as that," said Lake, chucking a little bunch of grapes full into Sir Harry Bracton's handsome face. Lake recoiled a step, his face blanched as white as the cloth, his left arm lifted, and his right hand grasping the haft of a table knife. There was just a second in which the athletic baronet stood, as it were, breathless and incredulous, and then his Herculean fist whirled in the air with a most unseemly oath. The girls screamed, and a crash of glass and crockery, whisked away by their coats, resounded on the ground. A chair between Lake and Sir Harry impeded the baronet's stride, and his uplifted arm was caught by a gentleman in moustache, who held so fast that there was no chance of shaking it loose. Bracton, you. What the devil? Don't be a fool." And other soothing expressions escaped this peacemaker as he clung fast to the young baronet's arm. "The people, hang it! You'll have all the people about you. Quiet, can't you? I say, settle it quietly. Here I am." "Well, let me go, that will do," said he, glowering furiously at Lake, who confronted him in the same attitude a couple of yards away. "You'll hear," and he turned away. "I am at the Brandon Arms till to-morrow," said Lake, with white lips, very quietly to the gentleman in moustaches, who bowed slightly and walked out of the room with Sir Harry. Lake poured out some sherry in a tumbler and drank it off. He was a little bit stunned, I think, in his new situation. Except for the waiters and the actors in it, it so happened that the supper-room was empty during this sudden fracas. Lake stared at the frightened girl in his fierce abstraction. Then, with his wild gaze, he followed the line of his adversary's retreat, and shook his ears slightly, like a man at whose hair a wasp has buzzed. "Thank you," said he to the maid, suddenly recollecting himself with a sort of smile. "That will do. What confounded nonsense! He'll be quite cool again in 5 minutes. Never mind." And Lake pulled on his white glove, glancing down the file of silent waiters, some looking frightened and some reserved, in white ties and waistcoats, and he glided out of the room, his mind somewhere else, like a somnambulist. It was not perfectly clear to the gentlemen and ladies in charge of the ices, chickens, and champagne, between which of the 3 swells who had just left the room the quarrel was. It had come so suddenly, and was over so quickly, like a clap of thunder. Some had not seen any, and others only a bit of it, being busy with plates and ice-tubs, and the few who had seen it all did not clearly comprehend it. Only it was certain that the row had originated in jealousy about Miss Jones, the pretty apprentice, who was judiciously withdrawn forthwith by Mrs. Page, the properest of confectioners. End chapter 37. Recording by Diane Lanning. Chapter 38 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diane Lanning. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le FANU. Chapter 38, After the Ball. Lake glided from the feast with a sense of a tremendous liability upon him. There was no retreat. The morning, yes, the morning. What then? Should he live to see the evening? Sir Harry Bracton was the crack shot of Swivel's gallery. He could hit a walking cane at 15 yards, at the word. There he was, talking to old Lady Chelford. Very well. And there was that fellow with the twisted moustache, plainly an officer and a gentleman, twisting the end of one of them, and thinking profoundly, with his back to the wall, evidently considering his coming diplomacy with Lake's friend. Ay, by the by, and Lake's eye wandered in bewilderment among village dons and elderly country gentlemen in search of that inestimable treasure. These thoughts went whisking and whirling round in Captain Lake's brain, to the roar and clatter of the Joinville polka, to which 50 pair of dancing feet were hopping and skimming over the floor. "Monstrous hot, sir, eh? Ha, ha, by Jove," said Major Jackson, who had just returned from the supper-room, where he had heard several narratives of the occurrence. "Don't think I was so hot since the ball at Government House, by Jove, sir, in 1828. Awful summer, that." The Major was jerking his handkerchief under his florid nose and chin, by way of ventilation, and eyeing the young man shrewdly the while, to read what he might of the story in his face. "Been in Calcutta, Lake?" "No, very hot indeed. Could I say just a word with you? This way a little. So glad I met you." And they edged into a little nook of the lobby, where they had a few minutes' confidential talk, during which the Major looked grave and consequential, and carried his head high, nodding now and then with military decision. Major Jackson whispered an abrupt word or two in his ear, and threw back his head, eyeing Lake with grave and sly defiance. Then came another whisper and a wink, and the Major shook his hand, briefly but hard, and the gentlemen parted. Lake strolled into the ballroom, and on to the upper end, where the best people are, and suddenly he was in Miss Brandon's presence. "I've been very presumptuous, I fear, to-night, Miss Brandon," he said in his peculiar low tones. "I've been very importunate. I prized the honour I sought so very much, I forgot how little I deserved it, and I do not think it likely you'll see me for a good while, possibly for a very long time. I've therefore ventured to come, merely to say good-bye, only that, just good-bye, and to beg that flower," and he plucked it resolutely from her bouquet, "which I will keep while I live. Good-bye, Miss Brandon." And Captain Stanley Lake, that pale apparition, was gone. I do not know at all how Miss Brandon felt at this instant, for I never could quite understand that strange lady, but I believe she looked a little pale as she gravely adjusted the flowers so audaciously violated by the touch of the cool young gentleman. I can't say whether Miss Brandon deigned to follow him with her dark, dreamy gaze. I rather think not. And 3 minutes afterwards he had left the town hall. The Brandon party did not stay very late, and they dropped Rachel at her little dwelling. How very silent Dorcas was, thought Rachel, as they drove from Gillingden. Perhaps others were thinking the same of Rachel. Next morning, at 7:30, a dozen or so of rustics, under command of Major Jackson, arrived at the back entrance of Brandon Hall, bearing Stanley Lake upon a shutter, with glassy eyes that did not seem to see, sunken face, and a very blue tinge about his mouth. The Major fussed into the house, and saw and talked with Larcom, who was solemn and bland upon the subject, and went out, first to make personal inspection of the captain, who seemed to him to be dying. He was shot somewhere in the shoulder or breast. They could not see exactly where, nor disturb him as he lay. A good deal of blood had flowed from him upon the arm and side of one of the men who supported his head. Lake said nothing. He only whispered rather indistinctly one word, "water," and was not able to lift his head when it came, and when they poured it into and over his lips, he sighed and closed his eyes. "It is not a bad sign, bleeding so freely, but he looks devilish shaky, you see. I've seen lots of our fellows hit, you know, and I don't like his looks, poor fellow. You'd better see Lord Chelford this minute. He could not stand being brought all the way to the town. I'll run down and send up the doctor, and he'll take him on if he can bear it." Major Jackson did not run, though I have seen with an astonishment that has never subsided, fellows just as old and as fat, and braced up besides, in the inflexibilities of regimentals, keeping up at double quick, at the heads of their companies for a good quarter of a mile, before the colonel on horseback mercifully called a halt. He walked at his best pace, however, and indeed was confoundedly uneasy about his own personal liabilities. The Major surprised Dr. Buddle shaving. He popped in unceremoniously. The fat little doctor received him in drawers and a very tight web-worsted shirt, standing by the window, at which dangled a small looking-glass. "By George, sir, they've been at mischief," burst forth the Major, and the doctor, razor in hand, listened with wide-open eyes and half his face lathered to the story. Before it was over, the doctor shaved the unshorn side, and, the Major still in the room, completed his toilette in hot haste. Honest Major Jackson was very uncomfortable. Of course Buddle could not give any sort of opinion upon the case which he had not seen, but it described uglily, and the Major consulted in broken hints, with an uneasy wink or two, about a flight to Boulogne. "Well, it will be no harm to be ready, but take no step till I come back," said the doctor, who had stuffed a great roll of lint and plaister and some other medicinals into one pocket, and his leather case of instruments, forceps, probes, scissors, and all the other steel and silver horrors, into the other. So he strutted forth in his greatcoat, unnaturally broad about the hips, and the Major, devilish uncomfortable, accompanied him at a smart pace to the great gate of Brandon. He did not care to enter, feeling a little guilty, although he explained on the way all about the matter. How devilish stiff Bracton's man was about it. And by Jove, sir, you know, what was to be said? For Lake, like a fool, chucked a lot of grapes in his face. For nothing, by George. The doctor, short and broad, was now stumping up the straight avenue, under the noble trees that roofed it over, and Major Jackson sauntered about in the vicinity of the gate, more interested in Lake's safety than he would have believed possible a day or two before. Lord Chelford, being an early man, was, notwithstanding the ball of the preceding night, dressing when St. Ange, his Swiss servant, knocked at his door with a dozen pocket-handkerchiefs, a bottle of eau de Cologne, and some other properties of his métier. St. Ange could not wait until he had laid them down, but broke out with, "Oh, milord, qu'est-ce qu'il arrive? Le pauvre capitaine! Il est tué! Il se meurt! He dies! D'une coupe de pistolet! He comes de se battre from beating himself in duel. Il était atteint dans la poitrine, le pauvre gentilhomme, of a blow of the pistol." And so on, the young nobleman gathering the facts as best he might. "Is Larcom there?" "In the gallery, milord." "Ask him to come in." So Monsieur Larcom entered and bowed ominously. "You've seen him, Larcom. Is he very much hurt?" "He appears, my lord, to me, I regret to say, almost a dying like." "Very weak? Does he speak to you?" "Not a word, my lord. Since he got a little water, he's quite quiet." "Poor fellow. Where have you put him?" "In the housekeeper's lobby, my lord. I rather think he's a-dying. He looks uncommon bad, and I and Mrs. Estabrook, the housekeeper, my lord, thought you would not like he should die out of doors." "Has she got your mistress' directions?" "Miss Brandon is not called up, my lord, and Mrs. Estabrook is unwilling to alarm her, so she thought it better I should come for orders to your lordship, which she thinks also the poor young gentleman is certainly a-dying." "Is there any vacant bedroom near where you have placed him? What does Mrs. the housekeeper say?" "She thinks, my lord, the room opposite, where Mr. Sled, the architect, slept when here, would answer very nice. It is roomy and hairy, and no steps. Major Jackson, who is gone to the town to fetch the doctor, my lord, says Mr. Lake won't a-bear carriage, and so the room on the level, my lord, would perhaps be more convenient." "Certainly, tell her so. I will speak to Miss Brandon when she comes down. How soon will the doctor be here?" "From a quarter to half an hour, my lord." "Then tell the housekeeper to arrange as she proposes, and don't remove his clothes until the doctor comes. Everyone must assist. I know, St. Ange, you like to assist." So Larcom withdrew ceremoniously, and Lord Chelford hastened his toilette, and was downstairs and in the room assigned by the housekeeper to the ill-starred Captain Lake, before Dr. Buttle had arrived. It had already the dismal character of a sick chamber. Its light was darkened, its talk was in whispers, and its toings and froings on tiptoe. An obsolete chambermaid had been already installed as nurse. Little Mrs. Estabrook, the housekeeper, was fussing hither and thither about the room noiselessly. So this gay, astute man of fashion had fallen into the dungeon of sudden darkness, and the custody of old women, and lay helpless in the stocks, awaiting the judgment of Buttle. Ridiculous little pudgy Buttle, how awful on a sudden are you grown, the interpreter of death in this very case. My case, thought that seemingly listless figure on the bed. My case, I suppose it is fatal. I am to go out of this room in a long cloth-covered box. I am going to try, alone and for ever, the value of those theories of futurity and the unseen which I have quietly scouted all my days. Oh, that the prophet Buttle were here, to end my tremendous suspense, and to announce a reprieve from heaven. While the wounded captain lay on the bed, with his clothes on, and the coverlet over him, and that clay-coloured apathetic face, with closed eyes, upon the pillow, without sigh or motion, not a whispered word escaped him, but his brain was appalled, and his heart died within him in the unspeakable horror of death. Lord Chelford, too, having looked on Lake with silent but awful misgivings, longed for the arrival of the doctor, and was listening and silent when Buttle's short step and short respiration were heard in the passage. So Larcom came to the door to announce the doctor in a whisper, and Buttle fussed into the room and made his bow to Lord Chelford, and his brief compliments and condolences. "Not asleep?" he inquired, standing by the bed. The captain's lips moved a disclaimer, I suppose, but no sound came. So the doctor threw open the window shutters and clipped Stanley Lake's exquisite coat ruthlessly through with his scissors, and having cleared the room of all useless hands, he made his examination. It was a long visit. Buttle, in the hall afterwards, declined breakfast. He had a board to attend. He told Lord Chelford that the case was a very nasty one. In fact, the chances were against the captain, and he, Buttle, would wish a consultation with a London surgeon, whoever Lord Chelford led most confidence in. Sir Francis Sedley, he thought, would be very desirable, but of course it was for the family to decide. If the messenger caught the 11:15 up train at Dollington, he would be in London at 6, and could return with the doctor by the down mail train, and so reach Dollington at 4:10 next morning, which would answer, as he would not operate sooner. As the doctor toddled towards Gillingden, with sympathetic Major Jackson by his side, before he entered the town they were passed by one of the Brandon men riding at a hard canter for Dollington. "London?" shouted the doctor, as the man touched his hat in passing. "Yes, sir." "Glad of that," said the Major, looking after him. "So am I," said the learned Buttle. "I don't see how we're to get the bullet out of him without mischief. Poor devil, I'm afraid he'll do no good." The ladies that morning had tea in their rooms. It was near 12 o'clock when Lord Chelford saw Miss Brandon. She was in the conservatory amongst her flowers, and on seeing him stepped into the drawing-room. "I hope, Dorcas, you are not angry with me. I've been, I'm afraid, very impertinent. But I was called on to decide for you in your absence, and they all thought poor Lake could not be moved on to Gillingden without danger." "You did quite rightly, Chelford, and I thank you," said Miss Brandon coldly, and she seated herself and continued, "Pray, what does the doctor really say?" "He speaks very seriously." "Does he think there is danger?" "Very great danger." Miss Brandon looked down, and then, with a pale gaze suddenly in Chelford's face, "He thinks he may die?" she said. "Yes," said Lord Chelford, in a very low tone, returning her gaze solemnly. "And nobody to advise but that village doctor Buddle? That's hardly credible, I think." "Pardon me. At his suggestion I have sent for Sir Francis Sedley from town, and I hope he may arrive early tomorrow morning." "Why, Stanley Lake may die to-day." "He does not apprehend that, but it is necessary to remove the bullet, and the operation will be critical, and it is for that specially that Sir Francis is coming down. It is to take place tomorrow, and he'll die in that operation. You know he'll die," said Dorcas, pale and fierce. "I assure you, Dorcas, I have been perfectly frank. He looks upon poor Lake as in very great danger, but that is all." "What brutes you men are!" said Dorcas, with a wild scorn in her look and accent, and her cheeks flushed with passion. "You knew quite well last night there was to be this wicked duel in the morning, and you, a magistrate, a Lord Lieutenant. What are you? You connived at this bloody conspiracy, and he your own cousin, Chelford, your cousin." Chelford looked at her, very much amazed. "Yes, you are worse than Sir Henry Bracton, for you're no fool, and worse than that wicked old man, Major Jackson, who shall never enter these doors again, for he was employed, trusted in their brutal plans. But you had no excuse, and every opportunity, and you have allowed your cousin Stanley to be murdered." "You do me great injustice, Dorcas. I did not know, or even suspect, that a hostile meeting between poor Lake and Bracton was thought of. I merely heard that there had been some trifling altercation in the supper room, and when intending to make peace between them I alluded to it just before we left, and Bracton said it was really nothing, quite blown over, and that he could not recollect what either had said. I was entirely deceived. You know I speak truth, quite deceived. They think it fair, you know, to dupe other people in such affairs, and I will also say," he continued a little haughtily, "that you might have spared your censure until at least you had heard what I had to say." "I do believe you, Chelford. You are not vexed with me. Won't you shake hands?" He took her hand with a smile. "And now," she said, "Chelford, ought not we to send for poor Rachel, her only brother? Is not it sad?" "Certainly. Shall I ask my mother, or will you write?" "I will write," she said. End of chapter 38. Recording by Diane Lanning.
Chapter 39 of Wylder's Hand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. Wylder's Hand by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 39, in which Miss Rachel Lake comes to Brandon, and Dr. Buddle calls again. In about an hour afterwards, Rachel Lake arrived in the carriage which had been dispatched for her with Dorcas's note. She was a good deal muffled up, and looked very pale, and asked whether Miss Brandon was in her room, whither she glided rapidly upstairs. It was a sort of boudoir, or dressing room, with a few pretty old portraits and miniatures, and a number of Louis XIV looking glasses hung round, and such pretty quaint cabriole gilt and pale green furniture. Dorcas met her at the door, and they kissed silently. "How is he, Dorcas?" "Very ill, dear, I'm afraid. Sit down, darling." Rachel was relieved, for in her panic she almost feared to ask if he were living. "Is there immediate danger?" "The doctor says not, but he is very much alarmed for to morrow." "Oh, Dorcas, darling, he'll die. I know it. Oh, merciful Heaven! How tremendous!" "You will not be so frightened in a little time. You have only just heard it, Rachel, dearest, and you are startled. I was so myself." "I'd like to see him, Dorcas."
Sit here a little and rest, dear. The doctor will make his visit immediately, and then we can ask him. He is a good-natured little creature, poor old Buddle, and I am certain, if it can safely be, he won't prevent it. Where is he, darling? Where is Stanley?' So Dorcas described as well as she could. 'Oh, poor Stanley! Oh, Stanley! Poor Stanley!' gasped Rachel, with white lips. 'You have no idea, Dorcas. No one can. How terrific it is. Oh, poor Stanley! Poor Stanley!' 'Drink this water, darling. You must not be so excited. Dorcas, say what the doctor may, see him I must. There is time to think of that, darling. Has he spoken to anyone?' 'Very little, I believe. He whispers a few words now and then. That is all.' 'Nothing to Chelford? Nothing particular, I mean?' 'No, nothing, at least that I have heard of.' 'Did he wish to see no one?' 'No one, dear.' 'Not poor William Wylder?' 'No, dear. I don't suppose he cares more for a clergyman than for any other man. None of his family ever did, when they came to lie on a bed of sickness, or of death either.' 'No, no,' said Rachel, wildly. 'I did not mean to pray. I was not thinking of that. But William Wylder was different. And he did not mention me either?' Dorcas shook her head. 'I knew it,' continued Rachel, with a kind of shudder. 'And tell me, Dorcas, does he know that he is in danger such imminent danger?' 'That I cannot say, Rachel, dear. I don't believe doctors like to tell their patients so.' There was a silence of some minutes, and Rachel, clasping her hands in an agony, said, 'Oh, yes, he's gone he's certainly gone, and I remain alone under that dreadful burden.' 'Please, Miss Brandon, the doctor's down stairs with Captain Lake,' said the maid, opening the door. 'Is Lord Chelford with him?' 'Yes, Miss, please.' 'Then tell him I will be so obliged if he will come here for a moment, when the doctor is gone; and ask the doctor now, from me, how he thinks Captain Lake.' In a little while the maid returned. Captain Lake was not so low, and rather better than this morning, the doctor said; and Rachel raised her eyes, and whispered an agitated thanksgiving. Was Lord Chelford coming? His lordship had left the room when she returned, and Mr. Larcom said he was with Lawyer Larkin in the library. 'Mr. Larkin can wait. Tell Lord Chelford I wish very much to see him here.' So away went the maid again. A message in that great house was a journey, and there was a little space before they heard a knock at the door of Dorcas's pretty room, and Lord Chelford, duly invited, came in. Lord Chelford was surprised to see Rachel, and held her hand while he congratulated her on the more favourable opinion of the physician this afternoon, and then he gave them, as fully and exactly as he could, all the lights emitted by Dr. Buddle, and endeavoured to give his narrative as cheerful and confident an air as he could. Then, at length, he recollected that Mr. Larkin was waiting in the study. 'I quite forgot Mr. Larkin,' said he. 'I left him in the library, and I am so very glad we have had a pleasanter report upon poor Lake this evening; and I am sure we shall all feel more comfortable on seeing Sir Francis Seddley. He is such an admirable surgeon, and I feel sure he'll strike out something for our poor patient. I've known him hit upon such original expedients, and make such wonderful successes.' So, with a kind smile, he left the room. Then there was a long pause. 'Does he really think that Stanley will recover?' said Rachel. 'I don't know. I suppose he hopes it. I don't know, Rachel, what to think of anyone or anything. What wild beasts they are! How swift to shed blood, as poor William Wylder said last Sunday. Have you any idea what they quarrelled about?' 'None in the world. It was that odious Sir Harry Bracton, was not it?' 'Why so odious, Rachel? How can you tell which was in the wrong? I only know he seems to be a better marksman than your poor brother.' Rachel looked at her with something of haughty and surprised displeasure, but said nothing. 'You look at me, Radie, as if I were a monster or monstrous, I should say whereas I am only a Brandon. Don't you remember how our great ancestor, who fought for the house of York, changed suddenly to Lancaster, and how Sir Richard left the king and took part with Cromwell, not for any particular advantage, I believe, or for any particular reason even, but for wickedness and wounded pride, perhaps?' 'I don't quite see your meaning, Dorcas. I can't understand how your pride has been hurt; but if Stanley had any, I can well imagine what torture it must have endured. Wretched, wicked, punished fool!'
You suspect what they fought about, Raddie.' Rachel made no answer. 'You do, Raddie, and why do you dissemble with me?' 'I don't dissemble. I don't care to speak. But if you will have me say so, I do suspect. I think it must have originated in jealousy of you.' 'You look, Raddie, as if you thought I had managed it, whereas I really did not care.' 'I do not understand you, Dorcas, but you appear to me very cruel, and you smile as I say so.' 'I smile because I sometimes think so myself.' With a fixed and wrathful stare, Rachel returned the enigmatical gaze of her beautiful cousin. 'If Stanley dies, Dorcas, Sir Harry Bracton shall hear of it. I'll lose my life, but he shall pay the forfeit of his crime.' So saying, Rachel left the room, and gliding through passages and down stairs, she knocked at Stanley's door. The old woman opened it. 'Ah, Dorothy, I'm so glad to see you here,' and she put a present in her hard, crumpled hand. So, noiselessly, Rachel Lake, without more parley, stepped into the room and closed the door. She was alone with Stanley, with a beating heart, and a kind of chill stealing over her, by her brother's bed. The room was not so dark that she could not see distinctly enough. There lay her brother, such as he was, still her brother, on the bleak, neutral ground between life and death. His features, peaked and earthy, and that look, so new and peculiar, which does not savour of life upon them. He did not move, but his strange eyes gazed cold and earnest from their deep sockets upon her face in awful silence. Perhaps he thought he saw a phantom. 'Are you better, dear?' whispered Rachel. His lips stirred and his throat, but he did not speak until a second effort brought utterance, and he murmured, 'Is that you, Raddie?' 'Yes, dear. Are you better?' 'No, I'm shot. I shall die to night. Is it night yet? Don't despair, Stanley, dear. The great London doctor, Sir Francis Sedley, will be with you early in the morning, and Chelford has great confidence in him. I'm sure he will relieve you.' 'This is Brandon?' murmured Lake. 'Yes, dear.' She thought he was going to say more, but he remained silent, and she recollected that he ought not to speak, and also that she had that to say which must be said. Sharp, dark, and strange lay that familiar face upon the white pillow, the faintest indication of something like a peevish sneer. It might be only the lines of pain and fatigue; still it had that unpleasant character remaining fixed on its features. 'Oh, Stanley, you say you think you are dying. Won't you send for William Wylder and Chelford, and tell all you know of Mark?' She saw he was about to say something, and she leaned her head near his lips, and she heard him whisper, 'It won't serve Mark.' 'I'm thinking of you, Stanley, I'm thinking of you.' To which he said either 'yes' or 'so,' she could not distinguish. 'I view it now quite differently. You said, you know, in the park, you would tell Chelford; and I resisted, I believe, but I don't now. I had rather you did. Yes, Stanley, I conjure you to tell it all.' The cold lips, with a livid halo round them, murmured 'Thank you.' It was a sneer, very shocking just then, perhaps, but unquestionably a sneer. 'Poor Stanley!' she murmured, with a kind of agony, looking down upon that changed face. 'One word more, Stanley. Remember, it's I, the only one on earth who stands near you in kindred, your sister, Stanley, who implores of you to take this step before it is too late at least, to consider.' He said something. She thought it was 'I'll think,' and then he closed his eyes. It was the only motion she had observed. His face lay just as it had done on the pillow. He had not stirred all the time she was there, and now that his eyelids closed, it seemed to say, 'Our interview is over. The curtain has dropped.' And so understanding it, with that one awful look that may be the last, she glided from the bedside, told old Dorothy that he seemed disposed to sleep, and left the room. There is something awful always in the spectacle of such a sick bed as that beside which Rachel had just stood; but not quite so dreadful is the sight as are the imaginings and the despair of absence. So reassuring is the familiar spectacle of life, even in its subsidence, so long as bodily torture and mental aberration are absent. In the meanwhile, on his return to the library, Lord Chelford found his dowager mother in high chat with the attorney, whom she afterwards pronounced a very gentlemanlike man for his line of life. The conversation, indeed, was chiefly that of Lady Chelford, the exemplary attorney contributing, for the most part, a polite acquiescence, and those reflections which most appositely pointed the moral of her ladyship's tale, which concerned altogether the vagaries of Mark Wylder, a subject which piqued her curiosity and irritated her passions. It was a great day for Jos. Larkin, for by the time Lord Chelford returned, the old lady had asked him to stay for dinner, which he did, notwithstanding his morning dress, to his great inward satisfaction, because he could henceforward mention, 'The other day, when I dined at Brandon,' or 'Old Lady Chelford assured me when last I dined at Brandon,' and he could more intimately speak of 'our friends at Brandon,' and 'the Brandon people,' and, in short, this dinner was very serviceable to the excellent attorney. It was not very amusing, this interchange of thought and feeling between Larkin and the dowager, upon a theme already so well ventilated as Mark Wylder's absconding, and therefore I let it pass. After dinner, when the dowager's place knew her no more, Lord Chelford resumed his talk with Larkin. 'I'm quite confirmed in the view I took at first,' he said. 'Wylder has no claim upon me. There are others on whom much more naturally the care of his money would devolve; and I think that my undertaking the office he proposes, under his present strange circumstances, might appear like an acquiescence in the extraordinary course he has taken, and a sanction generally of his conduct which I certainly can't approve. So, Mr. Larkin, I have quite made up my mind. I have no business to undertake this trust, simple as it is.' 'I have only, my lord, to bow to your lordship's decision. At the same time, I cannot but feel, my lord, how peculiar and painful is the position in which it places me. There are rents to be received by me, and sums handed over, to a considerable, I may say, indeed, a very large amount; and my friend Lake, Captain Lake, now, unhappily, in so very precarious a state, appears to dislike the office also, and to anticipate annoyance in the event of his consenting to act. Altogether, your lordship will perceive that the situation is one of considerable, indeed very great, embarrassment, as respects me. There is, however, one satisfactory circumstance disclosed in his last letter. His return, he says, cannot be delayed beyond a very few months, perhaps weeks; and he states, in his own rough way, that he will then explain the motives of his conduct to the entire satisfaction of all those who are cognizant of the measures which he has adopted. No more claret, thanks, no more. A delicious wine. And he adds, it will then be quite understood that he has acted neither from caprice, nor from any motive other than self preservation. I assure you, my lord, that is the identical phrase he employs, self preservation. I all along suspected, or rather, I mean, supposed, that Mr. Wylder had been placed in this matter under coercion, a threat. 'A little more wine?' asked Lord Chelford, after another interval. 'No, no more, I thank you. Your lordship's very good, and the wine, I may say, excellent. Delicious claret. Indeed, quite so. 90 shillings a dozen, I should venture to say, and hardly to be had at that figure. But it grows late, I rather think, and the trustees of our little Wesleyan chapel we've got a little into debt in that quarter, I am sorry to say, and I promised to advise with them this evening at 9 o'clock. They have called me to council more than once, poor fellows, and so, with your lordship's permission, I'll withdraw.' Lord Chelford walked with him to the steps. It was a beautiful night, very little moon, but that and the stars wonderfully clear and bright, and all things looking so soft and airy. 'Try one of these,' said the peer, presenting his cigar case. Larkin, with a glow of satisfaction, took one of these noble cigars, and rolled it in his fingers, and smelt it. 'Fragrant, wonderfully fragrant,' he observed, meekly, with a connoisseur's shake of the head. The night was altogether so charming that Lord Chelford was tempted, so he took his cap and lighted his cigar too, and strolled a little way with the attorney. He walked under the solemn trees, the same under whose airy groining Wylder and Lake had walked away together on that noteworthy night on which Mark had last turned his back upon the grand old gables and twisted chimneys of Brandon Hall. This way was rather around, it must be confessed, to the Lodge, Jos. Larkin's peaceful retreat; but a stroll with a lord was worth more than that sacrifice, and every incident which helped to make a colourable case of confidential relations at Brandon, a point in which the good attorney had been rather weak hitherto, was justly prized by that virtuous man. If the trustees, Smith the pork butcher, old Captain Snoggles, the town clerk, and the rest, had to wait some 20 minutes in the drawing room at the Lodge,
So much the better. An apology was perhaps the best and most modest shape into which he could throw the advertisement of his dinner at Brandon, his confidential talk with the proud old dowager, and his after-dinner ramble with that rising young peer, Lord Chelford. It would lead him gracefully into detail, and altogether the idea, the situation, the scene, and prospect were so soothing and charming, that the good attorney felt a silent exultation as he listened to Lord Chelford's 2 or 3 delighted sentences upon the illimitable wonders and mysteries glimmering in the heavens above them. The cigar was delicious, the air balmy and pleasant, his digestion happy, the society unexceptionably aristocratic. A step had just been gained, and his consideration in the town and the country round improved, by the occurrences of the evening, and his whole system, in consequence, in a state so serene, sweet, and satisfactory, that I really believe there was genuine moisture in his pink, dove-like eyes, as he lifted them to the heavens and murmured, 'Beautiful, beautiful!' and he mistook his sensations for a holy rapture and silent worship. Cigars, like other pleasures, are transitory. Lord Chelford threw away his stump, tendered his case again to Mr. Larkin, and then took his leave, walking slowly homewards. CHAPTER 39